The Green Goblin of Gotham wants to become a hero. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. Harry opened the door of his house at dawn. Bernard had been watering the garden and waiting for Harry to come home. The moment the door was opened, Bernard saw a heavy motorcycle and Red Robin flashing by. The red eye circles that his young master had finally recovered from with enough sleep reappeared on his face. At the same time, he looked listless and his movement seemed a little sluggish. When Harry walked towards Bernard noticed the most important point: Harry's loose and ill-fitting clothes. "You look like this. Did Batman just let his partner take you back?" Bernard was a little angry that his most cherished child was treated like this. "He's still resting, Bernard." Harry was sure that the Batmobile was not designed to carry people, and it was really uncomfortable to sit in the back. As Harry approached, Bernard saw more, such as the scars on Harry's neck that had been treated. Did he even hurt you when? With Bernard's reminder, Harry remembered the knife wound on his neck, but before he could answer, their conversation was interrupted by the sudden ring of the mobile phone. "It's Commissioner Gordon." Bernard took out his cell phone and looked at it. "Gordon?" Harry guessed that he must have come to ask for the serial killer. This time, he found the serial killer in advance and not only did not solve any problems, but even magnified the problems a lot. If the police in Ba really knew about Bernard's hiring of killers. Bernard was just his housekeeper, and all his actions were directed by him. Harry was not going to tell Bernard this, and things might not necessarily get to the worst step. "Oh, by the way, there is also this wound. Normal people's recovery speed is not enough to recover to this extent in one night, and Harry still needs to disguise the wound." Bernard has already answered the call from Gordon. "Mr. Halls," Gordon's voice came from the phone. "Excuse me, is Mr. Osborn at home? We have a case here that requires his cooperation in the investigation." Bernard looked at Harry standing aside and realized that maybe there was something wrong with the serial killer. But when Harry saw Bernard looking at him, he just nodded at Bernard, indicating to Bernard that there was no problem. "Master Harry and I will go there in the afternoon." Bernard declined Gordon's request to take Harry to the police station as soon as possible. Harry needed to rest now. After hanging up the phone, Bernard didn't even know how to understand Harry's experience last night. He wanted to ask about the Ripper, and wanted to know what happened after Harry and Batman went back. However, children usually hate parents interfering in their private lives. Although he and Harry are not in a parent-child relationship, he believes that there should still be a bottom line between his communication with Harry, such as not getting to the bottom of things when it comes to adult children's bedmates or lovers. Therefore, Bernard endured his complaints about Batman. So last night, Bernard put the phone back into his pocket. "Did you have any trouble with the Ripper?" "I found him very easily," Harry answered Bernard truthfully, "but I didn't ask him whether he knew who asked him to kill Bird." "You don't have to worry about it." Bernard walked to Harry and hugged him gently. "Even for you, I am careful enough." Compared to resting now, Harry wanted to know the result of this matter as soon as possible, but Bernard was firm in his attitude. Looking at his serious face, Harry compromised unconsciously. He could never firmly refuse anything that was good for him. On the way back to the room, Harry even had a simple breakfast when he passed the restaurant, so simple that he was allowed to leave the fried eggs on the plate. "He didn't even prepare breakfast for you," Bernard said in a dissatisfied tone. But Harry didn't know why Bernard was so angry. After all, Batman and him didn't have a relationship of having breakfast together. Maybe in the future? If the serial killer matter could be successfully concluded this time, he could also try to pursue Batman. Of course, the premise is that Batman has no one he likes, no wife or family. However, considering that Batman has been patrolling every night for these years, he probably doesn't have a stable lover. There are no family photos in the Batcave. In fact, there were originally, but Alfred had taken them away before they came back. But Harry didn't know this. Anyway, he guessed that Batman was at least not married. And about gender, before this, he never thought that he would like the same sex, and he didn't know if Batman could accept it. And age, although the appearance can't tell anything, but Batman is at least 10 years older than him. Will he like someone much younger than himself? If Batman can't accept it, will he lose this friend? Just thinking about liking someone, he can find countless reasons to give up the pursuit of happiness. Whether it is realistic factors or self-limitation, he has framed himself in a role that is abandoned and unloved. Although he is so outstanding, he has never received enough love in his life to make him realize that he is irreplaceable. Master Harry, Bernard had already spread the quilt. He stood beside Harry and looked at the baggy clothes that didn't fit him very well. Do you need me to take this set of clothes to be cleaned? Harry subconsciously touched the soft knitted top on his body. Not for now, Bernard. Okay, Bernard said with some regret, then you can go to bed early, I will wake you up at lunchtime. After Bernard left, Harry took off his clothes and stood in front of the bathroom mirror. His body's healing ability was still too fast for ordinary people. The long and deep knife wound last night was almost completely healed, which was very suspicious. It was okay to scab, but it was not healing. So Harry pressed his fingers on the wound in front of the mirror and rubbed the wound on his neck vigorously. After a while, the wound was torn again due to external force. The blood that had stopped long ago slid down Harry's fair skin on his body again, and the tingling returned to Harry's sensitive body. Although the second tear was a bit suspicious, by the time he went to the Gotham Police Department to cooperate with the investigation this afternoon, the wound should have scabbed again. Harry turned on the shower to wash the blood off his body until the wound on his neck stopped bleeding. He washed off the bloody smell on his body, took the towel and left the bathroom in a bathrobe. He had lost too much blood last night, and the wound was torn today. Harry was now terribly pale. He wiped the water off his body, wrapped a clean towel around his neck, and got into the bed that Bernard had just made. Because his hands and feet were cold, Harry curled up slightly in the warm quilt and fell asleep almost instantly. The Bow found another dagger with a rolled blade in the apartment where the serial killer was temporarily renting last night. The dagger also smelled extremely fishy. Although the identification results have not yet been obtained, it is mostly certain that this is the murder weapon used by the serial killer in the previous cases. In addition, they also found out the identity of the serial killer who hired the murder in the later cases. His hacking skills are really good. Not including Osborn Jr., he has found out the identities of 5 of the 6 successful murders by himself. Based on their analysis of the serial killer's personality, he was both rational and crazy, and he kept these mostly for the convenience of blackmail in the future. But now it is convenient for the police in Bow to handle the case. However, regarding the case of Bird, not only did they not find any clues, but even the murderer had no clue about it. The 2 daggers, plus the surveillance in Harry Osborn's car, plus the connection between the murderer and the victim of the 3rd case investigated by Garcia, are enough for the serial killer to live in prison until death. Not to mention that he still has evidence of being bribed to commit the crime, which is enough to take those people to prison. By the way, speaking of the results of Garcia's investigation, she found out that the victim of the 3rd case once roasted a classmate's pet rabbit in high school and ate it in front of him. Perhaps this can also explain why the murderer's method of killing is to disembowel. And this classmate happened to come to Gotham half a month ago. There are not so many coincidences in the world, so they successfully found the suspect. How is Harry Osborn? Gideon was somewhat interested in the last victim of this serial murder case. Gordon had already contacted the butler of the Osborn family. He will come to the police station this afternoon to cooperate with the investigation. Little Osborn had only been back in Gotham for a few months, and he had already encountered many murders against him, and was even targeted by the Scarecrow and the Joker in turn. Even Gordon had to admit that Harry Osborn was lucky. Surviving the serial killer's hands this time was far less surprising than the last time he survived the Joker's hands, so Gordon accepted it well. But the Bow rarely sees victims who can kill the murderer. Generally, serial killers choose targets within their ability. Although they are crazy, they are always very rational in this regard. Perhaps their instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm is a little stronger than that of ordinary people. When falling into deep sleep, time always passes very quickly. Harry felt someone pushing him in a daze. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Bernard with an anxious face. "Bernard, what's wrong?" Bernard had been calling Harry for a minute. It was not until he tried to lift the quilt and wake Harry up that he saw the bath towel wrapped around Harry's neck under the quilt, which was stained with the blood. Bernard could not describe his feelings at that moment. Perhaps cardiac arrest could barely help, but it was far more than that. "Your neck." Bernard wanted to reach out and help Harry up, but he was afraid of irritating the wound on Harry's neck. It was not until he saw the blood-stained bath towel that he understood why Bernard looked anxious. Harry could already feel that the wound was itchy because of the scab, so he simply pulled off the bath towel. "I'm fine." The wound was indeed scabbed, but it bled again, and Harry's face became even paler. "You need to go to the hospital, or ask your family doctor to come and see you." "Bernard, the wound has scabbed over." Harry believed in his own healing ability. "We just need to wait for it to heal on its own." Compared to his previous state, his body's healing ability has declined a lot. Harry guessed that it was because there was always a part of the healing ability that was constantly and preferentially healing the genetic disease, so only the remaining part was allocated to other injuries. But even so, his body's healing speed was still much faster than that of ordinary people. Harry got up from the bed with stiff hands and feet, and changed into the suit that Bernard took out of the closet. The dark blue color was very suitable for Harry's skin and eyes. "How is it?" Harry, who had changed his clothes, asked Bernard with a pale face and a dark blue under his eyes. "You are always the best." Bernard was a little helpless. "If you can be healthier." Although they had to go to the Gotham Police Department to cooperate with the investigation in the afternoon, Bernard still made a hearty lunch. "It doesn't seem rich enough now." Bernard placed the plate of French foie gras in front of Harry. "Your body needs more nutrition." When Bernard drove a low-key Ferrari to the Gotham Police Department with Harry, Gordon had been waiting for a long time. "Good afternoon, Chief Gordon." "Mr. Osborn, how is your health?" Gordon saw Harry's pale face and the bandaged wound on his neck. "Not bad, Harry just lost too much blood." Compared with the Ripper who was almost killed, he was as good as if he was not injured. When they were about to enter the police station, an unexpected person drove a Maybach and stopped at the door of the police station. "Mr. Wayne." Gordon saw the person who opened the car door and got out of the car, and was a little surprised why he came here. "I just passed by here and saw Harry." Bruce explained the reason for his appearance here, and then turned his eyes to Harry. "You look terrible." Bruce's tone was full of worry. "What happened, Harry?" After only a few hours, why did Harry Osborn look worse? Bruce's worry was not pretended. He was really worried about Harry's physical condition. After Tim sent Harry back to the Osborn family, he monitored the comings and goings of the Osborn family. The Gotham Police Department would definitely find Harry to understand the situation at the scene, and he also wanted to know the final outcome of this case as soon as possible, so he decided to show up at the same time when Harry came to the Gotham Police Department to cooperate with the investigation. "It's just some excessive blood loss." Harry was still very surprised to see Bruce. He hadn't seen Bruce for a long time, since they parted in the ward. "Don't worry, Bruce." How could he not worry? Since the first day he met Harry Osborn, he seemed to have been injured. Harry, how to pursue Batman, urgent. Chapter 52. When Harry was taken to take a statement, Bruce and Bernard were waiting for him in the reception room of the police station. "Harry has been through so many misfortunes," Bruce complained to Bernard casually. He still remembered his speculation about the Osborn family's butler hiring someone to kill him. "I heard that the shareholders of the Osborn Group once hired someone to kill him." During the last eavesdropping, he already knew that Harry had almost no intense negative emotions towards Bird, who had harmed him. Now he wanted to see what the Osborn family's butler thought of Bird. After saying this, Bruce observed Bernard's reaction without leaving any trace, but unfortunately, the Osborn family's butler was just stunned. Fortunately, Master Harry discovered their evil intentions. Bernard's tone was normal, and there seemed to be nothing to doubt. But what Bernard could not accept the most at the moment was this matter. The child that he and Master Norman loved together almost died in a corner that they did not know. In order to solve the genetic disease of the Osborn family as much as possible, Master Norman and himself owed Harry a lot. But after nearly 10 years of separation, they only got a failed treatment and a scarred Harry. But fortunately, they have been punished by the law. Bruce continued to probe. But for those who truly care about Master Harry, no matter what kind of punishment, it is difficult to offset the suffering he has suffered. Bernard said this with a blank expression, but his tone was obviously different. Bruce made such an evaluation of a butler who cares extremely about Harry Osborn. But unlike Alfred, he is obviously more paranoid. If it is this kind of personality, it is not impossible to hire a killer to avenge Harry. So Bruce believed in his speculation more, but there is still no evidence now. But, should he go to find this evidence? After all, he is not a policeman, and this case has been completely taken over by the Bow, and there is actually no room for him to intervene. If the evidence of Bernard hiring a killer really exists, Bruce does not think they can't find it with the strength of the Bow. More importantly, will Harry take all the blame on himself after the incident breaks out? The two people in the reception room did not wait for a long time. Harry quickly finished the record and was brought back by Gordon. Slightly different from before, his tie was untied, and the black tie was casually held in his hand. At the same time, the buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned to the collarbone, revealing the knife wound on his neck last night. The scars hidden under his collar were revealed. Compared with last night, they were more serious. No wonder he looked weaker today than yesterday. Bruce's face was gloomy for a moment. He guessed that Harry tore his wounds after returning home, perhaps to deal with the police in Bow. Chief Gordon, what does this mean? Bernard didn't know how Harry's injuries came about. He once guessed that it was caused by Batman, but now it seems to have something to do with today's transcript. Mr. Osborn was injured by a serial killer last night. We need to take a brief look at the wound. In fact, it was requested by the Bow. They seemed to still doubt Harry Osborn, but no matter what they asked him to do, Harry Osborn cooperated as much as possible. In order to understand how he restrained a murderer with a knife, they even found a strong agent to arm wrestle with Osborn. Gordon remembered that the man's last name was Morgan, and he was a master of close combat. But the result was also unexpected. Harry lasted for 3 full minutes under his hands before he was twisted. He lasted for 3 minutes in a state of excessive blood loss and physical weakness. In this way, Harry's feasibility of taking the dagger by surprise was much higher, and his statement was more credible. But Harry still suppressed his strength to arm wrestle with Morgan. He just wanted to be trusted to a certain extent, and didn't want to be suspected to a greater extent. This time it was just a simple record to ask about the situation. There might be other situations that need to cooperate with the investigation in the future. In order to keep abreast of the progress of the case, Harry easily and without any reluctance agreed to cooperate at any time. It was already mid-afternoon when they came out of the police station. Harry, Bernard, and Bruce were walking towards the parking space. So, the wound on your neck was caused by a serial killer. Bernard hesitated. I was too careless. Harry didn't seem to care much, but fortunately it's just a minor injury. But his pale face and this sentence did not have any persuasiveness. This is not a minor injury. Bruce said disapprovingly. You should go home and have a good rest now, and it's best not to encounter such dangerous things again. Perhaps I should apologize to Batman for my misunderstanding. Bernard seemed to be muttering to himself, but the other two people present heard this sentence clearly. What misunderstanding? Harry may be the most confused person present. But it's not certain. After all, Bruce Batman Wayne himself is also very confused about this, but he has been misunderstood many times, and his curiosity is limited. Just thought he did. Bernard thought about how to express his meaning euphemistically, something bad. Bruce felt a little guilty for a moment. But Harry was shocked. How could it be possible? That's Batman. What bad things could Batman do to him? Harry hesitated and guessed. You don't think this wound was scratched by Batman, right? That's probably it. Bernard didn't explain, and admitted Harry's guess. Bruce thought that the butler of the Osborn family thought more than that, just like Alfred. But looking at Harry's appearance, he obviously didn't think so much. In this regard, Harry Osborn seemed to be too naive. Batman is just an ordinary person. Bruce was an ordinary person. He didn't want Harry to continue to worship and rely on him like this. This was a very dangerous signal. As the person being worshipped, he had clearly and deeply realized the danger of this situation. I know, Bruce. Harry knew this very well, just as Spider-Man was just his least sociable friend after taking off his mask. Without the shell of a superhero, he was just a person with some kind of firm pursuit. Batman is a flesh and blood human under his mask, and this is his greatest point. He is so admirable. Harry's tone was sincere and warm. He had just discovered his feelings for Batman, and now he wished that everyone around him knew how reliable and excellent Batman was. Seeing Harry like this, Bruce only thought of his dark thoughts last night. It was just an impulsive thought. He thought he shouldn't care too much, but the people around them always seemed to have a lot of inexplicable speculations, such as Alfred and Bernard. If someone must be responsible for these bizarre speculations, Bruce thinks that Harry's constant comments that Batman is so admirable should take most of the credit. Bruce, do you want to have afternoon tea together? Harry invited Bruce eagerly under Bernard's threatening eyes that he should go home and rest. Afternoon tea. Bruce's tone was a little surprised. "I think it's better for you to go home and recuperate now." Harry had a lot of questions to ask Bruce. This was his only friend with whom he could discuss emotional issues, but Harry glanced at Bernard again and suddenly felt that this matter didn't have to be discussed today. "Okay," Harry gave up regretfully, "then let's make an appointment another day." Although he said he was going to rest, Harry secretly changed into the full set of Green Goblin equipment that night and glided out of his house on a hang glider. When flying over Gotham, he began to think about how to pursue Batman. However, although he speculated that Batman did not have a fixed partner now, he still had to make sure whether the other party had a family or a lover before pursuing him. It was not something an Osborn should do to interfere with a third party. You can ask Robin or Red Robin about this question. They are both Batman's close partners and must know the answer to this question. Next, it should be to get closer. As a superhero, Batman should be more accepting of people like him. At least he will not be a drag in the action, and he can even help occasionally. He must also be able to protect himself, otherwise he will be captured by the enemy as a hostage. Harry felt that he met these requirements perfectly. Due to his limited experience in love, Harry had to use his limited knowledge to perfect his unlimited pursuit plan. He thought that his personality was not likable. As one of his closest family members and best friends, his father and Mary Jane liked Peter a little more. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he did not have a personality as likable as Peter. But it's not too late to start changing now, so he tried to work hard in Peter's direction. Harry flew around on a hang glider, relying on the poor lighting in some places in Gotham at night, and even dared to fly close to the roof. "Batman, there is a robbery going on near Robinson Park." Alfred, who was observing the security situation in Gotham, discovered the incident in time and immediately informed Batman, who was on night patrol. Batman and Robin immediately turned around and started to rush to Robinson Park. The park was not close to where they were, but if they drove the Batmobile, they would not be late. The woman who was being robbed at knife point was a lady with a handbag. The blonde lady was being forced by the gangster to walk to a more remote place with a knife. She only screamed when she was held hostage. When the knife-emitting cold air was placed in front of her neck, she dared not scream. The blonde lady tried to give her handbag to the gangster to save herself, but the gangster did not seem satisfied. "Please, don't kill me," she begged for mercy in a trembling voice. The blade pressed on her neck from time to time, cutting a series of not light or heavy scars, and her pure white collar was almost stained red. Perhaps because she was too scared, the feeling of pain was not sensitive at this time. When they were completely in a remote corner, the strong criminal suddenly covered the blonde lady's mouth with one hand, put his arm around her neck and dragged her into the woods. Once dragged in, she didn't know what would happen, so she struggled hard, and her legs left 2 long drag marks on the ground. "Hey!" A voice suddenly greeted the criminal behind him, and he quickly turned around with the poor lady hostage, with the tip of the knife pointed steadily at the lady's chest. Unfortunately, after turning around, he didn't see any figure at all. The criminal began to panic and tightened his hand holding the knife. "Over here." The voice came from above his head again, and the criminal subconsciously looked up, but before he could see clearly, he was knocked out by someone and fell into a coma after hitting a tree. The kidnapped lady fell to the ground in a daze. She looked at the unconscious criminal, and then looked at the figure who was holding the criminal against the tree with his back to her, floating in the air on a strange machine, wearing armor. Even though she was rescued, the lady seemed even more scared. She stood there motionless and didn't dare to move. The brave Green Goblin himself was thinking whether his performance just now had any flavor of Spider-Man. In this case, Peter seemed to be considerate and said something to the victim to divert attention so that the threatened person would not be so scared. But before Harry turned around and said anything, 2 strong lights suddenly came from the distance. Harry subconsciously turned his head and looked over. It was the lights of the Batmobile. "Harry, who wouldn't like Peter? How am I pretending? If long comments are added to the update, will there be a chance to receive a long comment? How about 1 long comment plus 2 updates? Or 3 updates? I think it's not impossible to squeeze it out." Chapter 53. After the lights of the Batmobile were turned on, Batman and Robin in the car saw the Green Goblin in front of them, who was riding on a hang glider and holding an unconscious robber in his hand. "Isn't he injured and recuperating at home?" Robin asked the Green Goblin if he would come today before he came out. "He should recuperate at home." Batman took a deep breath and didn't know what to say. "Do something. Now." Harry was holding the unconscious robber and looked at the Batmobile approaching rapidly, feeling a little helpless. At this moment, Harry suddenly remembered the blonde lady who fell to the ground. He hadn't said anything to ease her fear. So Harry, flying in the air, threw the man in his hand casually, just not far from the blonde lady. The lady clearly saw the big mouthful of blood vomited from the man's mouth, who was thrown down not far away. Harry approached the lady on his glider. "You are a brave lady to go home alone in Gotham at night." "Very good," full of humor. The blonde lady who fell to the ground only saw the man on the hideous hovercraft approaching her slowly and threatening her with his weird voice. She was so scared that she supported herself with her hands behind her back and kept moving back. "Please, don't kill me." Batman just got out of the car and heard this. She looked so scared that she was about to cry, so Harry stopped silently. Batman certainly would not misunderstand that Harry wanted to hurt people at will, but he looked at Harry's equipment that was almost as hideous as his own, or even better, and he could fully understand why Harry was so scary. Batman thought that the Green Goblin himself didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with his appearance. At this moment, Harry was standing stiffly on his glider, not daring to approach the lady casually, nor daring to look in Batman's direction. Harry, who was eager to show Batman his optimistic, humorous and considerate side, failed completely. Although he actually didn't have all the qualities he wanted to show. It was not until Robin led the patrolman over that they left the place with peace of mind before the patrolman showed up. The Batmobile had been driven away by Alfred remotely. They were now jumping between tall buildings, and of course, the Green Goblin was flying. From their accidental encounter until now, Batman had not spoken a word to the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin had remained silent for some reason. Controlling the glider flight did not require much concentration. Harry could completely rely on his reflexes to avoid almost all obstacles in advance. While flying with Batman and Robin, he began to think about how he should get closer to Batman. Harry's eyes secretly watched the jumping Batman. The wind on the roof was blowing. Every time he jumped, the cape behind Batman would be blown up by the wind. At this time, Harry could see Batman's powerful waist that was usually hidden, and his strong legs. It was not that Harry wanted to see these, he just wanted to see Batman. Even if it was just a corner of the cape blown up by the wind, Harry thought it was the most handsome cape corner in the world. Batman finally stopped sitting in the Batmobile and asked him to follow on night patrol. "Harry, why don't you say something?" "Don't worry, Harry, calm down, and imagine what Peter would say when he meets someone he likes." Harry successfully calmed himself down and began to look at Batman's agile figure while thinking about what Peter would do if he encountered such a thing. But, damn it, no matter what Harry thought, Peter would only stutter and say some confusing words in his mind. Why is Peter so unreliable? "What are you doing?" Robin's voice suddenly appeared in Harry's ears. Harry, who was distracted, was startled and almost hit the spire of a church while wobbling on his hang glider. The movements of the two of them successfully attracted Batman's disapproving gaze. The Green Goblin flew back to Robin on the glider after circling the spire. "Robin, are you always so elusive? You're distracted." Robin had been following Batman, but he felt that the Green Goblin couldn't see him at all. "Why are you always looking at Batman?" "I'm not." "You are." "Very good, he is an adult and won't argue with Robin about this. Since he doesn't know how to talk to Batman for the time being, why not ask Robin about Batman's emotional state? Want to try the glider?" Harry's intuition told him that if he asked Robin this question directly, he would most likely be directly retorted by Robin. Robin could see that the glider under Harry's feet needed to be paired with special combat boots, but he obviously wouldn't wear the ones Harry had worn, especially since he couldn't wear them either. "But that was a bat-shaped glider, how do I try it?" "All I need is a prop that fits the sole of the shoe. Just fit the positioning and traction functions to Robin's sole through the prop, so that even without combat boots, it can be tried well. Tomorrow night we can change our equipment for night patrol." "I don't think you'll use my equipment." Robin threw out the grappling gun and flew out. Harry thought that the little boy was too embarrassed to express his feelings directly, so he decided to make this little prop as soon as he got back. After Robin's fright, Harry successfully broke free from his inner limits. He accelerated and flew to the side of Batman, who was moving forward. "Batman, good evening. You shouldn't show up tonight." Batman didn't look in Harry's direction. He was still angry at Harry for wantonly damaging his body. The wound on the side of his neck had almost injured the external carotid artery. Batman couldn't imagine how serious Harry's wound would be after it was torn again. Seeing his pale face this afternoon, Batman guessed that he must have bled a lot again. Why? Harry thought Batman was still concerned about the serial killer, and his tone was unconsciously filled with grievance and questioning, because of that damned serial killer. He didn't mean to kill him, he just couldn't control himself. Batman suddenly stopped on the rooftop of an abandoned building when he heard this. He looked at the Green Goblin not far away from him and walked towards him expressionlessly. Robin stepped lightly on the edge of the rooftop. Seeing Batman approaching him, Harry cooperated and landed the hang glider on the rooftop. Whether a serial killer should be put to death or not is naturally determined by the law. Batman walked up to the Green Goblin and looked up at him. Even though the Green Goblin was now landing on the rooftop, he was a head taller than Batman on the hang glider. You are not qualified to comment on this and conduct a trial. Besides, Batman did not have any negative comments about Harry for this. He was just angry that Harry did not care about his body. It was just that Harry's initiative to bring up this matter reminded him of Mike, who died quietly in Blackgate Prison. That was like the beginning of Harry's fall. Batman once marveled at Harry's glittering soul. He thought that was the starting point of Harry's growth. However, in fact, that was the eve of a pure white soul being stained with filth. He wanted to see the glitter of Harry's soul again. Batman tried to slow down his tone. He didn't want his words to sound like preaching. Green Goblin, you should try to restrain yourself, you have excellent talents. And I am wasting him. Harry interrupted Batman, that's what my father said before he died, I don't want to hear it again. It was less than a few months before Norman Osborn's funeral. Batman was stunned. He seemed to ignore that Harry was just a 20-year-old boy who had just lost his last relative. He should be more patient with Harry Osborn. He needed guidance, not accusations. I don't want to judge him. Harry tried to refute Batman's misunderstanding of him. There was no trial either. But in fact, if Batman hadn't arrived in time, he would have completely killed a disgusting murderer, so his pale rebuttal seemed to be a quibble for himself. Being accused by the person he liked was too much of a blow to Harry. He stood upright on the glider, refusing to bow his head at all, as if softening his attitude a little bit would be admitting his fault. Batman is especially not good at facing such scenes, and it is easy to see this from his completely disharmonious family relationship. In short, Harry Osborn's problem is not something that can be solved overnight, and we can still take our time now. Until this night patrol was completely over, there was no more conversation between the two of them. Alfred was making tea while waiting for Batman and Robin to come back from their night patrol. Tonight, an unexpected visitor came to the Batcave. In order to welcome him, Alfred even specially baked the cookies that were very popular in the Wayne family. Superman, if you can come every day, maybe I can eat Alfred's cookies every day. Red Robin was watching the surveillance for Alfred, while holding the snacks that Superman gave him in his hand. Of course, if Batman welcomes me. As you can imagine, Batman is not very welcoming, even though they are the best partners. When Batman returned to the Batcave, he saw Superman sitting upright in the Batcave, with a plate of snacks in front of him, eating them happily one by one. What happened? Less than 3,000 words. Big failure. There will probably be an update tomorrow afternoon to make up for it. I have obsessive compulsive disorder and want to get a row of red flowers. Chapter 54. Batman, long time no see. Superman seemed to be in a good mood, and he even waved to the gloomy Batman. Batman usually wouldn't ask a question a second time if he had already asked it once, because acquaintances would answer it on their own initiative, and enemies would tell you without even asking, but there were also those who made you guess like the Riddler. It's not an urgent matter. Superman was holding a small snack in his left hand. Robin shook his head and walked to Alfred's side. It was really obvious from Superman's expression that it was not urgent at all. Luthor recently got another batch of kryptonite. Superman heard someone at the port discussing smuggling last night, so Superman flew to the port without any precautions, but he didn't expect to see with his own eyes that someone was planning to steal from the inside. When the box was opened, there was a large piece of rare mineral with a faint green light. When Superman fell directly on the top of the warehouse, he was very glad that he hadn't flown down yet. If Superman was fighting alone, he would still be worried about Luthor getting the kryptonite, but now he is not alone. He has many reliable teammates, especially Batman. Luthor can't be allowed to have kryptonite. This is the consensus of the entire Justice League. Unlike Batman, Harry sneaked out. Not only was he not welcomed back home, he even had to pray that Bernard didn't find out. Tonight was really miserable. Harry was a little regretful about his decision to sneak out tonight. If he hadn't gone out, he and Batman wouldn't have had an argument. Although Batman didn't say anything very heartless, Harry was still in a low mood. He quietly landed in the dark attic under the cover of night. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the dark attic suddenly lit up, and Bernard stood next to the switch in neat clothes. "Master Harry," Bernard said with a worried tone, "at least you told me when you were hurt and went out to do these things." "Bernard," Harry's voice sounded listless and very depressed, "I'm sorry." The young master's depression was so obvious that Bernard quickly put aside his anger when he found Harry sneaking out without caring about his health. "You look very sad, what happened?" Harry took off the mask and goggles on his face, jumped off the glider, walked to Bernard and hugged him. "I was misunderstood by Batman today. I'm just a little sad. The most important thing is that he has no way to refute this misunderstanding. You don't have to take Batman's opinions so seriously. Batman is not a simple person." Bernard doesn't want Harry to continue to be hurt by Batman, even though Batman has saved Harry, and more than once. But this is not a reason for him to hurt Harry wantonly. But what can he do? Harry let go of Bernard's arm. He likes Batman, very much. He hopes that he is at least a trustworthy person in Batman's heart, even if he can never be liked the same way. The price of staying up late and sneaking out for the night patrol was that he had to stay in bed the next day under Bernard's watch. Even the small props promised to Robin were made by Harry hiding under the quilt when Bernard was away. You always have to do what you promise to others, especially when Batman knows about the agreement. Maybe his image in Batman's heart has plummeted, and now it can be saved a little bit. While hiding under the quilt to adjust the props, Harry always pays attention to whether there are footsteps outside the door. Only at this time can he clearly realize how useful the 5 senses enhanced by the strengthening potion are. So when Bernard walked into the bedroom with the afternoon snack for Harry, Harry was lying on the bed with sweat all over his head. "Are you hot?" Bernard touched Harry's forehead. "Is the wound inflamed and the condition worsened?" "Inflammation of the wound is completely nonsense. Harry's exposed wound has completely scabbed and is about to heal. Maybe it's the weather." Harry stretched out his arm to wipe the hot sweat from his body, or maybe it was also the cold sweat from the sudden fright when he discovered Bernard when he pushed the door open. With his other hand, he spread out the props on the bed, fearing that any one of them would be too prominent and be discovered by Bernard. The lightness of Bernard's footsteps left a deep impression on Harry's mind today. After a whole day of recuperation, Harry finally got a chance to go out. He took the small props he had secretly made, changed into his uniform, and flew out of the attic with both yearning and a little timidity. You must always do what you promise to others, except for updating. I tried my best. I also updated the next 3,000 words today. The update at 12 o'clock is being edited, and it should not be posted later than 12:30, GGG. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. Batman planned to get the kryptonite from Luthor as soon as possible, but an incident happened in Gotham tonight that slowed him down. Someone was buying and selling people, and a cargo ship full of these captured or kidnapped people would stop by Gotham Port tonight to resupply, and then be shipped from Gotham to all parts of the world. Batman would not allow this to happen, so tonight's night patrol was to find these hidden people and rescue them. But, try it quickly and see if it works. Harry, Batman, and Robin met and threw the shoe cover-like thing in his hand to Robin, and then he jumped off the glider. Robin subconsciously dodged the thing flying towards him, and the small prop made by Harry fell to the ground with a thud, just at Robin's feet. You should be glad that I didn't cut it off directly. Robin realized belatedly what he had dodged. It doesn't matter, it just fell. This thing is durable, after all, it is something you step on. Harry checked the surface and found no damage. Out of absolute confidence in his work, he assured Robin, "It's okay, it won't break." Robin stepped his foot into the green shoe cover with doubt, and then jumped onto the hang glider. The foot controls the direction and height, Harry only explained briefly, and Robin was already flying steadily on the hang glider. This is too easy. Robin gradually controlled the hang glider, which was larger than his body, to fly off the ground, and threw his grappling gun to the Green Goblin. "I hope you don't hold me back today." "Of course I won't." There are some dangerous things in the belly of the hang glider, don't throw them around. Harry thought to himself that he still had to tell Robin, although these things needed to be taken out by pressing a switch, which was very safe. But what if something happened? I won't touch your things. They both looked very happy, so Batman, who was about to stop them from playing around, took back the words he was about to say, and just turned on the headset and told Robin, who was flying higher and higher, to keep in touch. Robin flew very high. As a first-time hang glider operator, he was a little too bold and gifted. But considering that he usually treated night patrols as extreme sports, and now he was just simply operating a hang glider, it was easier to accept. Follow me. Batman turned and walked towards the Batmobile, and suddenly found that Harry was still standing there with a grappling gun. Do you want to go by yourself? Of course not. Batman invited him to ride in the Batmobile. Harry tied the grappling gun to his waist and quickly ran to catch up with Batman in front. Since the action tonight has been determined, they can drive towards the Gotham port with a clear goal. Harry sat upright in the co-pilot of the Batmobile, looking straight at the night scene passing by quickly outside the front window. He was criticized yesterday. Although he successfully got the opportunity to be alone with Batman today, Harry dared not speak casually. He became more cautious, when getting along with Batman. Batman didn't have so many concerns, but Harry was quieter than usual, making him think that the other party was still unhappy about what happened yesterday. Harry's heart was in great torment. He wanted to say something, but he was afraid that he would lead things to a worse direction. His eyes slid across Batman's calm profile, focusing on the thin lips that were pursed lightly. Then he quickly retracted his glance as if he was burned. Under the Green Goblin's undesigned visor, Harry's face was red. He couldn't help but blame himself for his lust and tried to restrain his restless eyes under the black windshield. Harry, who used all his energy to restrain himself from thinking about random things, could ignore the quiet and silent atmosphere in the car. So the time Harry had been looking forward to alone for a long time passed in silence. I'm already at Gotham Port. Robin rushed to the mission site first, and he found the target cargo ship in the sky. Don't expose yourself. Batman was obviously very confident in Robin's ability, but he was not very confident about Robin, who was using the Green Goblin's hang glider for the first time. Be careful to hide, Green Goblin, and I will be there soon. Usually Green Goblin was the one who heard this sentence. Batman and Robin were together, and then he told him, Robin and I will be there soon. A sentence that makes people feel close. Harry knows that he thinks too much, but he just can't help but pay attention to Batman's words and deeds. Batman and Green Goblin, who set out later, also rushed to the port. The Batmobile is too big. In order to avoid attracting the enemy's attention, they parked the Batmobile behind a desolate warehouse. It is still a distance from the port, but for the speed of Batman and Green Goblin running, they can get there immediately. The black and dark green armor can almost achieve an invisible effect in the dim night of Gotham, especially Batman. His equipment is even anti-reflective. Green Goblin always feels Batman's carefulness and prudence in some small places, and at the same time, he is more and more aware of his own shortcomings and inconsideration. With excellent people, he can also become a very excellent person. Harry followed Batman and ran with him in the moonless night. The target ship has docked. It looks normal on the outside, but it is full of filth and crime inside. Perhaps because they knew they could not withstand a careful inspection, the ship was docked very close to the side, just at the outermost edge of Gotham Harbor. There were very few people coming and going here, and the lights were dim, which made it very convenient for these sneaky people to do some restless things, and it was also very convenient for Batman to sneak into the cabin with his men. A dozen people on the ship had just got off the ship, probably to deal with the supply matters. Robin was on a glider and it was not convenient for him to enter the ship, so he was responsible for guarding outside. This was the first time in Green Goblin's life that he had done something like infiltration. He was not as good at psychological games or scheming as Norman Osborn, but more like Peter. He was also used to being straightforward and relying purely on physical attacks to achieve his goals. Therefore, although his physical fitness was greatly improved, he knew nothing about the skills of lurking. But with Batman in front, he could always go right by following Batman. The patrols on the ship were in groups of 2. Since Batman and Green Goblin got on board, they had avoided 5 groups of patrolmen with guns tied around their waists and successfully sneaked into the first cargo hold of the ship. It was filled with normal cargo, just as they had registered. If there was no cargo hold, There was still a second one, where they could always find the people who were locked up. Concerned about the safety of the hostages, they could not break out by force, and even had to carefully avoid all patrols and sentries. Harry put 200% of his energy into following Batman to hide himself. He felt that his behavior was very standard, but he encountered a rotten ship on the deck that made a sound when stepped on. When he heard a slight creak sound on the quiet deck, Harry wanted to cut off his feet under Batman's gaze. This slight sound was too obvious on the quiet deck. Although it was only one sound, it still attracted the attention of the patrol. They just touched the door of the second cargo hold. Batman pried open the door before the two patrolmen came over, pulled the Green Goblin into the cargo hold and closed the door again, then hooked the beam and stepped on it. Harry followed suit and took out the grappling gun that Robin threw to him, fired at the beam, and the metal grappling claw swept over the beam and pierced into the ceiling of the cargo hold. There was another slight sound. The patrolmen were getting closer, and Harry nervously retracted his grappling hook, wanting to take this opportunity to hook again. "Are you sure you heard a sound inside?" A man's rough voice came from outside the door. "Of course, I can still lie to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the key opening the door came in. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Harry was about to continue firing the grappling hook, but Batman had already jumped down quietly. He circled the Green Goblin's waist without armor, held the Green Goblin's hand firing the grappling hook gun, and personally demonstrated how to accurately hook the target. The two of them squatted together. The target was too big, and Batman was worried that the beam would be broken, so he lay on the beam and fixed the Green Goblin on him. During the whole process, he was worried that Harry would cause a bigger noise due to his subconscious struggle, but unexpectedly, Harry not only did not have any reflex movements of his limbs, but he didn't even make a sound. Of course, Harry would not make a sound. The moment Batman's hand grabbed his waist, his heartbeat almost stopped, let alone making a sound. His breathing completely stopped. Only when he lay on Batman's armor did he regain his normal breathing. At this time, he was both happy and regretful for wearing the armor. The armor perfectly concealed his heart, which was beating violently due to nervousness, and at the same time, it separated him from Batman even further. Almost at the moment when they lay on the beam, the door of the cargo hold was opened in the next second. The light of the flashlight carefully scanned the entire cargo hold. There were only a few things placed inside, and the whole space was quiet, without any movement at all. "I think you just heard it wrong." This was the person who had just questioned whether there was any sound inside. Let's go, don't waste time here, we still have to feed the cargo." The flashlight moved away from the inside, and the cargo hold door was closed again. "Cargo?" Harry came back to his senses. He lay on Batman and asked softly, "The cargo they are talking about should be the person we are looking for." They were very close, and Harry's eyes with goggles were almost facing Batman's pale lips. After he reacted, he quickly pulled back and rolled down from the beam. Batman's hand that was holding Harry's waist loosened, and he jumped down from the beam lightly. "Follow and see." "Did he catch up?" Exclamation mark. Chapter 56. The lighting on the entire ship was very dim. They obviously wanted to avoid the ship being noticed as much as possible. There were many boxes stacked on the cargo ship deck, enough for Batman and Green Goblin to hide before the patrol arrived. They carefully avoided the patrolmen who were yawning and chatting, and followed the two people who almost discovered them before from a distance. Cargo holds 1 and 2 had been investigated, and there was nothing unusual inside. Judging from the direction the two people in front were going, they should be heading to cargo hold 3 at the stern. The light of the flashlight flashed from time to time by the side of Batman and Green Goblin. Batman stretched out his right arm to block Green Goblin behind him. The two slowly leaned in the shadow of the stacked boxes. The beam of light brushed Batman's armor and shone in other directions. Another group of patrolmen passed by them around the corner. Harry remained quiet and did nothing extra except Batman's instructions. The two people they followed had opened the door of cargo hold 3 and walked in, but the two were very careful and locked the door immediately after entering. However, since they had found the approximate location, they didn't mind waiting a little longer to see what was going on. While waiting, Batman and the Green Goblin hid among the cargo boxes stacked on the deck. "How are we going to rescue those people later?" Since Harry joined Batman's night patrol, he has been dealing with street crimes, so they are not very tacit in this kind of rescue situation. In other words, he is not familiar with the Batman style of doing things. Harry leaned close to Batman and whispered softly, and his voice with unnatural electricity sounded in Batman's ears. It was not as good as his original voice, and this thought flashed through Batman's mind. After finding the people, you are responsible for protecting the hostages, and Robin and I will lead these human traffickers away. In the small space, Batman's deep voice became more and more seductive. But at this time, Harry didn't care about his distracted mind at all, because the two people they were chasing had already come out of the number 3 cargo hold. Batman can pick locks, Harry wanted to sigh when he pried open the door of warehouse number 2. He is great, he can do anything. The door of warehouse number 3 was also opened smoothly with Batman's simple operation. Harry looked around and saw that no one had discovered them yet. Taking this opportunity, they slipped in. Harry thought they would be able to see the kidnapped target when they went in, but the entire warehouse was just filled with neatly arranged cargo boxes, which looked normal. However, compared with the first 2 cargo holds, the air in this cargo hold was obviously much more turbid. The traces of the first 2 people entering were obvious. The gray footprints extended to the middle of the cargo hold, and the cargo boxes that were not tightly closed were placed next to it. Batman walked to the uncovered cargo box and opened the lid. Inside was a whole box of low-quality cereal. Isn't this the food they prepared for the hostages along the way? The young master had never seen such an outrageous situation. Batman didn't say anything. He followed the footprints and the remaining traces of cereal to an open space in the cargo hold, found a very thin trace on the wooden deck, took out a dagger and pried up the entire wooden board. Suddenly, a chaotic smell came out from the crack that had been pried open. Harry walked over and looked down. The warehouse that was supposed to be used to seal and store certain goods was actually filled with densely packed people. They numbly looked up in the direction of Batman and the Green Goblin, with neither hope nor fear in their eyes. Scattered dry cereal fell on the stained floor and also scattered between their long uncombed hair. Harry had never seen such a scene before. He knew that not everyone could live a rich life, and he knew that there were always people whose lives were a mess, but he could never imagine that this kind of misery had no limit. When he was in New York, he went to school, graduated, and worked like everyone around him. Even though his life had undergone great changes, he had never witnessed a hellish scene before him. No mentally normal person could remain indifferent to this, even Harry, who is not so normal. A person can be killed, but not tortured, Harry thought so. Batman. A weak voice came from below. Harry looked in the direction of the voice and saw a thin, teenage boy, whose eyes seemed to light up instantly. Are you here to save us? I'm here to save you. Batman did not simply say as Harry had guessed, but patiently answered the boy's question and comforted them. You'll be fine. Harry's eyes were hidden behind the black goggles, and he looked at Batman wantonly, and was moved by his inadvertent tenderness. However, Batman was sensitive, and Harry quickly looked away. He saw the ladder in the corner and walked over to move the ladder over. Let them out first. Harry sent the ladder down vertically, and the upper part of the ladder just supported the deck. The boy who recognized Batman stepped on the ladder without hesitation and came up. He said to the people behind him, Batman is a superhero, he is here to save us. Then people followed one after another, and Batman and the Green Goblin were waiting by the side. I will lead those people away with Robin in a while, and you take them to hide. Batman instructed Harry again. Without further ado, Batman quickly contacted Robin, who was flying on a glider directly above the freighter, ready to cooperate with Batman to launch an attack at any time. At this time, the hostages basically came up from the small space, and there were about 50 or 60 people at a glance. Batman opened the hatch and walked out, and then carefully closed the hatch. Through the door, Harry finally heard Batman's voice signaling Robin to start the action. Batman will lead the people outside away. Harry could feel the uneasiness of these hostages. Their belief in Batman did not mean that they believed in the Green Goblin. But Harry didn't care, their trust in Batman was enough. The moment Robin flew down from the sky, he instantly attracted the attention of all the patrol officers on the ship. They neatly took out their guns and pointed them at Robin, shooting upwards with accuracy. While Robin attracted all their attention, Batman appeared from the other side and rushed into the chaotic encirclement. With the help of the cargo boxes stacked on the deck, he quickly dealt with these people who were equipped with guns but whose strength was still worrying. Although they were not strong, their large numbers were an advantage. Batman was not unable to cope with them, but he was curious why our Robin had not come down yet. After throwing a man who was ambushing him from behind onto the deck, he took the time to look up into the air. Robin, who was standing on a hang glider, was flying upside down and wobbling. Robin, Batman was a little worried that he might have had an accident. What happened? Damn it, Robin gritted his teeth and said, the left shoe cover is not working, I can't control the direction. Be careful. Batman jumped onto the stacked boxes and jumped down from the other side, knocking out several people who tried to surround him. The gunshots and screams here quickly attracted those who had disembarked for supplies. They followed the leader and ran back frantically. They followed the order to split into two groups. One group quickly joined the melee on the deck, and the other group followed the order to run towards the location of cabin number 3. Batman. The leader obviously knew Batman. If you don't want those hostages to die here, you'd better give up resistance. After saying this, he raised a bomb detonator in his hand. There's a bomb in cabin number 3 that we have set up long ago. Batman stopped attacking and secretly called the Green Goblin. Take them out of that cabin. Through the communicator, Harry easily learned the current situation. There's a bomb installed here. Follow me to leave here. He kicked open the warehouse door and cleared the way in front, followed by the terrified crowd. Accidents always happen so easily. After Harry came out of the cabin, he saw Robin hanging upside down in the air at first sight. He tried hard to dodge the bullets shot at him. How could this happen? Harry clenched his hands and began to think about what mistakes he made when making props. Was it because he was debugging on the bed or because he failed just now? No matter what the reason, Batman's plan was deadlocked because of his mistakes, and Harry began to get anxious because of it. Robin was trying to get his feet out of the shoe covers. He bent over and fumbled with his hands, trying to find the mechanism on the hang glider. Harry, who was suppressing his anxiety, led the others to run down the ship. In the gap between the cargo boxes on the deck, he saw Batman, who was forced back to the side of the ship. Countless pistols were pointed at him, and it seemed that he would be shot dead in the next second. Harry's clenched hands began to tremble, and his anxiety escalated into violence. He subconsciously wanted to take out the pumpkin bomb to blow all those people up, but when he touched the grappling gun on his waist, he remembered that his bombs were all on the hang glider. Unlike Harry, Batman was not worried about his situation. None of the kidnappers dared to approach him. They only threatened him with the safety of the hostages and told him not to act rashly. Moreover, he saw Harry coming out with the hostages, which made him completely free from being controlled by others. However, when he was about to fight back, he noticed that another group of people who had been separated at the beginning were chasing Harry and his group with guns. With the Green Goblin's ability, he could completely deal with those people, so Batman was not too worried. He focused on the people surrounding him, intending to attract their attention so that Harry could take the hostage and leave first. Harry, who realized that he had no pumpkin bomb on him, barely regained some of his sanity. He noticed the people chasing them, and his anger seemed to have an object event instantly. As for Robin in the sky, he found the mechanism. The next second after he pressed it, a bowl-sized hole opened in the middle of the glider, and an orange-red pumpkin bomb was launched from it and fell directly in the direction of Batman. It was too late for Robin to realize that something was wrong. He suddenly remembered that the Green Goblin said that there were some dangerous things in the glider. In a hurry, he pulled his feet out with force, but because the direction of the glider could not be controlled, his landing point was deviating in the direction of the Green Goblin. Harry, who had always been distracted by Robin, saw the scene of the orange-red pumpkin bomb being fired. It was the only high-damage bomb in the entire glider. It would explode immediately with a slight collision. Not only Batman, but the entire ship might sink on the spot. The only way was to open the safety device on the bomb, which was the back door he had specially set on the bomb in case of unexpected situations. Seeing that the people chasing the hostages with guns were about to rush in front of them, Harry completely ignored them and turned to run towards Batman. The Green Goblin, who had developed his body speed to the extreme, rushed to the other side of the deck almost instantly. Batman watched him abandon the hostage and rush towards him. The hostage fell into the hands of the traffickers again, and they even shot at the hostage's legs as if to vent their anger. Batman was furious at this time, and he was suddenly extremely disappointed with Harry Osborn. Batman, who completely excluded the Green Goblin from his plan, sped up to deal with the enemies around him. The orange-red pumpkin bomb flashed green light and was about to fall next to Batman. Harry jumped in mid-air to catch the bomb, and pressed the switch of the safety device at the moment the green light turned red, successfully preventing the explosion of the bomb. Harry fell to the deck panting, and the last enemy next to Batman also fell down with his hands on his waist. Robin, who was originally falling towards Harry, shook off the blood on his knife. The traffickers who surrounded the hostages and took their anger out on them also fell down covered in blood. There were only 3 sober people left on the deck, along with the panicked hostages. Green Goblin. Batman retracted his gaze and looked at Harry angrily. Although it's a bit late, I wish my friends who are about to take the exam good luck and do their best. Come on. And go to bed early. Good night. Chapter 57. Harry's restless mood was temporarily relieved as the safety valve on the pumpkin bomb opened, but he heard Batman's angry voice immediately afterwards. He had expected it when he started to move. Harry looked back and saw the seriously injured hostage. It was reasonable for Batman to be angry about this. He could explain, Harry half raised his hand holding the pumpkin bomb, but he didn't have time to finish. I have always turned a blind eye to your dark behavior. Batman did not give him a chance to explain, but lowered his voice. I expected you to correct it, but what I waited for was only worse. Harry clenched the bomb and put his hand down. Facing Batman's accusation, he was at a loss and heartbroken. The temporarily buried crazy emotions were ready to move in the sand pile of reason, but he just asked back in a calm tone, dark behavior, what did I do? He never thought that he had done anything against his conscience, but he suffered such a severe accusation for no reason. However, Harry's innocent tone at this time completely ignited Batman. He actually never thought that he had done anything wrong. Mike's death. Batman approached Harry. Do you think you are not wrong? The Mike who killed the original Harry? Harry was stunned. He didn't think he did anything wrong. Mike should be responsible for Harry's death. I am not wrong. He deserves to die. Then, what about the private purchase of a large number of contraband items? Batman continued to ask. You are the real buyer of John Jones. Harry fell silent. He never thought of hiding this from Batman, but he didn't expect that he didn't have to confess it all. Batman always knew, it's me, so what? Even if it wasn't him, the batch of arms would fall into the hands of others sooner or later. At least he wouldn't use it to do evil. Even at this point, Harry Osborn was still indifferent. Batman found that he actually believed from the bottom of his heart that he was not wrong. Then, what about the butler who covered up your purchase? Murder. People. Batman had already walked in front of Harry. After saying this, he clearly noticed that Harry's body suddenly stiffened. Hire a killer. Harry suddenly laughed. Only I would do such a dark thing. Harry suddenly felt ridiculous. When he liked Batman one-sidedly, how did Batman see him? A criminal to be observed? Or a murderer who needed special precautions? As Batman expected, Harry Osborn did have the idea of taking the blame for his butler. He didn't want to waste words with Harry Osborn anymore, but said in a tired and cold tone, after tonight, don't let me see the Green Goblin appear in Gotham. The thin sand pile paved by reason could no longer suppress the anger that turned into a huge wave. Harry activated the mechanism on his special combat boots and called back the glider that disappeared in the night sky. The hideous steel machine rushed from the sky at a very fast speed and stopped steadily beside the ship. Harry took 2 steps back and jumped off the deck. The glider slowly rose and gradually rose above the deck. The orange-red pumpkin bomb was thrown twice in Harry's hand. He turned off the safety switch expressionlessly, and the bomb began to flash an ominous green light again. Even now, he still had no intention of throwing the open bomb at the ship, but the urgent need to vent his emotions prompted him to destroy something. Not far from the ship was a freighter that had not sailed for a long time. The next second after Harry saw the ship, he threw the open bomb in his hand over. The pumpkin bomb flashed green light, and the green light quickly turned red. Batman saw the whole process of the Green Goblin throwing the unknown object with his own eyes. There was no time to stop it. He could only watch the suspected dangerous object being thrown at another ship, and then watched it explode the moment it touched the ship. Almost at the moment of the explosion, the ship not far away was covered by raging flames and smoke. The shock wave caused by the explosion spread outward with the ship as the center, and the seawater was raised by a huge wave. The ship where Batman and his companions were was also affected. In the surging seawater, the anchor could hardly restrain the ship. Farewell, Batman. After saying this, Harry turned around and stepped on the glider and disappeared in the surging seawater and red flames. Batman, whose hearing was temporarily affected by the explosion, did not hear Harry's words, but the equipment on his body recorded everything that had just happened. As the explosion ended, the surging seawater quickly calmed down. After the smoke dissipated, they could easily see the remaining wreckage of the ship floating on the sea, with clusters of flames burning on the sea. Many sea fish floated up with their bodies turned upside down, burned black by the fire. After everything calmed down, the sirens of ambulances and police cars came from a distance. It should be Red Robin or Alfred who notified the police station and the hospital. He just wanted to catch the bomb. Robin rarely explained for others, I accidentally activated the launch device of the glider. Although the matter still came down to the malfunctioning prop. Batman was silent. Seeing the scene in front of him, he had completely understood the reason why the Green Goblin made this choice at the time. At least in this matter, he should not be blamed. Are you going to find him? Robin no longer resisted the Green Goblin. After he rushed to Batman's side without hesitation and caught the dangerous bomb. No need. Batman rejected Robin's proposal. Although Harry should not be blamed for this matter, other problems still exist. His contempt for life and his disregard for rules are the reasons why he is not suitable for continuing the job of vigilante. Perhaps he should have let Harry Osborn return to his original life and return to the position he should be in. Compared to becoming a masked vigilante, he is more suitable to be an Osborn to do more bright things. In terms of life plans, they are not on the same path. Harry flew back to the Osborn villa in a daze. The open skylight in the attic was like the mouth of a beast. He fell straight down, kicked the glider to the wall roughly, and tore off the armor that was tightly holding him. If it was a normal night patrol, he should come back in the early morning, and Bernard would be waiting in the attic at that time to light a golden night light for him. But tonight was different. He came back very early and didn't need Bernard to wait for him in the early morning. It won't be necessary anymore. He can go back to his normal routine, get up at a normal time and eat the breakfast Bernard prepared carefully. He can clock in on time and Miss Felicia won't have to be so busy all day. His life will return to its original direction. There will be no more Green Goblin, no more Night Watch, and no more Batman. Harry took off all his equipment and threw his goggles casually in the corner. The lens was completely broken. The armor was torn into several pieces, and the carefully sprayed paint on it was deeply scratched. Harry, who was only left with a black tights, walked out of the attic barefoot, leaving only the scrapped equipment on the ground. Bernard would know that he was back when he saw this. Harry stepped into the bathtub filled with cold water naked, relaxed his body and lay down. His whole world was quiet until he sank to the bottom of the bathtub filled with water. A friendship for self-entertainment and a wishful crush ended at the same time. He should have known that his life did not deserve those luxuries. Batman is still the upright and trustworthy superhero, but he will never land outside Harry's window again. Batman and Robin quickly left after placing the hostages before the Gotham Police Department arrived. Maybe you should go and apologize to that boy. To Alfred, Harry Osborn was indeed a young boy. He was expecting Harry to come to Wayne Manor in a different identity 2 days ago, but today Batman drove him away. Batman didn't say anything. He was originally prepared to help Harry get rid of Batman's influence, although the process was a bit rough, but perhaps only in this way could he achieve his goal. If there's only one person in the world who understands Batman, then this person must be Alfred. He also wants to say something for Harry. He is so sincere to you. Even if you plan to stay away from him, at least don't hurt him. I think so. Tim didn't hate Harry Osborn. On the contrary, he even admired him. Whether it was company affairs or dealing with danger, little Osborn was calm and decisive enough. He liked his character. No one wanted this accident to happen, but it couldn't be blamed on Harry Osborn. He had tried his best to minimize the harm, but he was still severely criticized by Batman. Tim thought that if he encountered such a thing, he couldn't do better than Harry Osborn. He has done everything he can. At least Tim thought so. No matter who persuaded him, Batman seemed to be determined to push Harry away. Master Harry. Harry, who was sinking in the bathtub, heard Bernard knocking on the door outside the bathroom. It seemed that Bernard had discovered that he came back early tonight. Harry sat up suddenly from the bathtub. The cold water slid down from his head, slid across his red eyes, and then across his lips that were frozen blue. The door is not locked. Harry's voice was hoarse because he took a cold bath when he was emotional. Bernard turned the doorknob and pushed the door in. He saw Harry, whose injuries had improved but his face was even uglier. Harry, whose body was frozen blue, leaned against the wall of the bathtub. His eyes flickered, and he never looked at Bernard. Tonight. Bernard wanted to ask what happened tonight and why he destroyed the equipment he usually carefully maintained, but Harry looked too sad. Bernard swallowed his question and turned to take out a thick white bathrobe from the cabinet. No matter what happens, you must take good care of yourself. Harry stood up from the bathtub obediently, allowing Bernard to put on a bathrobe for him, and then patted his back comfortingly. The suppressed bitterness in his heart could no longer be ignored. Harry buried himself in Bernard's arms, and vague sobs came out intermittently from his tightly closed mouth. Chapter 58. Bernard, good morning. Harry, dressed neatly, came downstairs early in the morning. He didn't look like he had suffered a blow the night before. Good morning, Master Harry. Although Bernard was not relieved by Harry's calm appearance, at least things didn't get worse. Are you okay? Excellent, nothing to worry about. Harry was adjusting his tie and fastening it with a silver tie clip. It's just that the person he likes doesn't like him again, which is absolutely normal. And he did all the things Batman said. If he thinks about it carefully, he hasn't been wronged at all. Why should he be angry and wronged? Well, to celebrate your long-lost early rise, Bernard placed a small piece of freshly baked strawberry cake in front of Harry's seat. I remember you looked forward to this the most when you were a child. It was a special treat today, and there was no fried eggs for breakfast. Harry's dry eyes seemed to be sour again. This is great, Bernard. As long as you like it. Since there is no fried eggs for breakfast today, Harry, who usually makes a cup of black coffee in the morning, plans to change his choice. I don't want to drink black coffee this morning. Is there any other choice? Just after saying this, without waiting for Bernard to answer, Harry suddenly remembered that the backup option must include milk. I mean, besides milk. Besides black coffee and milk? Bernard didn't expect that after preparing breakfast for so long, the most impressive thing for Harry was black coffee and milk. Maybe fried eggs. Bernard, who was a little shocked, gave another choice, cereal, Master Harry. In the dark room, the picture of some cereal spread on the ground being stepped on suddenly appeared in Harry's mind. Then there's no need to change it. Harry took a breath and decided that cereal would be his second most hated food in the future. Black coffee is good. Bernard raised his eyebrows. He had never found Harry had any negative views on cereal before, but it didn't matter if he didn't like it. In the future, the Osborn family could have no cereal. Are you going out today? Wearing formal clothes early in the morning was different from Harry's usual habits. I need to go to work. Harry looked at Bernard strangely. Do you think I am not doing my job properly? Bernard paused as he brought the coffee. It is an honor for the Osborn Group that you are willing to show up at the company. Although it was tactful enough, Harry hoped that Bernard would forget his childish behavior before because he decided to work hard. It was really embarrassing. Even in front of his closest people, it was still very embarrassing. Since the last incident with the clown, Harry has never come to the company again under the pretext of recuperating. He suddenly appeared at the door of the company today, and the security guard was a little unresponsive. Why is there a police car? There was a GCPD car parked under the Osborn Group building. Harry thought that the group had some problems that attracted the police, so he asked the security guard before entering the door. The security guard subconsciously wanted to drive him away, but he quickly realized that this was the boss of the group. Mr. Osborn. He was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw his boss come to work since he started working. The Gotham Police Department is here to understand the situation of a certain employee. Your assistant, Miss Felicia, has taken them in. I see. Harry already felt the trouble, but he just hoped that this trouble had nothing to do with the Osborn Group itself. In the past, Harry would meet employees who greeted him on the way to the company. What happened today? From entering the door to taking the elevator upstairs, he hardly met a few people. In order to understand the situation as soon as possible, Harry called Felicia after getting off the elevator, and the assistant answered quickly. Mr. Osborn. Miss Felicia's tone was much more serious than before. Excuse me, will you come to the company today? Harry didn't even have time to ask what happened. In fact, I'm in the company now. He walked in the corridor leading to his office. What happened? If you can, please come directly to the laboratory on the first floor below. Felicia was taking Director Gordon to understand the situation, so she had to end the call as soon as possible. I'll wait for you at the elevator entrance. The laboratory on the first floor below. It seems that this matter is related to a researcher in the laboratory. Is it a leak of research data or illegal research matters? Harry turned around and went back to the elevator, going directly to the basement floor. When the elevator door opened, Felicia had just walked to the elevator. Mr. Osborn, Commissioner Gordon of the Gotham Police Department is here with someone to question you. Is there something wrong with the experiment? The medical or biological research of the Osborn Group has always been strictly controlled, so it shouldn't cross the line. Researcher Nicole Ralph is missing. Felicia continued to explain. According to Commissioner Gordon, he called the police yesterday to say that someone was following him, but when the police contacted him again, they couldn't find him. Commissioner Gordon and his people are in Nicole Ralph's laboratory. Felicia led the way and briefly introduced the current situation. What experiment is Nicole Ralph in charge of? Complete gene replication in the biomedical field. Harry had seen this experimental project in the information before. It is an experiment that theoretically cultivates body tissues that are completely in line with the subject's own based on the genome. It has great value in biomedicine, but its practicality is limited, the investment is high, and the return is low. It is a medical method that cannot be put on the market on a large scale, even if it succeeds. Has anyone taken a fancy to his experimental results? Harry quickly walked to Nicole Ralph's laboratory under the guidance of Felicia. Gordon was questioning a researcher in the same laboratory. The person in charge of this laboratory was Nicole Ralph himself, and the remaining researchers were mainly responsible for coordinating experiments and recording experiments. When Harry arrived, Gordon's questioning was basically over. Harry wanted to know what he had asked. Director Gordon, we meet again. Harry walked towards Gordon. Mr. Osborn. Gordon put away the notebook he carried with him, and looked at the pale face of little Osborn. He was a little reluctant. You should cultivate yourself well. Thank you for your concern, but I think I should also take responsibility for the problems that have arisen in the Osborn Group. Gotham should have more people like you. Gordon sighed casually. Harry did not respond. He has never been a good person. If Gordon wants Gotham to become better, he should expect Gotham to have fewer people like him. The results of the questioning did not need to be kept secret from Harry Osborn. After all, these questions came from employees of the Osborn Group. It was obviously easy for Harry Osborn to know. However, after Harry got the transcript, he looked through it carefully. As ordinary colleagues of Nicole Ralph, these people only knew some insignificant things and were of limited help in understanding the case. Losing a researcher with good ability is not a trivial matter, especially for other researchers in the group. Their safety is threatened, and they don't even know where the threat comes from. After all, he is his own researcher, and Harry feels that he needs to find out where he is, just a little bit. So he retrieved Nicole Ralph's personal information and sent it to Bernard, wanting Bernard to check the surveillance for him to see where Nicole Ralph was last seen. A very lively but nameless bar on the outskirts of the East District. Nicole Ralph is a typical bachelor, without a lover or children, living alone, and his only hobby is to go to crowded places to drink and relax after experiments. Nicole said that crowded places would make him feel that he is just an ordinary person with ordinary troubles, and he likes the feeling of blending into the crowd. This is what Nicole Ralph's laboratory assistant said in the transcript. It sounds interesting, but Harry still prefers to drink alone. But the purpose of today was not to drink. Harry changed out of his neat suit and put on a casual jacket and jeans bought on the street. He took off his platinum tie clip and put it in his pocket. His smooth and shiny hair was hastily messed up. Looking at the mirror in the public bathroom, Harry tried to make himself look like a nobody. He felt that he was low-key enough. With a previous experience of being surrounded by people when he went to the East District bar, he had to be prepared in advance. The large jacket completely covered his thin figure. The messed-up hair fell on his forehead and the sides of his face, covering his face a little. Although he didn't look like a nobody, this outfit was the result of Harry's best efforts. Some people are born to attract attention, such as Bruce Wayne and Harry Osborn. As for Batman, after solving the problem of human smuggling, he should prepare to go to Metropolis to help Superman take away the kryptonite in Luthor's hands. Luthor is not a simple character. They need to investigate this matter before taking action. About the amount of kryptonite, its source, storage address, defense method, and how Luthor plans to use it. Luthor's actions were not completely covert. Although Batman's investigation process had some setbacks, it was generally smooth. Luthor must have a plan against you. Batman speculated that if the opponent was Luthor, too smooth it would be very unsmooth. Superman, who had already changed into his uniform and was waiting to rush to destroy Luthor's conspiracy, rarely refuted Batman's words, Luthor has always had a plan against me. Batman was silent for a moment. He walked around Superman and walked to the back computer. Tim was investigating something about kryptonite. The action must at least wait until it is fully prepared. Batman has always been patient in this regard. In other words, they still need to wait before the investigation is completed. The time to actually start the action may be tomorrow night, or it may be a little later. When dealing with Luthor, no matter how cautious you are, it is not too much. As for Luthor, he was standing in the middle of a small hidden laboratory. The computer screen next to him was playing the surveillance video of Superman flying to the port and then falling on the roof of the port warehouse, as well as the surveillance video of Superman flying towards Gotham. After watching these two surveillance videos, he picked up a submachine gun, loaded the pointed bullet with a faint dark green light and strange grooves into the magazine, and then pointed the gun at a black armor. The moment the gunshot sounded, the pointed bullet with a green shadow directly penetrated the armor, and the bullet shell remained intact. Very good, it's enough to deal with him. Things are moving in the direction he imagined, and his goal is far more than that. Luthor picked out a bullet, rubbed the fluorescent green paint on the bullet with his thumb, and easily removed a small piece. Kryptonite is not used for this kind of thing. It is obvious who it is really used against. But this is just the beginning for him, a good beginning. After everything was ready, Harry parked the car in the parking lot of a hotel with a gargoyle on the roof in the city center, and took a taxi to the edge of the East District. The hotel building was where he often saw Batman stop when he followed Batman on night patrols. You can see the night view of almost the entire Gotham. Harry subconsciously parked the car there, and didn't dare to think about why he did so until he took a taxi and left. Nicole Ralph went there at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Harry deliberately appeared at the door of the bar at the same time. Harry took a last look at his loose brown jacket, and stretched out his hand to scratch his hair to make it even more messy. Only then did he feel a little relieved and walked into the door of the bar. The moment he pushed open the door, stimulating heavy metal music poured into Harry's ears. Behind him, a man who was also wearing a brown jacket, but his clothes were completely tightened by muscles, followed in. He seemed to have 2 strands of white hair on his forehead, and his whole body exuded an unhappy atmosphere. As if he was born to be suitable for such a chaotic scene, he pushed open the door of the bar very naturally. I don't know what to say today. Thanks to the readers who continue to follow up. Chapter 59. In order to better blend into the crowd, Harry casually ordered a beer and walked through the crowded and noisy space with a large beer glass. There are really a lot of people here. The sound of heavy metal music was deafening. Harry's attempt to hear from these people whether anything happened last night was completely futile. Not only could he not clearly hear what others were discussing, but he could hardly hear his own voice clearly. In this environment, it is really easy for people to forget themselves. No wonder Nicole Ralph would rather cross half of Gotham to come here after get off work. Harry originally sneered at his behavior, but now he suddenly understood it. Nicole Ralph felt relaxed when he found a space where no one knew him, no one cared about him, and even he could forget himself. In fact, not only him, but even Harry was somewhat affected. But he still remembered what he was here for. How can he find out about Nicole Ralph now? Harry, who had no experience and no talent for this fact, gritted his teeth. He finally gave up the idea of walking around and stopped to lean against the wall in the corner of the bar, holding a sip of unfinished beer in his hand. The ice and the brown liquor had begun to melt, and only a thin layer of white foam remained on top. There were fingerprints on the outside of the glass where the waiter had brought him the beer, but Harry had no intention of drinking it, so he took it with a normal expression. Jason had seen the man who shouldn't be here early in the morning. Jason would remember the man who could trick the Joker and beat him up. Harry Osborn came in before him, and in fact, he turned into this bar halfway because he saw the sneaky Harry Osborn. A man who didn't fit in this area, even if he changed into cheap clothes that didn't fit. Just looking at his movements and eyes, it was obvious that he shouldn't be here. He held a wine glass with a little stain on the outside, so he didn't want to drink a sip of the wine. Even Bruce Wayne didn't pay attention to this. Thinking of this, Jason inexplicably imagined the scene of Bruce frowning while holding the glass of wine. He curled his lips. Very good. Bruce Wayne is also so particular. Out of curiosity, Jason found a good view and sat down to observe Harry Osborn after entering the door. He only saw Osborn holding a glass of wine and turning around with an irritable look on his face, as if observing the people around him, but finally stopped in the corner without finding anything. Is he looking for someone? How could he know someone in such a place? The door of the bar opened and closed, and people kept coming in and out. Jason didn't pay attention to the guests coming in and out. He was still observing Harry Osborn. Harry Osborn, who was originally frowning and leaning against the wall, suddenly stood up in shock, and then immediately changed his direction and hid his face completely in the dark corner. There must be someone he didn't expect to appear. Jason looked in the direction Harry Osborn was looking at before. Gordon and his colleagues in plain clothes. The GCPD must have come here to investigate a case. Why is Harry Osborn hiding? Harry didn't want Gordon to find out about his secret investigation. When he saw Gordon come in, he immediately turned around and covered his face. At the same time, he was looking in the direction of Gordon. Gordon and the two colleagues he brought with him to the Osborn Group today went directly to the bar counter to show their IDs to the bartender, and then they were politely led inside. It seems that the police have also found out that Nicole Ralph was last seen here. They should be here to question him. Thinking of this, Harry followed them carefully. Since he couldn't get anything out of him, he had to find a way to peek. After all, this is just an ordinary bar. There won't be any bodyguards guarding the door. After Gordon and the others were let in, Harry tried to avoid the attention of the bar patrons and followed in. There was a closed corridor inside, with several rooms lined up on both sides of the corridor. Gordon and the others were taken to the largest office, where the bar owner should be. Harry quietly opened the door of the next room a crack and looked inside. There was no one, so he opened the door and hid inside, opened the vent in the room and got into the ventilation duct. Since the two rooms were next to each other, Harry only had to crawl a little in the dusty ventilation duct to reach the ventilation vent of the next room. Gordon and the bar owner had just finished their greetings when the questioning began. Nicole Ralph. The man sitting behind the desk should be the bar owner. He looked at the photo Gordon handed him and was a little confused. I have never seen this person. He handed the photo to the bartender who brought Gordon with him. Take a look and see if you recognize him. It's a familiar face. This gentleman often comes to drink at night. Apart from that, the bartender didn't know more. When did he leave last night? Did he leave by himself? It should be around 10:30. This gentleman always comes around 9 o'clock and leaves around 10:30. There are many customers in the bar. Logically, the bartender should not notice this, but this man comes too regularly, but I didn't notice whether he left by himself. Can you watch the surveillance camera at the door of the bar last night? When Gordon came, he noticed that there was a working surveillance camera at the door of the bar. If there was this surveillance camera, they would know more about Nicole Ralph's situation at that time. The surveillance camera at the door happened to be broken last night, the bartender said a little embarrassedly. It was just fixed today. Jason was outside the door at this time. This bar only has surveillance cameras installed outside. As long as he's not caught on the spot, he will basically not be discovered if he eavesdrops outside the door. After the conversation inside ended, Jason turned and left the corridor and returned to the noisy bar hall. Nicole Ralph, a missing case, but Harry Osborn seemed to be paying attention to it, so Jason took out his mobile phone to investigate the identity of this person. While he was investigating, the bar owner sent Gordon to the door and the bartender returned to the bar. Only Harry, who was covered in dust, chose to simply crawl out of the ventilation duct. Nicole Ralph left the bar at 10:30 last night, but has not appeared in the surveillance video since then. Harry went around the bar door from outside and began to observe the distribution of surveillance cameras on the streets around. Although the East District is chaotic, there is always surveillance. This is also what he discovered when he and Batman were patrolling at night. Red Robin often monitors various areas of Gotham to show the way to the night patrol. So Harry was full of confidence and wanted to find the specific location where Nicole Ralph disappeared by observing where there were no surveillance cameras. However, when he went around the area 3 times and found 7 smashed surveillance cameras, he knew that he could not determine the location of the crime through this. After trying hard for a whole day and finding nothing, Harry sighed and turned to leave. Jason found out Nicole Ralph's identity, the person in charge of a secret research laboratory of the Osborn Group. No wonder Harry Osborn would appear here dressed like that. It turned out that he was here to gather intelligence. Jason felt that it was a bit unreliable, but he was still a good boss to decide to find employees by himself. But soon Jason thought of something else. The disappearance of a researcher can really make people think of too many things, and the most likely one is that someone wants to use his research results to do something illegal. This is in Gotham, and there is an 80% probability of getting the correct answer as long as you consider the worst possibility. Since he encountered this matter, he might as well check it out. Harry couldn't get a taxi. Every taxi he hailed would speed away when it was about to stop near him. Harry scratched his head in confusion, and his hands were covered with dust. He took out his phone to check the time. It was only 10 o'clock in the evening. If he walked back to the city center from here, forget it, he would rather call the driver to pick him up. Just as Harry was about to call the driver, a taxi stopped in front of him kindly. A man who looked to be in his 30s opened the window and asked him if he wanted to go. Of course he wanted to go. He couldn't stand being covered in dust anymore. Harry opened the back door and got into the taxi without any preparation. He sat in the back seat and said nothing. The driver didn't ask anything either. They drove in silence all the way. The scene on the roadside changed from an old neighborhood to a wilderness. Harry is no longer the Harry of the past. After a period of night patrols, he can at least tell which is which, even if he knows the route of Gotham by heart. So when he found that the route was wrong, he remembered, "Why don't you ask me where I'm going?" From the rearview mirror in the car, Harry saw that the driver's friendly expression suddenly became fierce, and his right hand, which was originally holding the steering wheel, reached into his clothes pocket. Judging from the shape of his pocket, he wanted to take out a gun. What bad luck! This was the only thought in Harry's mind. He didn't wait for the driver to threaten him in return, and punched the driver and knocked him unconscious on the steering wheel. The out-of-control taxi was running rampant on the desolate road. When the car was about to hit the tree, Harry dragged the driver, whose head was covered with blood, from the driver's seat to the back and tied him up. He then flipped over to the driver's seat and took control of the steering wheel with a towel under his head. During this process, he did not forget to take out the driver's gun and put it in his pocket. There were ropes and handcuffs and other restraints in the car. Because he was worried that the criminal had the handcuffs key, Harry still chose to tie him up with ropes. However, the fact that these things were prepared in the car was enough to show that the driver was not acting on impulse. He might have committed countless crimes in secret. Harry didn't feel guilty at all for hitting him and making him bleed. But Harry didn't understand why someone wanted to rob him even though he was dressed like this. Harry drove back to the city from the wilderness, and the driver behind him slowly woke up. He subconsciously wanted to take out his gun and continue his crime, but he was tied up. Bah! He spat out the blood from his mouth. Damn it, where are you taking me? Since the other party didn't kill him, nor did they call the police to arrest him, the man felt that he still had a chance. Do I look rich? Putting a gangster behind him, Harry was not nervous at all. The man in the back seat sneered at his gray appearance, his eyes filthy. You look beautiful. Although he couldn't see his face clearly at night, he liked this kind of thin and helpless young man. If there was no towel covering it, or if Harry was more focused, he would have noticed that the steering wheel was cracked because of his anger, but at this time he only felt that the G-lock on his waist was incredibly hot, and it seemed that the gun wanted to be used. Harry changed the direction of the car that was about to go to the Gotham Police Department and drove directly to the woods outside the Gotham Central Hospital. After parking, he carefully covered his face, pushed the door open and got out of the car. He turned to the back seat and opened the door. The man with blood on his head looked at Harry getting into the back seat. His expression became more and more excited, and he didn't even care about his broken head. I told you earlier. Harry covered his mouth, took out the gun and put it against his abdomen. It's disgusting. The man made a humming sound in his throat and began to struggle. The gun was not equipped with a silencer, and now they were in a public place. Although the location was remote, most people would not choose this place to take action, but Harry couldn't care less. He had already considerately sent the man to the hospital, so what else could he do? Anyway, I only do some shady things, Harry thought indifferently. So he covered the man's mouth tightly and shot him in the abdomen and hands, and finally wiped the fingerprints on the gun, stuffed the hot barrel into the man's mouth, and completely blocked his screams in his throat. Someone had heard the gunshot and called the police. Harry wiped his hands with a corner of the man's clothes, kicked the car door shut and wiped the fingerprints left when he opened the door, and left here slowly and without hurrying to avoid the surveillance. He found a public toilet again to wash his bloody hands, tidied his messy hair a little, and threw the brown jacket into the trash can before Harry walked out again. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Bernard, and the butler answered quickly. Master Harry, have you found anything? I think so, at least he knew the approximate time of Nicole Ralph's disappearance. Bernard, I won't go back tonight. Where are you going? Bernard could hear the sound of a car passing by Harry, and guessed that Harry was still outside. I temporarily parked my car downstairs of a hotel before, so I'll rest there tonight. Bernard would certainly not refuse, and Harry always got full support from Bernard. He took out a black card and successfully climbed to the top floor suite of the hotel. They even provided Harry with a full range of services, including midnight snacks, drinks, and a set of good quality clothes. Harry immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash off the dust on his body. He rubbed his skin until it turned red before walking out of the bathroom in a black bathrobe. It was now 11:50. For some reason, Harry turned off all the lights in the room. When he walked out of the bathroom in a black bathrobe and turned off the bathroom light, he seemed to disappear in the darkness. It was dark outside and dark inside. He sat against a French window and turned his head to look out the window through the light screen. There was a hideous gargoyle sculpture a little further up the room. Harry sat there silently as if he didn't exist, looking at the unchanging night outside the window. Maybe a bat will land on the gargoyle sculpture tonight, or maybe not. Harry just wanted to find a quiet place to stay for a while, but it just happened that bats landed here occasionally. Chapter 60. There was a shooting near Gotham City Central Hospital. Red Robin, who was investigating Luthor's recent actions, saw the warning from the Batcomputer. Batman, who was about to set off on his routine night patrol, asked casually, "What's the situation?" "The person has been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment." Red Robin checked the surveillance and saw the man who had just been carried into the emergency room, but the police didn't catch the person who did it. "Are you going to arrest him?" Superman deliberately made time to prepare for the action, but it seems that the action will be postponed until it is fully prepared. "I will notify you when the action is taken, Superman. You should go back." "Oh, okay." To this day, Superman no longer dreams of being invited by Batman to patrol the night. If nothing unexpected happens, the action will be scheduled for tomorrow night, and tonight's night patrol will not be affected. Robin has also changed into his uniform and walked directly to the Batmobile. Red Robin, investigate the information of the perpetrator. Leaving this sentence, Batman also turned and walked towards the direction of the Batmobile. In the darkness, Harry poured himself a glass of whiskey sent by the hotel, held the glass in one hand and sat back on the carpet next to the French window. After getting used to the darkness, he could move freely in this small space. It was always quiet outside the window, not even a bird stopped to fly by. Harry turned his head back from looking out the window, leaned back against the wall next to the French window, propped up his right leg, and put the hand holding the glass on his leg. This was meaningless. Harry didn't know what he was waiting for. Maybe it was Batman, maybe it was a twist in the whole thing, or maybe it was something else, but no matter what it was, he would never get what he was waiting for. Nicole Ralph's matter was still waiting for him to investigate, and the Osborn Group still needed him to develop. After leaving Batman, he still had so many things to do. There was no need to hide in a dark house and feel sad about anything. He drank the remaining wine in the glass in one gulp, put the glass casually on the carpet, and stood up with the wall. No more waiting, it's not quiet here at all. Harry touched the fluttering screen window lightly and took a last look at the night outside the window. When he looked up, a tall and short figure passed by the window quickly. Harry didn't want to, but his nausea and irritability were suppressed in an instant, and a strange sense of satisfaction filled his whole body. Until he lay on the soft big bed and closed his eyes, this sense of satisfaction still showed no sign of fading, but it was mixed with more and more complicated emotions. Since he had decided to investigate Nicole Ralph's matter, of course, the sooner the better. Red Hood found his own people, gave them Nicole Ralph's photo, and asked them to secretly look for anyone in the East District who had seen this person near the bar around 10:30 last night, or if they saw anything strange at that time. If the surveillance didn't work, they could only rely on this most primitive method to find out. Fortunately, he still had some people who could be used. Red Hood continued to flip through the information he had found, and his eyes stayed on the word secret research. If someone really kidnapped Nicole Ralph for his research results, then the content of this secret research would be very important for finding the kidnapper. He might go to the Osborn Group to find out what the secret research was. However, thinking of Harry Osborn's furtive investigation tonight, he suddenly felt that asking directly might get results. In addition, this kidnapping case might be done by a competitor of the Osborn Group or caused by some business competition. Although it can be investigated, wouldn't it be more convenient to ask directly to get the results? Red Hood decided that if Harry Osborn came to the East District again tomorrow night, he would go and ask directly. There was still no overly arrogant criminal activity in Gotham tonight. Batman and Robin were patrolling as usual. Perhaps it was because they were really happy when they cooperated with each other. The Green Goblin completely obeyed his command and did not question any of his decisions. Commanding the Green Goblin was as easy as commanding his own limbs. So he completely adapted to the existence of the Green Goblin in a short period of time. It was easier to accept his existence than to accept his non-existence. Only one day had passed since he drove the Green Goblin away, and he had subconsciously counted the Green Goblin into his actions twice. Fortunately, the opponents were just some small street groups, and the weapons were just very common ordinary pistols and daggers. Are you distracted? Robin kicked away the man who was preparing to attack Batman with a pistol and stood behind Batman. Batman noticed the attack from behind, but he just subconsciously felt that there was no need to dodge. No. A regret of unfulfilled expectations filled Batman's rational brain, but in just a moment, he dispelled this thought that made him feel dangerous and put reason on the top of all emotions again. This kind of low-level mistake will not be made again. After packing up these criminals who disturb Gotham's public security and sending them to the Gotham Police Department, most of the night had passed, and the Batmobile rushed back to its nest before the sun rose. At this time, a frame cut from the surveillance video was displayed in the center of the Batcomputer screen on the wall of the Batcave. The picture was a street near the Gotham City Central Hospital. In the lower right corner of the picture, there was a figure emerging from the corner. He was wearing a brown jacket and had messy golden brown hair. His well-defined profile and pale chin were faintly visible under the messy hair. If they were not familiar enough, no one could recognize at a glance who the person in the picture was, who was hiding his body with loose clothes and his face with hair. But Batman was familiar enough with him. He had held him in his arms and had seen him in a disheveled state. Harry Osborn. Robin looked at the picture on the screen and was a little confused. Why did you cut out his picture and put it here? Before the night patrol, Robin was not here when they were discussing the shooting case, so he didn't know why this video screenshot appeared here, but Batman thought of it. The perpetrator was Harry Osborn. Batman's tone was calm, and he didn't seem surprised, but his hand under the cloak had already clenched into a fist. Although it's hard to believe, Red Robin enlarged the picture, and the blood on Harry's hand was extremely clear, but it was indeed little Osborn who did it. Harry had been consciously avoiding surveillance. Whether before going to the East District or after returning, the surveillance had never captured a complete picture of his face. Especially after returning, Red Robin searched for a long time before finding this frame of the picture from the surveillance at the door of a certain business. He's very cautious. Red Robin didn't know whether to admire or not. Even the fingerprints at the scene were cleaned up. He wouldn't shoot innocent people for no reason, Batman said firmly, but in fact he was not so sure. His hands were still clenched, and his heart was wavering between trust and doubt. Perhaps the Green Goblin who once trusted and relied on Batman was worthy of trust, but would the Green Goblin who was wrongly driven away still have those persistence? Batman regretted his hurtful words at that time. If Harry Osborn was led to a more dangerous direction because of him, then all the mistakes Harry Osborn made in the future would be his responsibility. Alfred came over at the right time and opened another document. It was the victim of the shooting case, Aubrey Law. I'm glad you can trust Mr. Osborn this time. Alfred still disagreed with Batman's rough treatment of the Green Goblin. This victim has been accused of molesting young boys many times. He would take those boys who seemed to have no background to the wilderness as a taxi driver, and then... Alfred, don't say it. Batman interrupted the butler's explanation. He didn't want to continue listening. What if Harry Osborn didn't have the ability he has now, and he got on Aubrey Law's car without any defense? Although it is now certain that Harry did not hurt innocent people at will, Batman's tightly clenched hand did not relax. Just like the first time he saw Harry Osborn as Batman, he was pressed on the dusty ground, his clothes were cut bit by bit, and his pale and smooth skin was exposed in front of the malicious people. He had no ability to resist and could only let them do all the unbearable things to him. Batman was glad that he was nearby that night and he didn't let Harry suffer more. So, Alfred looked at Batman. Do you still insist on your own ideas? Still think that what he did was right? Still think that he could impose his own ideas on Harry regardless of his wishes? Still unwilling to apologize to him for his misunderstanding? Batman seemed to sigh softly. Maybe you were right. Although yesterday's flight was not very pleasant, Robin curled his lips, but his glider is a good means of transportation. Master Damian may want to ask if Green Goblin will still patrol with you at night. I didn't. In fact, he is still a good teammate. Red Robin is not opposed to cooperating with Green Goblin now, and even admires him a little. Even the fact that Osborn Jr. was the murderer before Aubrey Law was an irredeemable scumbag was all due to Alfred's advice. Alfred's original words were, "No one can convince Batman. Only by making Batman realize what his behavior will lead to can he reflect on whether he should change his approach." But there is no need to tell a Batman about these things, Red Robin continued, and I am very interested in his powerful bomb. He has never seen a bomb that can be turned off after being thrown. When do you plan to apologize? Alfred was a little worried for his master, Mr. Osborn may be frightened. Do you think it's better to go now? Batman subconsciously looked at the time on the monitor, 5 o'clock in the morning. He didn't think it was good. Wait until Arthur's matter is over. In a corner of the Batcomputer that no one noticed, Harry Osborn's name had been marked on a top-secret file. Harry Osborn, codenamed Green Goblin, once suffered from a serious genetic disease, retrovirus proliferation, and recovered after injecting a certain drug. At the same time, his physical strength was multiplied. He built a vertical thrust aircraft driven by nuclear power, which is very maneuverable. It is suspected that the body's self-recovery ability has been enhanced. The weapons include small bombs with high power, the number of which is unknown. This file is being constantly updated, and the response methods are constantly being improved. Batman hopes that there will be no day when it needs to be used. I will update before 6 p.m. tomorrow. I'm leaving it at that. If I don't update, then I won't update. Chapter 61. Harry woke up at 10 a.m. He lay on the hotel bed with an empty mind, and his spirit was exhausted as if he had been whipped. Maybe he had too much experience last night, and fell asleep with his mood fluctuating. He had another messy dream all night. In his dream, there was fire on the sea and warm blood splashed on his body when he was shot. His mobile phone was placed beside the bed, not muted. If no one has contacted him yet, it is likely that no one has discovered that he was the one who did the shooting last night. If no one finds out, it will reduce a lot of trouble. However, even if he is discovered, as a target named Osborn targeted by criminals, he does not have to bear any responsibility. After lying on the bed and waking up a little, Harry rubbed his slightly painful head and climbed up. There are still many arrangements today. He has to go to the company again to find out about Nicole Ralph. If he can't find clues simply from his whereabouts, there will be more directions to investigate. After washing up, Harry put on the clothes provided by the hotel and drove directly to the company. It was almost noon, and Felicia would be off work if he didn't go. He didn't mean to ask the assistant to work overtime. He just wanted to get Nicole Ralph's experimental data and other companies or personal laboratories that were involved in this experiment before leaving get off work. Although he didn't know whether Nicole Ralph's disappearance was related to these companies, it was better to look for them aimlessly. Fortunately, Harry arrived at his office 20 minutes before leaving get off work. "Felicia, do you have Nicole Ralph's experimental data? Give me a copy." Most of Harry's work was handed over to Felicia, so Felicia was really busy, but she was still very patient with her boss who often gave up. "Okay. If you don't mind, please also find me a copy of the other companies and personal laboratories that are interested in this experimental project." Strictly speaking, this was not within the scope of the assistant's job. Felicia was just his assistant at work, not an assistant like Batman's Robin. Felicia didn't have any resistance. It wasn't difficult for her to find the information. Okay. At this moment, Harry had only one idea: give Felicia a raise. These materials are basically ready-made, and the company usually collects some information about payers. So Felicia took the information Harry wanted before leaving get off work. Harry flipped through the information and felt a little bit impressed by the efficiency of the assistant's work. "Felicia, it's good to have you." "No need to do that." The assistant had already picked up her limited edition handbag and planned to go out for dinner. "The salary you gave me is worth it." It's hard to see anything from the information alone. He needs other clues. That night, Harry took Nicole Ralph's photo to the vicinity of the nameless bar in the East District. Although there was no communication, he and Red Hood thought of it together. If there was no surveillance, they could only look for witnesses. Since there was no need to be so low-key tonight, Harry drove his car directly with a thick stack of banknotes. There were many idle people in the East District. Harry felt that it would be too time-consuming to ask them one by one with photos. It would be better to find someone to take charge of this task. These idle homeless people were very suitable. The roads in the East District were interconnected, and there were too many small roads that the sports car could not drive into. Harry had to find a random place to park the car and walk to find the place where the homeless gathered. Harry Osborn. A voice suddenly appeared behind Harry. What shocked Harry was that he didn't notice it at all before the person spoke. Who? Harry turned around quickly and saw a barely familiar person. Red Hood. Seeing the Red Hood behind him, Harry's sudden alertness quietly relaxed a little. After all, he was Batman's friend. Even if they had a falling out, he would not be a dangerous person. But it can't be generalized. Harry thought of himself. He had a falling out with Batman, and it was not certain whether he was a villain. You know me. The sudden appearance of the Red Hood in this outfit usually brought some fear to others. This was the first time that someone relaxed after seeing it was him. Of course, except for the nest of bats. Harry suddenly remembered that he was not the Green Goblin now, but Harry Osborn. Fortunately, he had met Red Hood before. Thank you for that time with the Joker. Red Hood remembered that Harry Osborn had completely lost his mind at that time. He didn't expect that he still remembered what happened. What are you doing here? Red Hood glanced at Harry's conspicuous outfit, which was completely different from yesterday. He was a little suspicious whether the other party's purpose of coming here today was to investigate clues. Harry still remembered that Bernard said that Red Hood was currently the leader of a certain force, so he should have a lot of people under him. Thinking of this, he took out a photo of Nicole Ralph and handed it to Red Hood. I'm here to find someone. Do you accept employment? Some illegal groups usually accept high-priced employment, but Harry's not sure if Red Hood is like this. If he doesn't accept it, he can only continue to look for homeless people. This is the first time Red Hood has encountered such a problem. This guy is not afraid at all. Employment. The masked Red Hood has a mechanical tone similar to the Green Goblin. What do you use to pay the reward? Money. Harry did not hesitate. Red Hood was already investigating Nicole Ralph, so it wouldn't be a problem to bring Harry Osborn along. What's more important is that the other party still has information that he doesn't know about, and now he's in a hurry to give money, so why not accept it? How much? How much does it cost to find someone? Harry originally planned to hire a homeless man and only prepared 20,000 cash for this matter, but now it was Red Hood, 200,000. Less? 500,000. Harry raised the price carefully. Is your last name really Osborn? This was the first time that Red Hood accepted employment, but this price was a bit high, but he still wanted to see how much Osborn could raise. My last name is Osborn, not Sucker. In addition to Harry, Batman and Superman's actions against Luthor finally began. Luthor kept the batch of kryptonite in a research institute under his name. The research direction announced by the Research Institute is the research and reorganization of rare metals and ores. Red Robin investigated for a day and a night, but more accurate information still needed to be known at the scene. He is probably developing different forms and uses of kryptonite. Red Robin pulled up some information about researchers. These people have done some research on the reorganization of matter, and some specialize in the deformation of metals. As for the structural diagram of the Research Institute, they also found it, and based on it, they can simply infer the defenses and traps within the institute. In short, they are almost ready and can set off immediately. There are only two people in the operation, Superman and Batman. Red Robin and Robin stay in Gotham for night patrol, and Alfred provides them with necessary assistance in the Batcave. We could have had enough manpower. Alfred shook his head. Batman did not respond. He turned around and walked towards the direction of the Batplane. What do you mean? Superman has always been out of tune with the Bat family. He followed Batman and asked curiously. Batman got into the cockpit of the plane without looking back. I'm in a hurry to code the update at 12 o'clock, and it must be sent before 12:30. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. The black fuselage of the Batplane was inconspicuous in the night sky. When it flew out of Gotham and was about to arrive in Metropolis, in order to prevent Luthor from discovering it in advance, Batman raised the plane a lot and turned on his anti-detector. Superman followed a Batplane. He turned his head and saw Batman concentrating on driving from the side window of the plane. Metropolis and Gotham were very close. Even without Superman's super speed, they still arrived above the target location within 10 minutes. After dropping a long enough rope, Batman landed on the roof of the Institute along the rope. The driving authority of the plane was taken over by Alfred in the Batcave. He would control the plane and respond at any time. Of course, it was not impossible to provide fire support. According to the plan, the two entered the Institute without raising vigilance, and clearly explored the laboratory suspected of storing kryptonite. Luthor himself stayed at home without any sense of crisis, as if he had no idea what kind of enemy his institute had ushered in. Red Hood had sent his own people out to look for clues, but in view of the face of the $500,000 hiring fee, he still found his own people and reassigned the task. The subordinates who received the same task left with a stack of photos that they had received once, looking puzzled, but Harry was very satisfied with this. Whether he could find the person or not, he had already tried his best. Do we just have to wait? After a period of doing things by himself, Harry suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with the current mode. There is no information, only a name and a photo. What else do you want? They were now in one of Red Hood's bases. Red Hood himself was leaning on the sofa, with his muscular legs in holsters and combat boots resting on the table in front of him. In his open brown jacket, Harry saw the red bat logo. What is your relationship with Batman? Harry blurted out, but he regretted asking this question. Even if he knew, what would it matter? No matter what the relationship between Batman and Red Hood was, they had nothing to do with Harry Osborn. Red Hood saw the look in Harry Osborn's eyes as he stared at the logo on his chest, enemy. For someone he was not familiar with and did not intend to interact with too much, his answer was casual and irresponsible. An unexpected answer, Harry did not believe it. Although he and Batman seemed to be at loggerheads, whether they were working together to deal with the irrational self or when they met on a narrow road and were furious, there was always a tacit understanding and a hidden concern for each other between them that Harry envied. Harry was not going to ask the truth about this. He withdrew his gaze from the Red Hood and leaned back on the sofa. Are you familiar with Batman? The Red Hood was not going to ask this, but he suddenly remembered the words that Batman blurted out when he was about to attack Harry Osborn in the chemical plant. Don't hurt him. And the words that he stopped talking halfway. There is, on his chest. Thinking of this, the Red Hood could not help but be curious. That was the old bat who had nothing to do with Harry Osborn. Not familiar. Harry did not know why the Red Hood had this feeling, but he and Batman were just acquaintances now. I was saved by him a few times. Very good. The Red Hood did not believe Harry Osborn's words, but he was not going to ask the truth about this. The two looked at each other in silence. The defense inside the Institute was almost the same as Batman had expected. They used various technological means to avoid the detectors throughout the Institute, and then easily avoided or knocked out the strong security guards here. They were very close to the kryptonite storage point they speculated, which was the secret laboratory on the bottom floor of the Institute. A special key was required to enter and exit the laboratory, and even Batman could only break the door violently. However, as long as the kryptonite was confirmed to be here, opening the door was just a matter of Superman's thermal vision. However, it was obvious that the walls of the entire secret laboratory were filled with lead, and they could not know the situation inside through Superman's perspective. Batman took out a detector he made specifically for detecting special energy, and Indy detected a special energy body, which was exactly the same wavelength as the wavelength emitted when detecting kryptonite in the past. After knowing where the things they were looking for were, they didn't have to worry about hiding their whereabouts. Superman opened the door with thermal vision. Batman went in to recover the kryptonite and the creations made of kryptonite as raw materials, and then the two of them rushed out violently. This was their plan. However, the plan seemed simple, but they needed to know the quality of the kryptonite Luthor had obtained in advance, otherwise it was inevitable that when they got a piece of kryptonite and were about to leave, Luthor would take out another piece. Superman and Batman looked at each other, and then the thermal vision swept towards the door lock of the laboratory. The shrill alarm was triggered at the same time as the thermal vision came into contact with the door lock. The efficiency of Red Hood's men was too high. Not long after the mission was sent out, Someone immediately reported that they had found clues that seemed to be related to this matter. Facing Harry's admiring eyes, Red Hood didn't know what to say. Soon someone was brought in. It was a boy with a thin figure, who looked about 12 years old. Since he came in, his bright eyes have never left Red Hood. Harry has seen this kind of look on the face of the boy who admired Batman the night before. Harry hoped that the boy was at least still alive. "My name is Carol Kevin." The boy looked at Red Hood and introduced himself. "Tell me what you saw." Red Hood didn't seem to be affected by the boy's admiring eyes at all. I didn't see the man in the photo." The boy blurted out, and then his ears quickly turned red. "No, I mean I saw a suspicious person in that area the night before yesterday." That area refers to the area near the nameless bar where there is no surveillance. Harry thought for a moment, and he asked the boy in front of him, who was a little reserved, "Why do you think that person is suspicious?" Perhaps because Harry's not the Red Hood he admires, the boy answered Harry's question much more fluently. "I was hiding on the roof at the time, and saw a man wearing a white coat and glasses suddenly appear, followed by 2 bodyguards with guns on their waists, but he seemed to think it was too conspicuous, so he quickly took off his white coat and asked the 2 bodyguards to disperse." Wearing a white coat, followed by bodyguards or thugs, appeared near the crime scene on the night of Nicole Ralph's disappearance. Harry has already determined that this person is related to Nicole Ralph's disappearance. "Can you tell me what the man in the white coat looks like?" The boy recalled the person he saw that night, and the Red Hood took this opportunity to take out his computer to find out if the surveillance nearby that night had captured this person. "He's not very tall, and looks very thin," the boy thought. After all, it was night, and he could hardly see his facial features clearly. He could only try to say what he saw, right. The boy remembered a very important feature: his chin is a little protruding. Protruding chin? Harry suddenly felt that this feature was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere recently. Wearing glasses, with a slightly protruding chin, a researcher. I remembered it. He took out the information about the experimental project Overlap Company and its researchers that Felicia gave him from his pocket and began to look through it. Finally, he pulled out a sheet from it. "Is this the person?" "This is Harry." "Is this the person?" "This is Red Hood." The computer screen and the paper file were displayed in front of the boy at the same time. Harry subconsciously looked at the surveillance screen, and Red Hood also looked at the paper file and found that they found the same person. "It seems to be him." Red Hood took the file from Harry. More page? A researcher under the name of Paradise Pharmaceuticals mainly studies human consciousness activities and the reception and transmission of brain waves. Are Paradise Pharmaceuticals in competition with you? Red Hood wanted to know whether this was a simple business competition or a more dangerous illegal experiment. A small company that has only been established for half a year. Harry looked at the information of Paradise Pharmaceuticals. Does it want to compete with Osborn Group? Red Hood was silent. Since competition was ruled out, the most likely thing was that they wanted to use Nicole Ralph's research results to do something. There was no need to tell Harry Osborn about this. He would naturally go to Paradise Pharmaceuticals to find out more. As for Harry, he still had to find his own researchers. For the reputation of Osborn Group and for Nicole Ralph's personal safety, he decided to take action tomorrow night. By the way, let's see where Paradise Pharmaceuticals is located. Red Hood lowered his head and looked at the file in his hand again, his eyes locked on the company's address: 487 Metropolitan Park Avenue. Metropolis? A company in Metropolis came to Gotham to kidnap people? Speaking of Metropolis, it is inevitable to think of Superman and Luthor. Red Hood is a little sensitive to this address. He decided to investigate the situation as soon as possible, tomorrow night. Harry didn't think there was anything wrong with Metropolis. His activities had always been limited to Gotham, and his understanding of Metropolis and Superman was still on paper. The boy who provided them with clues was still standing there. Harry thought for a moment, took out the cash he had prepared and stuffed it all into his pocket. "This is a thank you gift for providing information. You have helped a lot." Suddenly, he remembered that the boy was able to find these because he was hiding on the roof at the time, so he took out his business card and stuffed it into his pocket. "If you encounter any problems, you can call me." The boy calmly accepted the cash and business card Harry handed him and prepared to leave, but there was expectation and disappointment in his expression that could be easily seen. "Red Hood," Harry raised his foot and kicked the Red Hood's calf on the table. "Don't you have anything to say?" According to their relationship, Harry shouldn't do this, but the boy's eyes made him think too much. Of course, Red Hood saw it, but he was not a hero worthy of worship. If he needed a target, he could go find old Bat and Robin. But disappointing a boy who expected him was something Batman would do. Red Hood lowered his legs from the table, looking a little formal. "You're great, Carol." Batman was injured, and the strict laboratory was full of traps. The fluorescent green kryptonite was placed at the innermost part of the room. Before Batman got the kryptonite, all the traps in the room were triggered almost at the same time. Bullets were shot at him from all directions, and green light flashed between the bullets. Superman couldn't face the kryptonite. In order not to cause more trouble for Batman, he could only wait outside. Although the traps in the room were very deadly, Batman successfully recovered the kryptonite and put it back into the lead box next to him. Batman picked up the box and retreated cautiously. Bullets were still shot at Batman from all directions. Considering that kryptonite was added, Batman refused Superman's help. But with a cumbersome lead box and kryptonite, no matter how flexible Batman was, he couldn't completely avoid these dense bullets. When the first bullet shot through his thigh, the second bullet shot through his left shoulder. Just when Superman couldn't stand by and watch any longer, Batman had already rushed out holding the lead box. The wound did not have the burning sensation of being shot by an ordinary bullet, but instead felt like being penetrated by ice. Perhaps because of this, his actions were not greatly disturbed. However, because of this, he belatedly determined that those bullets were not the kryptonite bullets they feared, and Luthor did not have so much kryptonite to make bullets. So what was the purpose of Luthor's arrangements? While thinking, Superman caught Batman in the next second, hugged him and flew out through the ceiling. "Tomorrow night, Red Hood, why are you here? Green Goblin, why are you here?" Chapter 63. Superman restrained himself, controlled the speed to the limit that the human body could bear, and flew Batman directly back to the Batcave. The Batplane was still controlled by Alfred and followed him. Batman's injury was not serious for him, just a bullet in the thigh and shoulder. At most he would be unable to move before recovering. But Superman felt very guilty. "Bruce, is there anything I can do for you?" In the Batcave, Alfred was treating the wounds of Batman, who took off his hood, while Batman himself was thinking about what went wrong in today's operation and what Luthor's real purpose was in leading them there. He heard Superman's voice, but he only heard it, and even the answer was a subconscious reaction. "No need. Are you feeling okay?" Superman knew that he couldn't give up easily. Yet, Batman watched Alfred bandage his thigh that was pierced by a bullet, but his brain was still reviewing their actions. At first, Superman discovered that Luthor had obtained kryptonite, and then Superman came to Gotham to find him. If these were Luthor's conspiracies from the beginning, then what did he want? "You need to recuperate." Superman frowned as he looked at the blood-stained gauze, thinking that this time he must let Batman get enough rest no matter what. Yet, instead of thinking about the effect Luthor wanted to achieve, what about thinking about what he had gained from it? "Next, I can take your place on night patrol." This was the only thing that made Batman unable to rest in peace. Superman felt that he could do it for him. After all, they had pretended to be each other before. Yet, so what did he get? "You agreed." Superman made a shocked sound. He didn't expect that his proposal would be so easily approved by Batman. Batman was also called back to reason by Superman's surprised tone. What did he agree to? "Next, I can take your place on night patrol." Very good, I remembered. "No." Batman said halfway through his refusal, and Superman had disappeared. "I will come on time tomorrow night." This was the last sentence Superman left before disappearing. Mr. Kent is just concerned about you. Alfred had already treated Bruce's wounds. "You know, you are not young anymore. You have to take care of your body." Is 35 considered old? Bruce raised his uninjured right hand and touched his stubble, not thinking that there was anything wrong with his age. "It depends on the situation." Alfred answered quickly, without any sign of thinking. "If it's a relationship, your age may be just right." Harry left a check for $500,000, said goodbye to the Red Hood and drove home by himself. After what happened last night, he has deeply realized how necessary it is to drive in Gotham at night. Nicole Ralph's matter is now gradually becoming clear. Paradise Medicine is definitely related to his disappearance. In order to find Nicole Ralph, Harry will go to Metropolis tomorrow night anyway. But after tonight, don't let me see the Green Goblin appear in Gotham. Harry always remembers what Batman said. But they were completely unrelated now. Harry opened the car window and put the roof down. The damp and cool wind with the smell of seawater blew from the side, which made Harry much more sober. The Green Goblin would never appear in Gotham again, nor in front of Batman, but he would definitely go to Metropolis tomorrow night. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when Harry got home. He had told Bernard in advance that he would be home very late and there was no need to wait for him. Although the butler had gone to rest, the lights were on in the courtyard and the corridor leading to Harry's room. Feeling the care from the butler, Harry felt much better. But thinking of the equipment that was violently damaged by himself, Harry regretted it very much. But all the troubles will be left for tomorrow. As long as the hang glider is fine, it doesn't matter what the other equipment is like. If the hang glider has a problem and can't be repaired immediately, Harry can only cover his face and drive away. Until he walked into the bathroom, Harry was still thinking about whether he had kicked the hang glider. Seeing the car parked outside the gate, Bernard knew that Harry was back. Considering that Harry came back too late last night and didn't have enough rest time, Bernard didn't wake Harry up at 8 o'clock in the morning to go to work, but chose to wait for Harry to wake up. Unexpectedly, he waited until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Anyway, 1 o'clock in the afternoon was still beyond Bernard's tolerance. After warming up the lunch, Bernard went directly to knock on Harry's bedroom door. However, he just knocked lightly and the half-closed door was pushed open. There was no one in the bedroom, and even the bed had no trace of anyone sleeping. Mobile phones are used at times like this. Bernard took out his mobile phone and called Harry. "Bernard, what's wrong?" Harry answered the call almost instantly. "Master Harry, are you not back?" "Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I'm in the basement." Harry's voice can be heard of the excitement of not sleeping all night. If Bernard was there, he could see that Harry's eyes were even more blue and red due to staying up late to work. The basement was originally divided into 2 areas, a laboratory and a weapons research and development room. The laboratory has been emptied, leaving only the weapons research and development room. It is easy to imagine what Harry is doing there now. Harry repaired his glider with half of its wings broken overnight, and reconnected the damaged armor at the joint. This was a big project. There was no problem with the rest of the equipment, except for the broken goggles. However, he had a drawer of the same glasses, so it would not matter if 8 or 10 were broken. 2 days later, Harry put on the Green Goblin's equipment again. When night fell and dark clouds covered the moon, the bat-shaped glider took off from the Osborn family's villa. This flight was different from the past. Harry directly controlled the glider to cross the dark clouds. In any case, Batman's sight would not be able to see him through the dark clouds. Superman, who had the ability to see him through the dark clouds, had already flown into the lead-wrapped Batcave and was putting Batman's armor on himself. Harry didn't know much about the terrain of Metropolis, and it took him a long time to find the inconspicuous Paradise Pharmaceuticals among a whole area of high-rise buildings. After parking the glider on the roof of the tallest building nearby, Harry directly climbed in through the window on the top floor of Paradise Pharmaceuticals. Although it was called the top floor, it was actually only 5 floors in total. A company usually has no one at night except the staff on duty, provided that the company is decent enough. Harry didn't think it was a decent company, but he walked all the way from the top floor to the first floor, and he didn't meet anyone. It seems that there should be a laboratory in the basement like the Osborn Group. Harry groped forward in the moonlight through the glass window, carefully avoiding the surveillance and walking towards the safe passage. Red Hood was also groping in the company in the moonlight. He climbed in through the window on the first floor with a clear goal of finding the underground laboratory. So when Harry saw a tall and dark figure in the night, he instinctively attacked the other party, and Red Hood had the same idea. Harry approached the other party and punched hard. The sharp short blade on his armor finally came in handy. The air passed through the blade and there was a faint buzzing sound. Although the short blade on Harry's arm was very hidden under the cover of the night, Red Hood still caught the buzzing sound. He grabbed Harry's wrist and pulled it towards him, while raising his foot and kicking Harry's defenseless waist. The moment he released his wrist, Harry was kicked against the wall by Red Hood. Although he had no armor on his waist, Harry still reacted quickly. Hearing the sound of another person approaching rapidly, he crossed his arm to block the short blade in front of him. At this time, Red Hood had already rushed over. He carefully avoided the arm that was swinging towards him, and used the narrow terrain of the corridor to make Harry's arm blade pierce into the wall. Taking advantage of Harry's restricted movement, Red Hood almost went behind him in the next second and pointed a gun at his back. "Who are you?" Red Hood lowered his voice. "Harry, who was secretly trying to pull his arm out, suddenly felt a little complicated when he heard this familiar voice. He gave up pulling out the arm blade and directly removed the arm armor on his left arm. After removing the restriction, he immediately squatted to avoid the muzzle of the gun. At the same time, he supported himself on the ground with his arm and raised his right leg to sweep across the crook of Red Hood's leg, successfully attacking Red Hood. Taking advantage of the moment when Red Hood lost his balance, Harry pushed him against the wall, and the blade on his right arm armor pressed against Red Hood's neck. "Red Hood, what are you doing here?" Harry knew that they had just found out about this suspicious company together yesterday, but he didn't expect Red Hood to be so enthusiastic. Red Hood paused as he was about to shoot with a gun. The voice with a hint of mechanical sound was also very familiar. "Green Goblin? Why are you here?" Only he and Harry Osborn knew about the suspiciousness of this company. Red Hood was sure of this, so when his code name was called out, Harry retracted the short blade against Red Hood's neck. "I am here for the same reason you are here." Red Hood also retracted the gun that was against Green Goblin's abdomen. "Aren't you with old Bat? We broke up." Aha! Red Hood was pleased to see this. Can't stand his strong desire for control finally. Desire for control. Harry didn't think Batman had any excessive desire for control. Even if they broke up, he would still defend Batman. Batman is not that kind of person. If there was light now, if Red Hood was not wearing his hood, Harry would definitely be able to read these words from his expression. "Are you okay? What else can we say if we have different opinions?" Red Hood immediately lost interest in asking further questions and turned to walk towards the nearby safe passage. Green Goblin followed him, which was also his goal. "I've checked the upper floors. It's a normal office building, nothing special." Green Goblin didn't deliberately control the volume, but his voice was not very loud. "Now we can only hope to find some clues underground." The entrance to the underground passage from the safe passage was blocked by a metal door. Red Hood studied the door and found that it could only be opened with a special key. It seems that the underground is indeed not simple. Harry took out a pumpkin bomb. "Bomb it." Red Hood stepped back a few steps and signaled Green Goblin to do whatever he wanted. Harry turned on the bomb switch and smashed it directly at the door. Since the pumpkin bomb exploded as soon as it was triggered, there was no need to worry about the rebound problem. But Red Hood didn't know that when he saw Green Goblin throwing the bomb directly, his only thought was to pray that the bomb was less powerful, so that it would not rebound and kill him. However, the bomb blew open the door smoothly, before Red Hood even finished praying in his heart. "How is it?" Harry had just finished speaking when a shrill alarm sounded. The two rushed into the huge hole that had been blown open at the same time. Red Hood even took a look and easily found the lead in the interlayer of the door. It seems that they are really protecting Superman. The research inside may be related to Superman or the Justice League. Red Hood retracted his gaze and followed the Green Goblin. Why can only this little content be written in 3,000 words? Question mark? Chapter 64. Urged by the alarm, Green Goblin and Red Hood quickly rushed into the door. Although the exterior of Paradise Medical looked ordinary and inconspicuous, the underground was built with a sense of technology. After entering here, there was a long corridor with a whole piece of metal plate on the wall. White lights were embedded in the metal wall, illuminating the place with a pale white. Red Hood walked to the front cautiously. At the corner at the end of the corridor, he carefully poked his head out to observe the situation, but almost the moment he poked his head out, dense gunshots rang out, shooting in the direction of Red Hood. The moment he heard the gunshots, Harry was about to pull Red Hood back, but Red Hood had already retracted his side and leaned against the wall in the corner again. At least 20 people. After turning the corner and walking out, there was an activity hall. Red Hood did not directly see where the ambushing people were, but he roughly noticed the suitable ambush location and the direction of the gunshots. Dozens of people with guns, a narrow and enclosed space. Although it was not impossible to solve the problem, Red Hood glanced at Green Goblin. If he was alone, of course there would be no problem, but Green Goblin's combat awareness was obviously not very good, and it was difficult to guarantee that he would not accidentally hurt someone. Before he suspected that Green Goblin was Harry Osborn, he might have believed in Green Goblin's ability a little more. "Can your hood filter the air?" Green Goblin tossed the pumpkin bomb in his hand and asked Red Hood without thinking. However, Red Hood quickly reacted. He took a look at the thing in Green Goblin's hand. That was the same shape as the bomb just now, poison gas bomb. Almost. Green Goblin activated the bomb, and the bomb began to flash green light. Nervous bomb. Before he finished speaking, Harry threw the flashing bomb into the corner hall. While the ambushing people's sight was attracted by the pumpkin bomb, Red Hood immediately raised his gun and leaned out of the corner, shooting the exhaust fan he had just glimpsed, and the buzzing exhaust fan was scattered by one shot. After the gunshot, there was a crisp sound of metal falling to the ground. Red Hood saw the pumpkin bomb fall to the floor, and a thick white mist burst out instantly, filling the entire hall in a second, and continued to spread to the corridor. "What did you just hit?" "Exhaust fan." The Green Goblin was silent. He should have thought that places like this usually use exhaust fans for ventilation. If the exhaust fan is left, the lasting effect of the anesthetic bullet will definitely be greatly reduced. There were intermittent muffled sounds of bodies falling to the ground from the direction of the hall. The Green Goblin and the Red Hood walked over carefully. People in combat uniforms had already fallen to the ground, and their guns all fell to the ground. "It works very quickly," the Red Hood sighed. "How long will the effect last?" "If they wake up naturally, at least tomorrow noon." The Red Hood and the Green Goblin also stepped over these people in combat boots and continued to walk inside. As they continued to go deeper, more turbid white anesthetic gas remained behind them. Even if it still escaped, it was not enough to make people faint. The Green Goblin still remembered that the purpose of coming here was to retrieve the researchers of the Osborn Group. He kicked open many doors along the way, but most of them were lounges, and some were for storing experimental materials. Where exactly was Nicole Ralph imprisoned? Or has he simply surrendered to heavenly medicine? Unlike the Green Goblin, the Red Hood's goal is to destroy the illegal experiments here, especially this experiment is likely to target Superman or the Justice League. Just as they were exploring here, a man in a white coat suddenly appeared in front of them. He pointed a gun at the Red Hood and the Green Goblin. "Get out of here." It was Morpage, the researcher who kidnapped Nicole Ralph. "Where is Nicole Ralph?" The Green Goblin completely ignored the gun in the researcher's hand and asked him harshly. The Green Goblin came to find Nicole Ralph, and the Red Hood thought that he should be sure that the Green Goblin is Harry Osborn. However, the researcher had no intention of answering Harry's question. He raised the gun in front of his chest with both hands. "If you don't leave here, I will shoot." The gun-holding posture was wrong, and coupled with a wrist that looked very weak, the Red Hood felt that even if he stood there and let him shoot, he might not be able to hide him. Seeing that he was about to pull the trigger, Harry simply pulled off the handle on the door next to him and threw it at him. Although Harry's fighting skills and combat experience are not so commendable, he dares to say that he is absolutely accurate in throwing things. For example, now, Morpage has been hit on the forehead and fainted on the ground. But before fainting, he still made up his mind to shoot. This bullet, which may carry some hope of Morpage, hit the feet of Red Hood. "The security here is too ordinary." Green Goblin lamented that they came in too easily. "Be low-key to avoid being seen." Red Hood even lamented their bad luck to successfully find this place. "Besides, those thugs with guns are enough to deal with ordinary people." Red Hood dragged the leg of the researcher who just fainted and continued to walk inside. "Anyway, since they want to hide better, this place is destined not to be too big," and they soon walked to the innermost research room. Through the glass door, Green Goblin and Red Hood saw 3 researchers crowded in the corner, and Nicole Ralph was not among them. They pushed the door open and walked in, and the researchers who faced the two of them seemed even more scared. The younger one in the middle with glasses was even shaking. The Red Hood dragged Morpage's legs and threw them to the ground casually. Morpage had no reaction and looked like he was dead. "Where is Nicole Ralph?" The Green Goblin asked the same question. The 3 researchers trembled and pointed to the closed door next to them. "Very good, it seems that Nicole Ralph has not betrayed yet." The Green Goblin walked to that room and violently broke the door lock. The Red Hood had other questions to ask. What is being studied in this laboratory? He asked while walking towards the corner where the 3 researchers were huddled together. He looked like he had just killed someone. He was really scary. Researching. The young man in the middle with glasses couldn't stand it first. He stammered and prepared to confess. But the older researcher next to him secretly stepped on him and stepped back on his unspoken words. The Red Hood had already walked in front of them. He pointed his gun at the researcher who had just stepped on someone. "Do you know what stupidity is? Provoking someone who is pointing a gun at you." The researcher broke out in a cold sweat in a short time. He was not the leader of the experiment, and was even kidnapped 6 months ago. Even if this place was investigated, he would not be punished severely. But if he didn't say it now, he might not be able to survive. He raised his hand tremblingly. Clones. We are studying clones. Clone? Who are they going to clone? The Red Hood's eyes swept to the sample freezer, and at the same time, he hit the butt of the gun hard on the necks of the 3 researchers one by one, knocking them down smoothly, and then walked step by step to the place where the blood samples were stored. The Green Goblin who broke the door saw Nicole Ralph tied to a chair behind the table. His mouth was taped, and the whole person looked very listless. But after seeing the Green Goblin, he still began to struggle in fear. The Green Goblin walked over and peeled off the tape on his face without mercy. Ah! Nicole Ralph, who was originally very listless, screamed with full force, "Let me out! I won't help you make a Batman." Make what? Hearing Nicole Ralph's words, the Green Goblin grabbed his collar and lifted him up with a chair. What do you say they are going to make? Batman. The Red Hood's voice came from behind the Green Goblin. Harry dropped Nicole Ralph and turned around to look. Red Hood was holding 2 test tubes of bright red blood. There was condensed water mist on the test tubes, which looked like they had just been taken out of the freezer. Batman's blood, Red Hood explained. When seeing the 2 tubes of blood, Red Hood once again sighed it as in Harry Osborn's shit luck. A random investigation of a missing case involved so much, and the mastermind behind it must not have expected it. Batman's blood? Harry always couldn't keep calm when it came to things related to Batman. He realized half a beat late that someone had hurt Batman. Who is the initiator of the experiment? Harry slammed his fist on the metal table next to him, leaving a deep dent. Luther. Nicole Ralph suddenly interrupted. He finally realized that the 2 men were not the new bodyguards in the laboratory. That Morpage boasted to me how much money Luther invested in his experiment. At this time, Red Hood only had a feeling of as expected. But he didn't expect that Luther's target this time was Batman instead of Superman. In the Batcave, Bruce sat in a wheelchair at Alfred's strong request. He was watching Superman walking around in his black uniform. Robin will remind you what to do. Don't use your superpowers. Bruce turned around and operated the wheelchair to the direction of the Batcomputer. He would watch Superman patrol at night and do something else at the same time. Don't worry, Bruce. Superman pulled a black cape on his back and lowered his voice to imitate Batman's voice. Tonight I am Batman. Yeah, it's hard to be at ease, but let it be. Although the imitation may not be perfect, the ability is still unquestionable. Nothing will go wrong. Superman, wearing Batman's uniform, led the way out of the Batcave. Robin followed behind him. When he passed by Bruce, he stopped for a moment and said, "Father, I hope you can recover as soon as possible." The confident Superman and the less confident Robin finally set out for the night patrol. Luther's target this time is likely to be me. Bruce opened his speculation on this action on the computer. Red Robin and Alfred looked at each other and said, "Why do you say that? Luther has always targeted Superman and superhumans, and Batman is not on this range. Luther planned this action to lure Superman and me over." Bruce looked at his bandaged wound and said, "Assuming that he has achieved his goal, then this goal has only one option, which is to hurt me." In addition, the bullet that hit him was a special low-temperature bullet. Why must it be low temperature? In order to ensure that the blood molecules are not destroyed by the high temperature generated by the friction of the bullet. Luther's target is Batman's blood. However, no matter what his current goal is, it must be for his greater conspiracy. Batman is at most just a part of his conspiracy. In order to prevent Luther from achieving his wish, Batman believes that it is his responsibility to kill his plan at this link. Check what Luther is doing recently. Red Hood fired without hesitation in the direction of Nicole Ralph. The bullet accurately passed through the hemp rope that tied Nicole Ralph, freeing him from the chair. Thank you. Thank you. Nicole Ralph wiped the cold sweat from his head and thanked. The Green Goblin had already walked out. He searched everywhere for research materials in this laboratory, but there were not many about Batman. What should we do with this laboratory? Harry heard the sound of Red Hood coming, and he asked without turning his head. Are there any bombs? What else can he do? Blow them up. The old bat's information should not be left here. Green Goblin threw the information in his hand on the ground, turned around and dragged the 2 researchers who fainted on the ground out. Let's go. Red Hood almost laughed at the fact that he still remembered to drag these scum out when he was so angry, but he thought it didn't matter to him, so he swallowed a ridicule that was about to blurt out of his mouth. He walked over and dragged the 3rd researcher out, and dragged Morpage when he passed the door. Nicole Ralph followed him tremblingly. He held his legs together in one hand and dragged them. The Green Goblin took out another pumpkin bomb and threw it into the laboratory. The explosion effect in the confined space was magnified many times. Behind them, the laboratory was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The heat wave and the shock wave generated by the explosion directly shattered the laboratory's special bulletproof glass door and rushed towards them. Nicole Ralph's clothes were burned by the heat wave, and he was pushed forward by the shock wave. Red Hood and Green Goblin maintained their speed in this heat wave, dragging several people out slowly. After a period of dissipation, the anesthetic gas in the hall has been diluted to almost nothing. Even Nicole Ralph only felt dizzy after smelling it. He threw the 4 researchers and the thugs who fainted on the ground in the hall, and the 3 of them left directly. The continuous explosions have attracted the police from the Metropolitan Police Department, but Superman, who always appears first at this time, is not there. Outside Paradise Pharmaceuticals, the Green Goblin heard the approaching police cars. Nicole Ralph, do you know what to do next? Keep your mouth shut. Nicole Ralph answered carefully. Remember what to say and what not to say. The Green Goblin called back his hang glider, jumped on it, and prepared to rush to the next location. The Red Hood caught up with the Green Goblin on a motorcycle. Where are you going? Lex Tech. The Green Goblin stopped and looked at the Red Hood. Anything else? On the way. He also wanted to cause some trouble for Luthor. The enemy that the Red Hood said yesterday was indeed fake, but since it was all for Batman, Harry was willing to give him a ride. The Green Goblin descended on his glider. Are you going to ride in Metropolis dressed like this? You will probably pass by the police cars of the Metropolitan Police Department soon. The Red Hood heard the Green Goblin's invitation. It's not that I don't believe it, but how much can your glider carry? 400 pounds. The Green Goblin rose a little. It's more than enough to carry one more person. Metropolis is indeed not Gotham. Why not save some energy? And the Red Hood is quite curious about this glider. He parked his motorcycle casually on the side of the road and jumped on the Green Goblin's glider. The space of the glider is limited. In order to prevent the Red Hood from falling halfway, the Green Goblin grabbed his arm, then increased the power to the maximum, and the glider quickly rose above the clouds. Harry Osborn, your glider is good. Harry was caught off guard by his identity being exposed. He rushed into the sea of clouds on the glider without steadying himself, and the calm clouds were cut in the middle by them. Hey! Can you do it? Red Hood didn't have much leverage to begin with, and he was almost knocked off the glider by the damp water vapor. How did you know? Harry finally regained control of the glider, and staggered back to the clouds. What do you think? Red Hood asked back. He didn't think Harry Osborn was seriously hiding his identity. Moreover, as early as their first meeting, when Harry Osborn beat the Joker like that and fought back and forth with him, he had doubts about Harry. It was just that this time his doubts had a direction. It was okay to be exposed by Red Hood. So far, Red Hood was still a good person. Harry thought about it carefully, and it shouldn't have any impact on him, so he relaxed again. Whatever, what about you? Who are you? I suggest you ask Batman. Red Hood would not easily reveal his identity to someone he didn't know very well, and he believed that Batman would be the same. Harry was silent. Oh, I forgot. Red Hood suddenly lowered his voice. You and Batman have parted ways. As they spoke, they had already flown directly above the roof of the Lex Tech building. Harry didn't want to pay attention to Red Hood for the time being, but he couldn't see through the concrete wall to see if there was anyone in the building. Can you see if there's anyone inside? Harry guessed that Red Hood's mask was so tight that it should have an infrared detection function. But it's not necessarily true, because he didn't find the ambush in advance in the underground laboratory just now. Although the mask didn't have this function, Red Hood took out a detector from his universal belt and scanned the tall building. At least there's no one on the top 15 floors. Luthor's office is on the top floor. As soon as the voice fell, Red Hood saw the glider under his feet begin to dive towards the Lex Tech building directly below. When approaching the building, the speed decreased slightly. Every time Harry passed a floor, he broke the glass and threw 2 pumpkin bombs into it, and blew up Luthor's 10 floors. The reason why they didn't start the explosion directly from the roof, but took the trouble to blow up the floors one by one, was to prevent the foundation of the entire building from being shaken and affecting the staff below, and to prevent the splashing rubble and steel bars from falling from the roof and hitting passers-by. Very good. Harry looked at the dark 10-story building after the explosion and was very satisfied with his safe explosion method. It was just a simple warning to Lex Luthor. Harry was not so conceited that he felt he was qualified to seek justice for Batman. If necessary, Batman would do it himself, so why should he interfere? Besides, the blood volume was only 2 test tubes, so even if Batman was injured, it should be fine. Thinking of this, Harry flew towards Gotham with Red Hood. Superman, disguised as Batman, was beating up a group of thugs who were fighting in groups. Robin stood on the roof next to him and had no interest in taking action. It was at this time that the Green Goblin and Red Hood passed through the clouds above Gotham. The hang glider landed directly in the Red Hood's base, and the Green Goblin followed the Red Hood and jumped off the glider. "Why, you're not leaving tonight?" The Red Hood was very puzzled by the Green Goblin's action. "Let's go." Harry walked into the Red Hood's base on his own, borrow some clothes. It's fine to go with Red Hood. Harry doesn't want to run into Batman's night patrol just after he flew out on his hang glider, and then be taught a lesson. Although he wants to meet Batman, this kind of meeting is better off. Borrow clothes. Red Hood watched the Green Goblin walk into his base. "Can't you go back wearing your armor? Or is the dirty armor not worthy of you?" Not enough 6,000. The next chapter is about Harry being saved by Superman, which I was going to write today. Exclamation mark. Chapter 65. Finally, Harry got a brown jacket that looked like a wholesale one. He took off most of his armor, leaving only the arm guard with a hidden weapon on his right arm, and finally put on Red Hood's brown jacket. Although it was a little big, it was at least not so strange. Seeing Harry take off the mask and goggles on his face, Red Hood saw his blue and red eyes and pale face. "Are you taking drugs?" It was just a day without seeing him, and Red Hood really couldn't think of a second reason that could make a person quickly become like this in just one day. Harry grinned and gave him a sneer. "You really have ideas." After tonight's actions, the two of them unanimously added the label of protecting Batman. You can trust to each other in their hearts, so the conversation was a little more casual than last night. But if Red Hood knew that Harry thought so, he would definitely throw him out. "I'll leave my equipment with you for the time being. Come and pick it up tomorrow night." "Come tomorrow night before Batman's night patrol." "Whatever, as long as you don't worry about seeing a pile of junk tomorrow." Compared to seeing a pile of junk, being accused by Batman was more difficult for Harry to accept. The Red Hood's base was in a more hidden location in the East District, and it would take several blocks to get out of here. The East District has always been chaotic. The farther Harry was from the Red Hood's base, the more unfriendly the eyes of the people passing by were. Nicole Ralph's matter had been resolved. Walking alone in the dark and narrow streets, Harry felt a sense of emptiness. There was nothing to do, and tomorrow was not worth looking forward to. His life was so dull that even if he lived it again, it would not be stained with a bit of gorgeous color. It was already early in the morning, the most dangerous time in Gotham. Harry didn't want to experience the disgusting feeling of being coveted by scum again. He should call the driver of the Osborn family directly and notify someone to pick him up here, but he took out his mobile phone and couldn't just make an outgoing call. The East District has always been the focus of Batman's night patrols. Maybe he can see him from a distance. However, Harry looked down and saw the special combat boots on his feet. He wrapped his large jacket around himself and gave up the idea. Just as Harry looked down and looked up the driver's number on his phone, 4 people came out from the corner of the street and surrounded him. Harry noticed someone approaching, but he thought it was normal to have people on the road. It was not until they met on a narrow road and surrounded him that Harry finally confirmed that he was going to be robbed again. "Hey, a stranger." The man blocking Harry stretched out his arm to stop Harry, who wanted to ignore them and continue walking forward. Harry put away his phone to avoid throwing it later. A stranger, so what? The other 3 people had already taken out the daggers and iron bars hidden under their coats. The man in front of Harry retracted his arm to stop him. "If you want to leave safely, hand over the money you have." "You want money?" Harry said sarcastically. "You should have said it earlier. It turns out to be a beggar." Superman, who was wearing a Batman uniform and was coming this way, saw the robbery before Robin. He subconsciously focused his hearing on Harry and the 4 robbers and clearly heard the robbers' threats to passers-by. "There's a robbery going on ahead," Superman said to Robin in Batman's voice. "I'll go first." Superman seemed to be using his grappling gun, but in fact, he was using his superpowers to provide himself with necessary assistance without leaving any trace, so his speed could be faster than Robin, who was familiar with this method. Before Robin could answer, Superman had already accelerated and rushed over. For Robin, This was not the first time this happened tonight. He had gone from being nervous at the beginning to being numb now. Despite this, he still followed Superman dutifully. Until he saw the unlucky guy who was being robbed, Harry Osborn, whom Superman was going to rescue. Hey. Batman. That's not necessary. Robin's voice was not loud, and Superman could hear it anyway, but he had already fallen behind the kidnapper and faced Harry Osborn. TT. Bruce, Tim, and Alfred, who were investigating Luthor and watching the night patrol in the Batcave, were attracted by Robin's voice. They turned their attention away from the news that the Lextech building was bombed for no reason, and refocused their attention on the night patrol screen. They saw Harry staring at Superman with a gloomy face. He looked terrible. This was the first thought that came to Bruce's mind after he saw Harry. The moment Harry decided to take action, a man in black armor and a black cape fell from the sky and landed behind the robber. When Harry saw the black figure, his heart almost stopped beating, but before he could feel the surprise and bitterness of his wish coming true, he found that something was wrong with the Batman in front of him. Batman's lips should be pale and thin, always tilted downwards. His jaw and the whole person should look more aggressive, while giving people a sense of reliability. And I shouldn't be indifferent to him. Harry thought that even if the impression he left on Batman was not so good, they would not become strangers in 2 days. The Batman in front of him was fake. Was this another conspiracy against Batman? Where was the real Batman taken? He looked gloomy and stared at the man pretending to be Batman in front of him. Batman. The robber behind Harry almost shouted out, and it was obvious how scared he was. In order to maintain the image of Batman, Superman did not teach these criminals a lesson. He directly picked up the robber between him and the robbed passerby and threw him to another person, killing half of the gangsters at once. The remaining 2 raised iron bars, as if they found that they could not escape and were going to struggle to death. Harry stood there and observed this fake Batman. Do you think he found it? Tim looked at the surveillance screen and felt that tonight's night patrol was interesting. He found it. Bruce looked at Harry in the picture, and was very sure. Harry Osborn's eyes when looking at Batman were always dependent and trusting. He would not look at Batman with that kind of eyes, that gloomy and fierce eyes. Even when Harry Osborn was the most angry, he had no intention of hurting Batman. Bruce didn't think that Harry's attitude towards him had changed in just 2 days. Alfred stood behind Bruce, watching the surveillance screen with a gratified look. In order to stop the 2 robbers who wanted to escape, Superman pulled out a batarang from his waist and threw it in the direction of the 2 people. The batarang passed between them accurately and pierced into the wall at the corner. The moment the 2 slowed down, Superman had already caught up and stomped on each of them. Are you okay? It was Batman's voice, but he was not Batman. Harry walked towards him. Who are you? Harry suppressed his urge to attack immediately. He could see that this man's skills were not inferior to Batman's, and he might not be able to beat him. I am Batman, Superman answered confidently. He guessed that this man had just arrived in Gotham, otherwise how could he not know Batman? Robin rushed over and only had time to hear this sentence. He gave up struggling and simply stopped at the top of the wall. Batman. Harry had already walked in front of Superman, and there was only half an arm's length between them. Perhaps he wanted to express his gratitude or something. Although Superman felt that they were a little close, it was not surprising that the young man was afraid considering that he had just been robbed. But the next second, Superman saw a flash of silver in front of him, and a row of sharp multi-layered short blades pierced into the abdominal armor of Batman's uniform, but were blocked outside the steel body. Superman opened his mouth, but was so shocked by the change that he didn't know what to say. He looked down at the blade that pierced Batman's uniform, and then looked at the thin young man. Perhaps this is Gotham? Harry didn't expect that he couldn't hurt the man in front of him even after piercing Batman's armor. He guessed that he was wearing other defensive clothes under his uniform. You are not Batman. Seeing that his attack failed, Harry pulled out the short blade from Batman's uniform and attacked again from a different angle. Where's Batman? Robin, stop them. Robin heard Bruce's voice from the inside. He jumped down from the wall and quickly approached Harry Osborn, who was attacking Superman from behind. Superman covered his chest that was hit several times. He heard Bruce's voice in Robin's inner line and wanted to stop the opponent by himself, so he raised his hand to grab the fist of the young man in front of him, and then pressed his right arm with a hidden weapon to press him against the wall. Hey, calm down. Harry couldn't stay calm after encountering 2 conspiracies against Batman in one night, especially because his attacks were useless against the man pretending to be Batman in front of him, which made him even more angry. His whole body couldn't move, only his head could move freely. Without thinking, Harry's forehead hit the chin in front of him hard, trying to force the other party to let him go in this way. When being restrained, this is a normal means of attack, effective and highly feasible. Of course, it can be used against humans, but this is Superman with a steel body. The consequence of a hard collision is that Harry knocked himself unconscious. Robin was very close to them, but when he rushed over, Harry had already fallen. Take him back to the Batcave. Bruce had a headache. Superman has realized that the young man who bumped into him and actually knocked him unconscious knows Batman. He bumped into himself. While Superman and Robin haven't brought Harry Osborn back yet, Bruce controls the wheelchair and changes into the spare Batman uniform. Alfred sighs and shakes his head. Do you want me to hide? Alfred, I'll lend you this. Red Robin handed his spare eye mask to Alfred, and he subconsciously thought that Alfred wanted to stay. Sure enough, Alfred took the eye mask and put it on himself. Thank you, Master Tim. Superman and Robin sat in the Batmobile, and the fainted Harry lay in the back of the Batmobile. They ended their night tour of the Batcave early. The Batmobile still returned from the water, passing through the dark and humid cave to the open field. Bruce, who had changed into a uniform, and Alfred, who was wearing an eye mask, were waiting on the side. Hey, Bruce. Superman got off the Batmobile with a much weaker spirit and before he set out, "Oh, Batman," Bruce reminded Superman, "don't call me the wrong name again." Alfred had already opened the trunk. He saw Harry lying in the car with a swollen forehead. He turned to his master who was sitting in a wheelchair and said, "Do you want to carry Mr. Osborn down yourself?" Batman had a hard time answering Alfred's words recently. He seemed to be targeted by Alfred after the quarrel with little Osborn. "Let me do it." Superman volunteered. He just wanted to do something to make up for it. After all, this seemed to be Batman's friend. So he reached out and carried the unconscious young man out of the car. Under Alfred's guidance, they walked to the black sofa, which was the one Harry was lying on when he came last time. Batman subconsciously glanced at Superman's hand on Harry's waist and controlled the wheelchair to follow beside him. He thought his injury was not serious enough to require him to sit in a wheelchair. It was not until Harry was placed on the sofa that Batman saw his current appearance. His forehead was red and swollen from hitting Superman, and his eyes were blue and red from insomnia or staying up late. He looked weaker than the last time they met. Batman looked at Harry in silence, constantly thinking about how bad he had done to him. "Send him home when he wakes up," Batman said to Red Robin next to him. "Me?" Red Robin pointed at himself. "Why didn't you just let Superman take him home just now?" Batman's arm on the armrest of the wheelchair stiffened for a moment. Why didn't he just let Superman take Harry home? Maybe it's because Batman wants to apologize to Mr. Osborn. Alfred reminded Batman, although Luther's matter is not over, the agreement must still be observed. Batman looked at Harry. He hadn't figured out how to tell little Osborn. At this moment, Harry's cell phone rang. Everyone looked at each other, as if asking each other what to do. Until the call was automatically hung up, no one had the idea of taking out his cell phone to help him connect. Although they were not strangers, it was not appropriate to answer Harry's call privately. But after a while, Harry's phone rang again. Maybe it's his butler. Red Robin guessed. Batman also guessed so. The butler of the Osborn family really cared about Harry. Until the fourth call, if you don't answer it, just let his phone keep ringing. Robin didn't want to listen anymore, or just turn it off. Batman controlled the wheelchair to the sofa and took out his phone from the pocket of Harry's jacket. He thought that this piece of clothing was just bought casually by Harry to blend in with the crowd, but he found that the jacket was abnormally worn. However, before he could think about it, Harry's phone was still ringing persistently. He looked at the phone note. It's his butler. Perhaps we should answer the phone and tell him about Mr. Osborn's situation. Alfred suggested. At least it's much better than letting him continue to worry. It's not a private call, and he can apologize to Harry Osborn after he wakes up. Thinking of this, Batman pressed the call button. Master Harry. Bernard didn't want to keep calling Harry like this. After all, the frequency of calls was really suffocating. But he saw the news in Metropolis, a pharmaceutical company that was bombed, and the Lextech building that was bombed for no reason. He couldn't help but worry that something might happen to Harry, and he delayed the rescue for various reasons. Batman glanced at the comatose Harry, and it seemed that he couldn't wake up now, so he couldn't help but sigh softly. Harry Osborn is not available to answer the phone now. A very recognizable voice. Bernard was almost stunned after hearing it. Batman. It's me. Bernard was very sure that Harry went to Metropolis tonight, but now he seemed to be mixed up with Batman again. Excuse me, is Master Harry with you now? Bernard's tone was questioning. He still remembered Harry's collapse 2 days ago. Someone will take him back tomorrow. What do you think of him? Bernard couldn't bear to hear Batman talking about Harry in such a nonchalant tone. Can he be summoned and dismissed at will? Even though he still trusts you sincerely despite the way you treat him, Bernard said solemnly, with accusations in his respect, please treat him well. Although Batman was not good to Harry, Bernard still believed in his character. Since Harry was with him, at least there should be no need to worry about his safety. So after saying that, Bernard hung up the phone immediately. Batman didn't even have time to refute, although he wouldn't refute anything on the phone. You seem to have been misunderstood. Superman heard Harry Osborn's butler accusing Batman. Red Robin finally didn't have to endure it so hard, he even laughed out loud. Robin pouted and said nothing. Alfred smiled and agreed with Bernard's words. Mr. Osborn's butler really cares about him. Harry fainted at first because he hit his head, but later he was simply too sleepy. He vaguely felt someone rummaging through his clothes, so he instantly became alert and even reached out to grab his hand and open his eyes. Batman originally wanted to put the phone back into Harry's pocket, but he felt that Harry's jacket was familiar, so he couldn't help but rummaging through it a few more times. Unexpectedly, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by a cold hand, and he looked up and met Harry's surprised eyes. You're awake. Batman broke free from Harry's hand. Harry opened his mouth, but closed it because he didn't know what to say. Red Robin and Robin were standing next to him, and the person pretending to be Batman was still behind Batman. In addition, there was a person wearing an eye patch whom Harry had never seen before. Why? Harry wanted to ask Batman why he asked someone to pretend to be him, but he finally saw Batman sitting in a wheelchair. The number of words dropped sharply. Chapter 66. Harry thought Batman was only slightly injured, but now he was sitting in a wheelchair. The words that Harry hadn't asked yet were stuck in his throat. Harry's helplessness in front of Batman was replaced by worry and anger. You. Harry sat on the sofa, shorter than Batman in the wheelchair. Under Batman's tight uniform, not only the developed muscles of his legs attracted Harry, but also the obvious bandage marks on his thighs. His hand unconsciously fell on Batman's thigh. He raised his head slightly, and his gray-blue eyes looked at Batman with the same emotion as usual, but his frowning eyebrows fully showed his worry. Who did it? Lex Luthor. His tone was as if as long as Batman nodded, he would immediately rush out to find Luthor and blow him up. The people in the Batcave looked at each other, and only Batman looked at Harry's hand on his thigh. They were sure that Harry Osborn had never known the antagonistic relationship between Luthor and them before, so why did he clearly say Luthor's name when he saw Batman injured? Batman felt that things were out of control, not only because Harry had contacted Luthor without his knowledge, but also because of some other things that he had not figured out yet. How do you know it was Luthor? Superman, although still wearing Batman's uniform, had regained his original voice. It was the fake Batman that he could not beat at all. Harry glanced at him and then turned his gaze back to Batman. A researcher from the Osborn Group disappeared 2 days ago. I found him in the underground laboratory of a pharmaceutical company in Metropolis tonight. Harry briefly summarized his situation in the past 2 days. He thought it was necessary for Batman to know that someone was secretly targeting him. According to him, Luthor secretly set up that laboratory with the purpose of creating clones. The current experimental subject is. Harry did not say Batman, but everyone present knew what the name he did not say was. So, Batman looked at Harry, who was sitting on the sofa with his shoulders shrugged, as if he was very depressed. Did you do the 2 explosions in Metropolis tonight? Sorry, Harry felt that he had not succeeded in avenging Batman. I thought you were only slightly injured. Batman didn't think it was a good thing to blow up the Lextech building thinking that he was only slightly injured. Harry couldn't control himself at all. What if you knew from the beginning that I was seriously injured? Hearing this, Harry's hand on Batman's thigh scratched it lightly, but Batman felt itchy through the thin tights. He frowned calmly and still looked at Harry seriously. Harry looked at Batman in silence, sitting in a wheelchair. If he knew from the beginning that Batman was seriously injured, he might lose control immediately. I don't know, But Lex Luthor, I won't let him have an easy time. No one likes to stay with a mentally ill person who can't control himself. It's not easy for him to sit with Batman peacefully. Harry didn't want to ruin the atmosphere by talking about his unstable mental state. But Batman's mood was a bit complicated. If he remembered correctly, he had just done something very excessive to Harry Osborn 2 days ago, and he had not explained anything to him yet. He didn't know how dependent he was to prompt little Osborn to still choose to avenge him in this situation. If it was Dick or Jason, he wouldn't think it was so strange, but he and little Osborn had only known each other for a short time. Harry, who had already given his answer, was still looking at Batman, as if he was expecting Batman's reaction. Looking at Harry's expectant and cautious eyes, Batman even felt that as long as he wanted, he could make Harry Osborn grow into anything he wanted. I don't like you like this. If it was really possible, he hoped that little Osborn would no longer limit his gaze to Batman. He should pay more attention to himself, reflect on himself, have more self, and get more freedom. As soon as the voice fell, Batman saw with his own eyes that Harry's gray-blue eyes became dim and calm. Compared to the current state, he wanted to see Harry's dependence more. It's as it should be. Harry stopped looking at Batman and lowered his head. No one likes. Batman didn't let him indulge in this depressed mood. He leaned over and stretched out his hand wearing a black tactical glove to lift Harry's head like last time, sighed softly, and made him look at him. Listen, no matter what happens, I don't need anyone to hold the idea of revenge for Batman, and use violent means to do anything. Whenever you take up a weapon, it should be to protect more people who deserve protection. Harry tried his best to understand Batman's thoughts, but he couldn't accept letting the people he cared about suffer bad things, and he did nothing. His hesitation was reflected in his face. Batman released the hand that was supporting Harry's chin and rubbed his messy golden brown hair. As if he had received a compliment, Batman saw with his own eyes that little Osborn's eyes were lit up. You are already good enough, but you need to restrain yourself occasionally. What if I can't restrain myself? Harry couldn't believe in himself after losing control several times before, but there was always someone who could pull him back to his senses when he lost control. Will you help me and watch over me? As long as you are willing. I am always willing. Alfred was both relieved and regretful at this time. He was relieved that someone was so compatible with Batman, but he regretted that what they promised each other was control and being controlled, not love and being loved. The atmosphere between the two of them was a little too exclusive, and Red Robin and Robin no longer knew who was the person outside the Batcave. However, the conflict between Batman and others could be resolved within 2 days, which was definitely the fastest speed in history for Batman. Your butler has just called you many times. He is worried about your safety. Batman still remembered that he needed to tell Harry about this. I'm sorry, I answered your call without permission. So Batman just turned his clothes just to put the phone back. It doesn't matter. Anyway, there's nothing to keep secret from you. Harry took out his phone and checked the time. He felt that he still had time to go home and rest. There are many secrets in the Batcave that Batman doesn't want to share with him. Harry consciously avoided it. I should go back. Your clothes are a bit big. Batman guessed that Harry Osborn should go home directly after returning from Metropolis, but he appeared in the East District. The wear marks on his clothes are mostly concentrated on the outside of his forearms and shoulders, rather than the more common cuffs. These are the wear marks of defense when attacked. In addition, the style is very familiar, so the owner of the clothes is Red Hood's. Harry didn't think his clothes were strange, but after being pointed out by Batman, he suddenly began to feel uncomfortable. The oversized jacket was obviously not a tight black battle suit for daily use, and his shoes were even green. Not only Harry himself, but Bernard's eyes went dark when he saw it. We two found out together that Paradise Pharmaceuticals was conducting research in secret. Harry finally remembered another participant in this matter. He also participated in the bombing of the Lextech building. Harry might want to express Red Hood's secret protection of Batman, but this sounded like dragging a friend to share the blame after making a mistake. Perhaps you want to change your clothes. Alfred felt that his master might also want him to take off his clothes, something that fits better. Thank you, but no. I have to go to Red Hood tomorrow to get my equipment back and return my clothes to him. By the way, you left the glider with Red Hood. This was an unimaginable question for Robin. Would anyone really leave their equipment with someone they just met? Harry subconsciously looked at Batman. This glance successfully reminded Batman of what he had said before, that he didn't want the Green Goblin to appear in Gotham again, and he didn't expect that Harry Osborn would even be willing to abide by such words. Batman was in a complicated mood. Harry Osborn always had a clear position on things that had nothing to do with Batman, but when something was related to Batman, he began to become blind. I take that back. Batman didn't say what he said specifically, but Harry understood. So, the next night patrol. As you can see, I'm injured, and Gotham needs you. Hey, Batman, Superman, who was watching the show on the side, was suddenly asked to do something. What about me? Superman, you should go back. Superman. Harry knew that he was the chairman of the Justice League, an alien, and very strong. No wonder he couldn't beat him. Harry, who was almost losing confidence, felt a little relieved. Everyone who saw Superman would ask back in such a shocked tone. Robin felt that at least Harry Osborn should like Batman more. Why, you like Superman too? No, Harry retorted subconsciously, I just think his color matching is very friendly. Superman, who was praised for his friendly color matching for the first time, thank you. So, who is this? Harry looked at the man next to him who was wearing a neat suit and an eye patch. He gave Harry an indescribable feeling, as if he saw Bernard. Penny 1, Alfred introduced himself. I'm usually responsible for the logistics of the Batcave. Harry was still wondering if he should introduce himself, because everyone seemed to know him, but he saw Penny 1 winking at him affectionately. But I always think that Batman can't always rely on logistics to constrain himself, Penny 1 continued. Maybe it's time to find a second owner for the Batcave. Harry was still confused about finding a second owner for the Batcave, but he saw Penny 1 smiled at him, and Harry froze on the sofa when he suddenly understood something. He was discovered that he liked Batman? Batman doesn't have a fixed partner. Harry easily got the answer he had been wanting to know for a long time, and for a moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy about it. I should go back. Harry pretended to be calm and didn't look at Penny 1 again. Batman looked at Red Robin. Red Robin received Batman's gaze. Okay, I knew it. Although he didn't object to sending little Osborn home, he always felt that Batman was not very happy, especially when the two of them were sitting on the Batbike. This feeling was particularly strong. In just 2 days, the number of words updated was immediately reduced to its original state. Chapter 67. Why can you forgive Batman so easily? Red Robin was very curious about this. If possible, he even wanted Dick and Jason to come and listen to the lesson. Tim was driving Harry Osborn in Gotham. He thought to himself that although Batman did some things inappropriately, his love for every child was always beyond doubt. However, he was really hateful when he was hateful. He was too much when he drove little Osborn away 2 days ago. Why? Harry heard Red Robin's question, because Harry originally wanted to say that it was because Batman apologized, but he thought about it carefully. Batman didn't seem to say anything to apologize tonight, so he changed his words halfway, because he was injured. So he ignored all his grievances and completely shifted his attention to his injuries. Later, under Batman's gentle treatment, he completely put his grievances behind him. So, Red Robin was silent. There should be no reference value. Even Jason should not want Batman to get injured casually, right? Bernard waited for Harry to come home before going to bed. Still ill-fitting clothes, plus obvious sluggishness between actions. The depression of the past few days was swept away, and there was a sense of ease and joy between his eyebrows. Bernard didn't want to think about things in a strange direction, but he still remembered that his call had not been answered for a long time, and Batman's low sigh after the call was answered. But it was not necessarily the case, at least Harry's clothes were still there. Master Harry, Batman said you will be back tomorrow. Did he tell Bernard this when he answered the phone? Harry touched his forehead and felt that the slight swelling had completely disappeared. Sorry, Bernard, I was asleep. I fainted. Bernard's heart sank. Why was Batman next to him when he fell asleep? He reprimanded you mercilessly a few days ago, and you tonight. Bernard felt that Harry was not worthy of it, or rather, he felt heartbroken for such a Harry. No one was worthy of his humble desire. It's just a conflict that occasionally occurs between friends. Are you just friends? No, Harry refuted in his heart. He liked Batman and wanted to have more relationship with him. It seems that they are not just friends. Bernard sighed. Do you mind asking how you got back? Flying out of the attic on a hang glider and walking back through the door? Red Robin sent me back. This question was finally easy to answer, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Bernard didn't say anything. He suddenly felt very tired. Luthor, whose building was bombed, was also about to explode. But what was more infuriating to him was that the laboratory was bombed. He restored the surveillance of Paradise Pharmaceuticals and looked for the people who blew up his laboratory bit by bit, Red Hood and Green Goblin. Red Hood aside, Green Goblin was just a person with an unknown position who suddenly appeared in Gotham in the past month. Why did he find him here? Lex Luthor opened another folder, which contained video materials about Green Goblin in the Gotham bank robbery some time ago. No matter how you look at it, Green Goblin is just an ordinary person with high-tech weapons, so Luthor didn't care at the time. Now the laboratory has been bombed, and all the researchers who have been here for half a year have been arrested. The research samples that he got from Batman with great difficulty are also lost. His plan to copy the entire Justice League from Batman was completely shattered. He finally hid it from Superman and Batman, and the plan was almost launched smoothly. Now it was inexplicably ruined by two minor characters. Luthor will not be able to sleep well in the future if he doesn't get this out of his chest. Gotham. Harry, who was in a good mood, suddenly thought of Bruce when he woke up in the morning. He still remembered that when he was injured, he told Bruce that he would make an appointment later. There is no time to lose, so let's make an appointment now. So after breakfast, Harry collapsed on the sofa and called Bruce. Bruce, who was forced to go to bed and get up early due to his injury, rarely showed up at the breakfast table on time. Damien had already left for school, Tim was still resting, and Bruce was the only one eating breakfast. When the phone rang, he was flipping through the news about 2 explosions in Metropolis. If there was enough evidence, he could send Lex Luthor to prison, but the head of Paradise Medicine had taken the entire illegal experiment on himself, and they had no evidence to accuse Luthor. The ringing of the phone interrupted Bruce's thinking. He picked up the phone next to him and looked at the note, Harry Osborn. Without hesitation, Bruce pressed the call button. Good morning, Harry. Hey, Bruce. Harry covered his stomach that was forced to eat and collapsed on the sofa. Good morning. His somewhat satisfied voice came out of the phone, and to Bruce, who was full of energy in the morning, it sounded like a furry hook. My injury has completely healed, Bruce. After saying hello, Harry directly stated the purpose of his call. Do you have time recently? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Bruce looked at the wheelchair under him. In fact, his injury has recovered quite well. If he really wants to move, there is no problem, but whenever he has this idea, Alpha will always appear nearby. Bruce subconsciously looked around and saw Alpha coming down after cleaning the room. Oh. Bruce's voice sounded a little embarrassed. I just don't have much time these 2 days. Is that so? Harry didn't think it was a big deal. Everyone has their own things to deal with. If there's anything important, you can also talk on the phone. I will listen carefully. Bruce put the newspaper completely on the table and talked to Harry with a smile on his face. Alfred came over and heard Bruce say this. He felt that he was one step closer to his expectations. Harry did have something to share with Bruce. Apart from him, Harry had no one else to share this kind of thing with. Bruce might even be able to provide him with some professional guidance. But talking about this kind of thing on the phone didn't feel formal to Harry. He got up from the sofa, sat cross-legged in the corner of the sofa, and planned to reveal a little bit. Bruce, do you know how to pursue someone you like? Harry vaguely remembered the overwhelming gossip about Bruce Wayne that was pushed on the computer when he was looking for information. I mean, you look very experienced. After hearing Harry's question, Bruce's smile disappeared from his face. Do you have someone you like? He didn't even realize the questioning contained in his tone. I'm about to be 21 years old. Harry emphasized the fact that he was an adult. Shouldn't I have someone I like now? About to be 21 years old. For Bruce, he is too young. Even Dick is already 25 years old. So Bruce attributed his irritability to the control desire magnified by the little Osborn himself. He seemed to want to control everything about him, but his partner should not be included. So, even though his reason told him that he should not interfere with Harry's feelings, he still asked this question with great difficulty. Who do you like? Do I know him? There are many beautiful ladies with names in Gotham, or you like other types? I like homosexuals, Bruce. Harry interrupted Bruce's words. He felt that Bruce would not stay away from him because of this. Homosexual? Bruce wrinkled the newspaper under his hands. He thought of Harry lying in front of him restrained and his soft skin when he was in his arms with red eyes. So, The person you like is a man. Bruce's Adam's apple rolled. Maybe I know that lucky boy. Who is it? When he starts his night patrol in the future, will he wait for a Green Goblin who has just come out of bed and smells like an outsider? This association made Bruce very resistant, so he took a step back and thought that maybe the Green Goblin would never ask to follow Batman on night patrol again. So, who is it? Lucky boy? Harry choked for a moment, and really couldn't bring this word to Batman. Let's talk about this question when we meet. Bruce and Batman are also friends. It takes some mental preparation to tell Bruce that he likes Batman. Harry stretched out his legs on the sofa and collapsed again. When Alfred passed by again, he saw Bruce frowning and thinking, "Did something bad happen within 2 minutes of me passing by here?" He seemed to be in a good mood just now, but why did he turn gloomy? Harry Osborn said that he. Bruce subconsciously said halfway and stopped, "Alfred, I'm not in a bad mood." Well, you're right. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Harry notified the driver to take him to the East District. His equipment was still at the Red Hood and needed to be retrieved. Harry still remembered what the Red Hood said to him last night, and he was ready to show off the news that he and Batman had reconciled when he met the Red Hood, but when he arrived at the Red Hood's base, the entire base was empty. It seemed that it was abandoned. "You're really fast." Harry sighed at the Red Hood's caution, and found the locked equipment according to the clues left by the Red Hood. He stepped on the chain wrapped around it and broke it. Harry controlled a glider to fly up and flew directly to the meeting place agreed with Batman. The night patrol without Batman was not worth looking forward to for Harry, but he got a new device from Robin that could contact Batman at any time. He carefully put away the old one and put the new one next to his ear. Green Goblin. It was Batman's voice. Harry had just installed the new device next to the mask, and Batman's voice came immediately. "I can hear you." From his voice, it seemed that he was not troubled by emotional problems. Bruce in the Batcave was relieved for the time being. "I added positioning and eavesdropping functions to the communicator." Bruce confessed this to Harry directly this time. "If you think it's inconvenient, you can refuse." "Positioning and eavesdropping?" Harry touched the newly installed communicator. "It's okay. If it's you, I don't mind this." Harry's tone was calm, but his heart was not as indifferent as he showed. Rather than not minding it, it would be more like saying that he was more excited about it. Being stared at by the person he liked all the time, just thinking about it, Harry's heartbeat began to accelerate and his body temperature began to rise. Chapter 68. Only Green Goblin, Robin and Red Robin were on patrol tonight. Due to the difference in equipment, Green Goblin was still flying alone in the sky. But this time, being alone made him happier than before. "Batman, are you okay with your injury?" Wearing a metal mask, even in the high wind, it did not prevent Harry from speaking. "Not bad." Bruce did not change into Batman's uniform today, but only wore a voice-changing device. His wound needed some air occasionally, and Alfred did not allow him to wear that tight uniform unless it was necessary. For Harry, patrol was the only time he could chat with Batman without being suspected, but Batman usually didn't talk much. Harry was not a talkative person either, and his interpersonal ability was at most 2 Peters, so even though the two were connected in communication, they remained silent in the channel except for the initial questioning. How should I express myself in front of the person I like? Although Harry had no practical experience in this regard, he had recently found a lot of theoretical knowledge. For example, if you want to attract someone, you have to show your strengths in front of him. The external ones can be a plump and well-proportioned figure, outstanding appearance, or a lot of money. There are many more items listed later, but Harry didn't read them. He closed the search page with a gloomy face. If the person you like is only attracted by these things, isn't that superficial? Harry doesn't think Batman is such a superficial person. Moreover, he doesn't have a plump figure and his appearance is not outstanding. If Batman likes his face, why would he secretly search for such things here? Although he sneered at the things listed above, Harry still remembered the first 3 items because of his outrageous remarks, and thought of these things when thinking about how to show himself in front of Batman. So he blurted out, "Batman, are you short of money?" The moment he finished speaking, Harry suddenly felt a strong sense of shame, and his toes curled up uncontrollably in his combat boots. "I mean, the Batmobile looks expensive. I guess he is not short of money." In the Batcave, Bruce was originally monitoring certain areas of Gotham with Alfred, and Harry's voice suddenly appeared. Hearing his words, Bruce didn't react at first. When he wasn't wearing a uniform, He always felt a sense of detachment from his identity. In addition, the environment was safe enough, and he hadn't quite gotten into the identity of Batman, so he felt that someone was asking Wayne if he was short of money. I mean, the Batmobile looks expensive. At this point, Bruce finally couldn't help but put his right hand on his lips and smiled. Do you want to sponsor me? Hearing Batman's chuckle, Harry was even more embarrassed. He bit the bullet and continued, if I need it. Alfred liked Harry more and more. This boy simply engraved the phrase want to please the person you like in his voice, but how come no one noticed? He turned his head and looked at his own master, who was amused, and couldn't help shaking his head. One wanted to please the person he liked but didn't know how to do it, and the other happened to be hit by an accident. Forget it, things between young people, he didn't need to worry about it at all. At the same time, someone in Arkham was ready to make a move. The Joker was receiving treatment recently, and his body had not fully recovered. Without him causing trouble, even Arkham was much calmer, but this calmness only lasted until today. Scarecrow created a new fear gas in Arkham, and he was ready to escape. So he instigated Black Mask, who was arrested for smuggling arms a few days ago. Black Mask would notify his people to meet outside Arkham, while Scarecrow was responsible for dealing with the guards in Arkham. This was not very easy for anyone imprisoned here, but for Scarecrow, who possessed the fear gas, it was too easy. Perhaps the Arkham guards should think about why Scarecrow could create the fear gas under their noses. The gathering of people with Black Mask was considered to be hidden, but it still attracted the attention of those who were interested, such as Red Hood, who had recently locked his eyes on him, and Batman, who always locked his eyes on all dangerous people. After discovering that the people with Black Mask were gathering in the direction of Arkham Asylum, Batman realized that someone in Arkham could not sit still, so he contacted the 3 people on night patrol tonight to tell them that there was something unusual in Arkham. Got it. Red Robin drove Robin to Arkham. The Green Goblin also turned around quickly in the air and rushed to the insane asylum that he had only heard about in the news, where all the super criminals in Gotham were imprisoned. Bruce and the Batcave found the surveillance cameras in Arkham and prepared to observe the situation in advance, but many of the surveillance images had already lost their function. Most of the remaining ones could not capture useful images, and a few captured guards fighting each other with ferocious expressions. Scarecrow again. Alfred frowned, a little worried about the 3 people rushing to Arkham. There are still Black Mask or more criminals. Maybe I need to go there. Bruce stood up from the wheelchair. The bandaged wound did not affect his movement very much. At this time, Alfred could not stop Batman. He was worried about Batman's health and the safety of the other 3 people. I hope you pay attention to your injuries. I will. Soon, Bruce changed into Batman's uniform and got into the Batmobile, rushing to Arkham after Robin, Red Robin, and Green Goblin. Red Hood was following the people of Black Mask. After he found that the people of Black Mask gathered, he quietly followed them until he found that they were getting closer and closer to the direction of Arkham, and then realized that Black Mask was preparing to escape. Red Hood didn't need to prepare any equipment. He could go anywhere with just his 2 guns. Hang gliders didn't need to consider the terrain. They could reach their destination quickly by sprinting straight. Therefore, he was the first to arrive at Arkham. There were constant gunshots inside, mixed with screams and explosions. It didn't sound very optimistic. The Green Goblin was flying over Arkham. He could roughly distinguish the situation inside through a few windows and the sound of gunfire. The guards seemed to be gathering in one place. The source of the problem must be there. Batman. Harry remembered that he could talk to Batman. Can I move before you come? Batman was driving the Batmobile. No one is allowed to go in. I'll be there soon. Batman is here? But your injury hasn't healed yet. You should be recovering in the Batcave, not. I'll pay attention. Batman drove the Batmobile roughly, jumping from a high place and splashing a cloud of sand. The violent tail swing left a clear mark on the ground, but he subconsciously suppressed his anxiety when talking to Harry. Harry didn't say anything else, but he was a little anxious. If the problem cannot be solved before Batman arrives, will Batman solve it himself? Dragging his injured body to do this? Harry, who thought he couldn't just watch Batman charge, wanted to do something, at least to solve some enemies for Batman in advance. Not allowed to go in alone? How to achieve his goal under this premise? After thinking for a moment, he took out the tranquilizer bullets from the glider and planned to throw some tranquilizer bullets directly from the vents to solve as many people as possible. So he stepped on the glider and approached Arkham, circled the ward of Arkham Asylum or the outer wall of the prison twice, and found several vents. He directly smashed the rotating exhaust fans, and the ventilation ducts temporarily lost their effect. In the ward of Arkham Asylum, Scarecrow's fear gas had ravaged the entire indoor space before the guards got the gas masks. Those who didn't plan to escape tonight had already hidden themselves. Those who didn't get the news because of their low ability were already rolling around in the ward. The treatment of single cells meant that they didn't have to fight with their cellmates when they lost their minds. The guards were lured by the noise made by Black Mask at the beginning, but there was already an ambush by Scarecrow. More and more people were poisoned by Scarecrow's fear gas. The guards who reacted faster got gas masks, but they couldn't stop the turmoil in Arkham by themselves. When the Green Goblin smashed the exhaust fan, the humming exhaust fans were diligently exhausting the fear gas into the room. Although it was diluted a lot by fresh air in the process, it still had some effect. Although Harry was wearing a mask, his mask was just a simple function of covering his face, and it didn't have the effect of a gas mask at all. He inhaled the diluted gas without any defense, but the momentary dizziness did not make him alert. He stopped at the exhaust port closest to the center of the riot according to his own plan and threw many tranquilizer bombs into it in one breath. After all, it was thrown in from the ventilation duct, so the effect should be limited. A burst of strong white anesthetic gas gushed out from the ventilation duct, and Arkham became much quieter. Harry was washed away from the vent by the burst of anesthetic gas. Before he could observe the situation inside, the outer wall of the prison in his area suddenly exploded. What happened? Batman heard the explosion on the other side, and Robin and Red Robin also connected to the internal communication at this time. Two people blew through the wall and ran out. Harry saw two figures in the smoke produced by the explosion. They were swaggering out step by step. As the smoke dissipated and the distance was reduced, Harry saw their appearance. One of them was wearing a strange hood on his head, and the other was wearing a black mask on his face. It was Scarecrow and another psychopath. The three met on a narrow road. The gas bursting out of the anesthetic bomb had almost no effect when it rushed out of the room. It was too easy to be diluted, so Harry took another bomb in his hand. The pale yellow gas followed the Scarecrow and the black mask and spread outward, but these were covered in the smoke produced by the explosion and were not discovered in time by Harry wearing black goggles. Perhaps it was because the Green Goblin's equipment didn't look like that of a proper hero. For a moment, Scarecrow and Black Mask thought that they were villains who had come to jailbreak. "Who are you?" Black Mask had a bad temper and spoke in a bad tone. He pointed the gun he had snatched on the road at the unknown person standing on the glider. Scarecrow, who had not spoken for the time being, had already cautiously taken the new fear gas in his hand. Batman on the other side heard Black Mask's voice, so he knew who the two people who exploded were, Black Mask and Scarecrow. Black Mask's ability was limited, and it was difficult for him to hurt the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin had faced Scarecrow before, so he would be wary of this. As he thought, he accelerated at the corner. The Batmobile turned onto the road leading directly to Arkham with a tailspin. Red Robin and Robin were not far ahead of him, and Red Hood had long surpassed Black Mask's men and arrived here before them. Harry was still a little dizzy, but he didn't think it was a rare thing, so he ignored the discomfort. Although he didn't know that he had inhaled a trace amount of fear gas, he could see the one in Scarecrow's hand. He didn't want to be hit again after having been hit once. Without waiting for Scarecrow and Black Mask to make a move, Harry threw the small power bomb in his hand at the two of them. Even if they didn't know what it was, Scarecrow and Black Mask didn't want to stand there and wait to be hit. However, they were too close, so Scarecrow only had time to throw the fear gas in his hand, and Black Mask only had time to run to the side. The bomb was not thrown at any of them, but only on the ground between them. At the moment of the explosion, Scarecrow and Black Mask were knocked down by the aftermath and scratched by the flying sand and stones. At the same time, the fear gas that had landed also erupted, surrounding Harry. Harry, who was prepared, quickly held his breath and flew out on the glider, but before he could react, he still inhaled some concentrated gas. When a glider with two knives suddenly appeared in front of him and stabbed at his chest, Harry subconsciously dodged to the side. He threw himself on the glider and slammed it against the wall. The glider he was riding on also flashed red and followed him because of the automatic return function. When he slid down the wall and turned over to sit up, the glider stopped at a position close to him. In Harry's eyes, the glider pierced deeply into his body, and his chest had been pierced by two knives. Fear gas. Why can I still feel pain in hallucinations? It hurts. He leaned against the wall weakly and gasped. Every breath was accompanied by the sharp pain of his internal organs shattering. He could see the glider piercing his chest and the gushing blood. He should know that this is an illusion, but it really seems to experience death again. Batman, Robin and Red Robin, they heard the weak murmur of the Green Goblin. They had already driven to the gate of Arkham. Batman didn't care about his injured leg and shoulder. He grabbed the grappling gun and quickly crossed the high wall of Arkham. Robin and Red Robin followed closely. Red Hood was a little puzzled by their sudden anxious actions, but he quickly followed. Before he could faint, Harry saw Batman wearing a gas mask walking towards him. He became more awake in the pain, and he didn't want to miss any moment with Batman, no matter how painful it was. I changed it a little bit. I was in a hurry to ride in the last hour last night, and I also felt that my character was a bit broken. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Black Mask just got up from the ground and turned his head to see Red Hood. His good teammate who instigated him to escape prison was knocked out by a small explosion. Damn it! Black Mask shot at Red Hood angrily. That was the end of his dying struggle. When Red Hood turned to avoid Black Mask's attack, Black Mask was knocked out by Red Robin. Batman saw Green Goblin sitting on the wall next to the explosion gap. He seemed to be conscious and had no external injuries. He should have accidentally inhaled a small amount of Scarecrow's fear gas. Red Robin would inject him with an antidote. What was more important at the moment was the situation in Arkham. Batman wore a gas mask and rushed past Green Goblin into Arkham Prison. Robin followed Batman with two knives in his hand. Harry, who was leaning against the wall, watched Batman's eyes sweep over him, and then he rushed past him without hesitation and rushed into Arkham. Robin's two knives flashed in front of him, and seemed to be as sharp as the ones in his chest. Harry's breathing was short and rapid. His eyes followed Batman's back, but his body was nailed to the spot. The situation in Arkham was better than Batman expected. In the center of the chaos, most of those who were infected by Scarecrow's fear gas fainted on the ground with painful expressions. Only a few guards wearing gas masks escaped. They were dragging the prisoners who ran out of the chaos back to the cells one by one, and gathering their colleagues who were unfortunately infected together. It seems that it has been solved. Robin put away his knife. Why are they unconscious? Fear gas does not have such an effect. It only makes people crazy and then makes people sleep forever in madness and pain. Batman picked up a pumpkin bomb that rolled to the ground next to him. The bomb cavity had been opened. This was a used bomb. As for the effect, Batman glanced at the people on the ground who were terrified but unconscious, and felt that the current situation was very familiar. When Harry Osborn was imprisoned in a closed room by Scarecrow, Scarecrow fainted on the ground with a painful expression on his face. He extracted the gas in the room for inspection, which included a strong fear gas and a strong anesthetic gas. It seems that Harry Osborn used the anesthetic gas at that time to make an anesthetic bullet. How do you feel? The Green Goblin was breathing rapidly, and it didn't look good. After Red Robin dealt with Black Mask, he quickly came to the Green Goblin and squatted down to inject him with the antidote for the fear gas. The antidote usually works quickly, especially for the Green Goblin who is only hit by a small amount, but after the whole antidote was injected, the Green Goblin's condition did not improve significantly. How is he? For the sake of their joint action last night, Red Hood put the gun back into the holster tied to his leg and walked over. Scarecrow's fear gas has been upgraded. Red Robin stood up and walked back to Scarecrow, searching him, but found nothing. He could only take out a syringe from the universal belt and draw a tube of Scarecrow's blood. He must have injected the antidote to himself and Black Mask. With this serum, they will be able to develop the antidote faster. On the other side, Batman, who also found that the current antidote had expired, rushed out. As expected, he saw the Green Goblin still leaning against the wall, with Red Hood standing next to him. He didn't care about his injured leg, and squatted next to Harry. Are you okay? I can tell that he's not okay. With the old bat around, there was no need for him to worry about the Green Goblin. After saying this, Red Hood turned and left. The people in Black Mask were still waiting for him to deal with them. The most urgent task was to develop a new antidote. Both Harry and the guards in Arkham needed it. Red Robin had collected the serum, and they needed to rush back to the Batcave as soon as possible. Batman pushed away the glider floating next to him and picked up the Green Goblin from the wall. But this action seemed to stimulate him even more. The moment he was picked up, he let out a half-painful whimper, followed by more rapid breathing. Batman's movements froze. He felt that Harry was resisting, as if he had touched the painful spot in his hallucination. In Harry's vision, Batman pulled out the glider stuck in his chest, and the gushing blood covered his black cape. He was held in Batman's arms with blood all over his body, and the wound was pulled and became more painful. The familiar feeling of dying tortured his spirit all the time. Harry endured the pain given to the flesh by his spirit and tried to relax his body and leaned on Batman's chest armor. A hug full of security was enough to offset all fear and anxiety. Looking at the Green Goblin leaning into his arms and gradually calming down, Batman tightened his arm slightly and took him to the outside of Arkham. The Batmobile was parked at the door. The glider followed Harry quietly and floated behind them. "Let's go too." Red Robin looked at Robin. "It seems that there is no place for you in the Batmobile for the time being." "I don't need it." Robin snorted and walked out in advance. Alfred had already prepared the equipment needed to develop the antidote. They had developed the antidote for Scarecrow's fear gas dozens of times, if not hundreds of times, and they had already become proficient. Batman first took Harry back to the Batcave. On the way back, he had taken off the mask and goggles on Harry's face. Perhaps because of the excessive pain in the hallucination, when he took off the mask, Batman found that his face was abnormally pale, his eyes were unfocused, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even so, his lifeless eyes still looked in the direction of Batman, motionless, and silently allowed Batman to do everything on him. Reaching out to wipe the cold sweat on Harry's forehead, Batman drove the Batmobile back to the Batcave quickly and steadily. After getting off the car and handing the Scarecrow's blood extracted by Red Robin to Alfred, Batman turned back and took Harry off the Batmobile. The glider followed them into the Batcave conscientiously, and it is still floating beside Harry. In the Batmobile, Harry's mood has been very stable until he got off the car and saw the glider again. Batman noticed the flash of fear in Harry's eyes, and Harry pressed his forehead against his chest armor again. Fear of the glider? Alfred was already developing an antidote. Batman placed Harry on the sofa and began to study how to stop his hang glider. After observing for many days during his night patrols, he found that the control of the hang glider depended on the combat boots on his feet. Batman, who was originally going to squat beside the sofa to study the switch, felt the pain in his leg wound belatedly, so he had to sit on the sofa, put Harry's calf on his leg, and groped his hands onto his combat boots. Although the phantom pain affected Harry's senses, he was extremely concerned about Batman's every move. In his peripheral vision, he saw his leg placed on Batman's thigh, and Batman's hand was stroking his ankle through the combat boots. His spirit became more sensitive, his chest became more painful, and his calf became more sore. Soon, Batman found the switch of the hang glider. He turned the switch device, and the hang glider quietly fell back to the ground. After the hang glider was resolved, Batman put Harry's leg down and walked to Alfred, who was analyzing the serum. On their way back, Red Robin and Robin joined the one-sided fight between Red Hood and Black Mask's men. Look carefully, Red Hood kept shooting at the enemy's non-lethal body parts, and said to them viciously, "I don't mean to need your help at all." Red Robin swept a strong man's leg with a stick, "But we're here. If you want to fight, then fight. What are you talking about?" Robin jumped flexibly in the crowd, and he didn't even need to draw his knife to deal with this group of people. When the Gotham Police Department, who had rushed here as soon as they received the news of the accident in Arkham, drove here, they just picked up the fallen Black Mask's men. It didn't take any time to deal with them. Red Robin drove the Batmobile and followed Red Hood. "B is injured. Do you want to go back and take a look?" Red Robin still remembered that Harry Osborn simply forgave Batman in this way. "Don't follow me." Red Hood sped up. "I think he's fine. In fact, he still needs a wheelchair to move around." Although it was Alfred who forced him, Red Robin continued without pause. "Tonight, we have to overdraw our body." "What does it have to do with me if the old Bat overdraws his body?" Red Hood has his own eyes and can see what Batman's condition is like. Besides, you should remind his lover of this. Seeing Red Hood disappearing faster and faster, Red Robin did not chase him anymore. The fork in the road back to the Batcave was in front. "How is the development of the antidote going?" After Red Robin returned to the Batcave, he saw Harry lying on the sofa with his hands on his chest. It seemed that the antidote was not ready yet. Fortunately, all those who were infected with the fear gas in Arkham were already unconscious, so there was no need to worry that they would cut off their legs before the antidote was successfully developed. After disinfection, Robin walked to Alfred, who is developing the antidote. "How is it going?" "The ingredients of the fear gas are similar, and the antidote is actually the same. Although there are some changes this time, with the serum, they have roughly made the antidote." After mixing the potion, Alfred replied to Robin, "Just finished." Handing an antidote to Batman, Alfred signaled him to inject the antidote into Harry Osborn. Removing his tactical gloves, Batman walked over to Harry. Harry was still wearing his armor and black tights. Batman took off the armor on Harry's arm and pushed the not-so-tight sleeves on his arm to his upper arm. The black tights piled up in the middle of Harry's upper arm, vaguely revealing a thin circle of skin flesh. Harry squinted his gray-blue eyes, trying hard not to faint. He focused his remaining attention on Batman's hand holding his arm, saw the sharp needle tip piercing into his body, and saw Batman slowly push the syringe to inject the potion into his blood vessels. The previous chapter has been modified. Friends who have read it before 1 p.m. can go and read the next 1,000 words if you don't mind. I'm sorry. Chapter 70. After the injection, the hallucinations in Harry's eyes began to fade, the pain in his chest gradually eased, and the blood on his body was wiped off bit by bit. "How do you feel?" Batman saw that Harry's scattered eyes were concentrating, and every time his gray-blue eyes blinked, a little light was restored. Every time Harry was emotional, his eyes would inevitably turn red. Batman had discovered this a long time ago. The red eyes set off his misty gray-blue eyes, and Batman was somewhat attracted. He took off his gloves and gently placed his bare fingertips on the corners of Harry's half-open eyes. When he touched Harry's warm skin, he suddenly pulled away as if waking up from a dream. The terrible feeling of dying completely dissipated in Batman's concerned questions and the touch-and-go caress. Why did Batman touch the corner of his eye? Harry looked at Batman. Because of the mask, he could not see any expression of Batman, but could only see that the corners of his lips were obviously more depressed. He was unhappy. Harry was very sure, but why was Batman unhappy? Before Harry could think of the answers to these two questions, Batman stood up and left under his gaze, without even waiting for Harry to answer his question about how he felt. Even though the antidote had been injected and the negative effects of the fear gas had been eliminated, the tortured spirit still needed time to recover. Harry wanted Batman to stay by his side, perhaps because he was used to getting a sense of security from Batman. As long as Batman was within his sight, his tense spirit would always relax quickly. But he was very busy now, Harry comforted himself, and Batman had no obligation to accompany him. In addition, Batman himself was still injured and he needed to rest. Harry closed his eyes and lay on the sofa. The continuous mental torture had made him unable to think about anything, but when he closed his eyes, the scene of Batman's finger lightly touching the corner of his eye began to replay in his mind again and again, and the sensitive skin at the corner of his eye even retained the touch of that time. This was the first time Batman touched him unnecessarily. Unnecessary, an action driven by his own thoughts? Was it just an unconscious action? Or was there something strange in the corner of his eye? Or, Batman likes me? Enough, just wild imagination. But Harry couldn't let go of these speculations and rest calmly. His spirit began to tense up again. Alfred had prepared a batch of antidotes and packed them up and placed them next to him. "There's nothing to help here." Alfred saw Batman coming to him, and continued to come here after he euphemistically said that he didn't need help, so Alfred said more directly, "How is Mr. Osborn?" Alfred was so straightforward that he almost said Mr. Osborn needs your company. I have injected him with the antidote. Batman was shocked by his subconscious action just now. He even remembered the different thoughts he had about Harry Osborn when he first brought him to the Batcave. Maybe it was because of the young man's superior appearance, maybe it was because of the trust in his eyes when he looked at him, or maybe it was because of the pain he suffered and the shining soul he once had. In short, Harry Osborn aroused his interest in some aspects, but Batman didn't think it should exist. He shouldn't have physical impulses for his companion, who was almost half his age. That's right, Batman classified these as physiological impulses, not likes or love. The rest needs him to adjust himself. Even if I'm here, I can't help. He didn't want to stay next to Harry Osborn, they should keep their distance. Robin had to go to school the next day, so he had been sent to rest by Alfred. Batman was injured and his body had not recovered yet, so the task of handing the prepared antidote to Gordon naturally fell on Red Robin. Red Robin picked up the potion packed by Alfred and got on the motorcycle again. Then, "I'm leaving. You don't have to be too anxious," Alfred said goodbye to Red Robin. "Also, be careful." Tonight's action ended here. For some purpose, Alfred left the Batcave faster than usual. Before leaving, he reminded Batman, "Mr. Osborn will be taken care of by you." After saying this, Alfred smiled and hurriedly left the Batcave. Batman, who had just decided to stay away from Harry Osborn, was silent. Even though he tried not to get close to him, Batman would not just leave a person who had just been poisoned by fear gas alone. In the final analysis, Harry had done nothing wrong. His unilateral distance might be very difficult for a young man who depended on him to accept. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. It was not necessary to do this for such a small matter. In addition to his keen observation, Batman was most proud of his self-control. There was no need to hurt others for things that could be easily accomplished through self-control, especially since little Osborn seemed to be quite sensitive. So he returned to the black sofa and saw Harry lying there with his eyes open. Even though he resisted, he was actually thinking about Harry subconsciously. "How do you feel?" Batman stood aside and asked the question again. Although it was only a short while since the injection of the antidote, Harry felt much better. At least he did not use too much energy to pull his brain. Harry supported himself on the sofa and sat up. "I feel much better." Batman was a man of few words. Even if his words were not picked up, Harry did not feel anything wrong. "You should go back." Harry looked at the time, and it was indeed the time when he usually went back. "Yes, I'll take you." "No need." Harry saw his glider on the ground next to him. Considering Batman's injury, he wanted to say that he could go back on the glider, but just as he was about to say it, he remembered that the address of the Batcave needed to be kept secret from him. Okay then, after thinking carefully, he didn't have to leave at this time, so Harry suggested, "Is your injury serious? Otherwise, I'll leave after Red Robin comes back. It's just driving, it's okay." In order to keep the address of the Batcave and their identities secret, Harry was always wearing an eye mask when he left in the past, and this time was no exception. The eye mask was just an ordinary black eye mask, and there was no measure to prevent it from being taken off. Batman trusted Harry Osborn, but was unwilling to fully confess his identity to him. Harry accepted Batman's complete reservations about him. He never tried to spy on his identity or see his face under the mask. Although Harry was extremely curious about this, one day, he would wait for Batman to confess on his own initiative. Harry, who sat back in the passenger seat of the Batmobile, put on the black eye mask and turned on the follow setting of the glider. He was ready to go soon. Batman glanced at Harry, who was waiting to go in the passenger seat, and reminded him in a low voice, "Seat belt." "Oh, seat belt." Harry groped for the seat next to him. He had only sat in the passenger seat of the Batmobile once when he was conscious. He was not familiar with the situation inside the car, not to mention that he couldn't see it now. Seeing that Harry couldn't touch the seatbelt that was so close to him, Batman chose the latter between reminding him and buckling it for him directly. He leaned over and grabbed Harry's hand that just touched the seatbelt. Both of them were stunned at the same time. Batman looked at their overlapping hands and subconsciously shifted his gaze. As a result, he turned his head and saw Harry's face with the eye mask slightly tilted towards him. After being deprived of vision, Harry, whose other senses were more sensitive, felt Batman's breath close to him. Their warm breaths blended together. Even though he couldn't see, Harry could still feel the ambiguous atmosphere in the car. Harry slowed down his breathing, as if he was afraid that the noise would disturb the bird on his fingertips. Maybe, would Batman like him? His brain was thinking about this question, and his body could not help but follow the breath that was so close. The moment their lips touched gently, all thoughts in Harry's mind were emptied, and he instinctively pursued more, so he pressed harder. Ow! Chapter 71. Not only Harry wanted more, Batman almost pressed the blindfolded young man against the seat to deepen the kiss. But he was finally brought back to his senses by the wetness from his lips. No matter what, he shouldn't let this continue. Batman released Harry's hand on the seat belt, and the moment he pushed him away, he saw the tip of Harry's tongue that he didn't have time to retract. It was bright red, moist, and as soft as he felt. He pursed his lips and started the Batmobile in silence. As for Harry, he didn't realize what he had done until he was pushed away. He kissed Batman without knowing whether the other party had the same feelings for him. But now he knew that he didn't. In this situation, no one would push away someone they like. The ambiguous atmosphere in the Batmobile had dissipated as soon as Batman pushed Harry away, followed by double silence and embarrassment. Harry's hand was still on the seat belt, and the warmth of Batman's palm still remained, but he had begun to feel cold all over. He buckled his seat belt stiffly, and Harry wanted to explain something. But what to explain? At this time, Harry was actually glad that he was wearing an eye patch. He didn't have to look at Batman's downturned mouth and his even uglier expression. If you ignore Batman's wet lips, his expression can indeed be called ugly. The person Harry Osborn likes is Batman. This is both unbelievable and traceable to Batman himself. If you really want to trace it back, it may have started from when he saved him in the alley in the East District. When he was surrounded by wolves, a character who helped him one after another could easily win his favor. Batman didn't think this was love. It was just a moment. Whether it was infatuation or habitual dependence, Harry Osborn was still young and it was easy for him to have such an illusion. But he was not. He had long passed the age of casually having a vague affection for someone. Batman's reason kept telling him this, but there was still a different voice in his heart. Harry Osborn liked him, and he also had different feelings for him. Why couldn't he? Damn it, he shouldn't treat a boy who may have never had this experience like this. If his unintentional behavior had ever induced this young man who was younger than his adopted son, he was wrong. Harry should not be encouraged by his attitude, but Batman, who had never encountered such a situation, had no idea how to treat this young man who depended on him. He was sensitive and fragile, and he had no way to directly and rudely refuse. The Batmobile rushed out of the Batcave, away from the vicinity of Wayne Manor, and drove to the dark alleys of Gotham. If Harry really grew up alone until he was 20 years old, maybe his feelings would be an illusion as Batman thought, but Harry was not. He had best friends, people he liked, and received unreserved love from his relatives. Although this was not enough to enrich his heart and life, he was not so confused about his heart. Batman wanted to send Harry halfway and let him fly back on his own glider, but he saw Harry's extremely pale face under the eye mask from the corner of his eyes, and remembered that he had just escaped from the torture of fear gas. He really couldn't bear to leave him halfway, so he drove all the way to the Osborn family's villa. "You can get out of the car now," Batman reminded Harry, who was sitting quietly in the passenger seat. To Harry, Batman's voice was cold and distant, as if what happened just now had never happened. He took off his eye mask and looked out the dark car window. He wanted to say something, but it was difficult to speak when the other person was obviously resisting. So he had to put on the mask again and cooperate to push the door and get out of the car. The glider followed beside the Batmobile, and followed Harry after Harry got out of the car. Seeing Harry get out of the car, Batman closed the passenger door and immediately left the place. His attitude was too obvious. Harry felt that he was hit hard as he watched the Batmobile go away. Although he was still in the stage of implicit pursuit and did not require Batman to give him the same emotional return, this evasive attitude. However, not being severely criticized was already a better situation than he could imagine. Harry lowered the glider and stepped on it, controlling the glider to fall into the attic window. As expected, Bernard was waiting for him tonight. "You came back a little late tonight." Bernard was reading a book at the desk that had just been put in. He took off his silver-rimmed glasses and looked at Harry. What happened? In fact, he saw through the surveillance that the Gotham Police Department had dispatched many people, and it seemed that they were heading towards Arkham. There must be something wrong in Arkham. Because he was worried about Harry, Bernard had been waiting here. Someone escaped from Arkham, but it has been resolved. Harry's voice sounded a little weak. It was not until he took off the mask that Bernard saw his pale face and tired eyes. "Are you injured?" Bernard had stood up from the desk and walked in front of Harry. "Don't worry, Bernard." Harry took off his armor and indicated that he was completely fine. "I just..." He didn't know whether he should say it, but Harry saw the mask with a communicator in his hand, and he hesitated and said it bluntly, "It's just that my love was rejected." Batman. Although Harry didn't even say the name of the person he was expressing his love for, Bernard thought that except Batman, no one would have the heart to reject Harry. "Maybe you should think about whether he's worthy of your love. No one is more worthy than him," Harry said without hesitation. then you should think about whether you have given too much in advance to be rejected. What does that mean? Harry thought that he had never given anything, but he had always tried to get more from Batman. I didn't. Harry answered affirmatively after thinking about it. But his firm look could not convince Bernard, who had a preconceived idea. There is no best. It seems that his young master does not think that his efforts are worth cherishing. You can start looking forward to further contact. I'll start first. The update time of the next chapter will be delayed. Everyone go to bed first, and check back tomorrow. Chapter 72. Batman didn't want to listen, but it was too late when he realized it. Ever since Harry confessed his love to his butler and was rejected, Batman could no longer actively close the communication. He wanted to know why Harry Osborn liked him, and also wanted to find a suitable attitude to treat Harry Osborn. Skipping some obviously useless conversations, such as his butler's words whether you will be rejected if you pay too much in advance, Harry Osborn couldn't hear what Bernard was saying, but Batman, who knew that his butler had misunderstood him, could hear it. Maybe Harry easily mistook dependence for love because he had too little experience. Batman couldn't help but speculate. Have you ever thought that maybe there is a big age difference between you and Batman? Bernard was very close to Harry, and his voice could be easily captured by the communicator. Batman, who was listening in, was also curious about this question. Harry thought about this question. I even thought about whether he would have white hair, but even so, I can't help but dislike him. You haven't seen what he looks like under the mask. Bernard felt incredible, and there was surprise in his tone. Of course not. The conversation between the two of them was completely on a different channel. It seemed that there was no need to listen to it. Batman turned off the communicator with a cold face. When Batman returned to the Batcave, Red Robin also came back. I thought you would wait for me to come back to send Harry Osborn. Red Robin looked at the empty Batcave except Batman and said in surprise, after all, it has always been me. If there is a chance in the future, I think this job can still be left to you. Batman took off his hood after saying this, and reached out to smooth his sweaty hair. Red Robin looked at the indoor temperature display, and thought about the cold wind outside. Is it so hot tonight? But his question was not answered at all. After Bruce took off his equipment, he went straight to the bathroom in the Batcave. Pay attention to your wounds. If you don't want to be punished by Alfred, drink something. Red Robin kindly reminded. Bruce walked into the bathroom, wrapped his wounds and turned on the shower. Harry Osborn had bathed here before. Suddenly, his mind flashed to Harry wearing his large bathrobe, almost bare-chested. Just thinking of this, Bruce turned the warm water spraying to cold water. He had to admit that he was affected. Not only from Harry Osborn, but also from his own inner thoughts. Harry returned to the bedroom and looked at the communicator that had been turned off long ago with regret. He wondered if Batman had heard him. Even though it was late, Harry still went to the bathroom to wash up. After being poisoned by the fear gas, he was in pain all over his body and broke out in cold sweat. He didn't come out until his hair was half dry, wearing a bathrobe, holding the newly obtained communicator in his hand, and lying on the bed with his whole body relaxed. His love for Batman had been completely exposed, but compared to a secret crush, this seemed to make him feel much more relaxed. Harry had a crush on Mary Jane, the most beautiful girl in the school. He liked Mary Jane for a long time. At first, it might be because of her beautiful face, or because of her red hair. He didn't even care about her soul or her thoughts at that time. But liking Batman is different. He doesn't care about Batman's face, his age, or his gender. Apart from all external factors, he is simply fascinated by Batman himself. Since he was not reprimanded at that time, he should at least not be hated. Harry lay flat on his back, and the dazzling white light on the roof made him dizzy. He raised his left arm and placed it in front of his eyes, and his vision returned to darkness. It was like wearing an eye mask in the Batmobile, but there was no Batman next to him breathing entangled. Harry sat up suddenly and stopped his more extreme assumptions. He was not accepted and still thinking so much here. Could he be more pathetic? He just hoped that Batman would not stay away from him after tonight. Harry turned off the ceiling light and curled up in the dark, with his hands folded beside his forehead and the communicator in his palms. Bruce, who was busy all night and even a little upset when lying in bed, fell asleep completely when the sun was about to rise. No one in the whole family would wake him up when there was nothing to do, but there was no one at home, but there was outside. Harry, who was also busy all night and couldn't sleep, got up at 8 o'clock in the morning to go to work. The operating model of Osborn Group is already very mature, especially his father was more focused on scientific research, and the operation of the company was handed over to a professional team, so now Harry hardly needs to stay in the company every day. Besides, whether it is research, drugs, or any projects within Osborn Group, these are almost all in Harry's knowledge blind spot. Except for looking at the data to roughly estimate the market and control the general direction to a certain extent, it is actually difficult for him to help. Maybe this is why Felicia never forces him to go to work on time. After only an hour, the information that Harry needed to handle himself had been completely processed, and the rest was all piled up in the assistant's office. Harry glanced into Felicia's office when he passed by, then shook his head and slipped away quickly. Last time, he said he would give Felicia a salary increase, but he hasn't had time to increase it yet. Harry returned to his office and called the financial department on the landline, and soon doubled Felicia's salary. This is probably the consequence of not sleeping all night. When Harry wakes up in the morning, he feels excited for no reason, but he doesn't think so. He feels that he is in a very good condition, even better than after a night of sleep. Even thinking back to the kiss that was pushed away halfway last night, he was very happy. It's a pity that no one shares this kind of happiness. He leaned back in his office chair, took out his mobile phone and called Bruce. So Bruce, who was sleeping soundly at 9 o'clock in the morning, was awakened by the urgent ringing of the phone, and he had just fallen asleep for less than 4 hours. Bruce buried his face in the pillow, reached out to take the phone and looked up at the note, Harry Osborn. With a helpless sigh, he slowly got up and answered Harry's call. Good morning. Halfway through the sentence, Bruce couldn't help yawning, and continued, Harry. He could hear that Bruce was still sleeping and very sleepy. Did I disturb your rest, Bruce? Although Harry wanted to chat with friends, he didn't want to disturb Bruce's sleep. It's okay, I'm awake. Bruce sat with his upper body naked, his left shoulder still bandaged with gauze, and he tried his best to suppress his yawning desire. What happened? The last time Harry called him was to ask him how to pursue the person he liked, and he was even a little angry about it. This time, he already knew that the person Harry liked was his other identity, but his mood did not relax a bit because of this. Maybe he should use Bruce's identity to tell Harry that there is no possibility between him and Batman. Bruce, do you have time recently? Harry wanted to meet his friends. We can go drink together. No. Bruce refused very straightforwardly. For your age, let's choose another place. Look, Harry Osborn is just a little boy, he can't even drink legally. So you have time. Harry's focus is completely somewhere else. Great. Maybe you heard me say no. Bruce covered his forehead that began to swell and hurt. It's okay, Bruce. Harry didn't care about the age at all. Besides, the bartender in that bar will mix me Cinderella. Bruce felt that his thoughts last night were even more unreasonable as he was a boy who could only drink beverages in a bar. Scarecrow and Black Mask almost became a joke among the criminals in Arkham. The well-prepared jailbreak operation didn't even take a step out of the Arkham gate before it was solved by a small character who just appeared. Even a few tranquilizer bombs from the other party completely solved the riot caused by the fear gas that Scarecrow had prepared for a month. It was so funny. But Black Mask was also ridiculous. He contacted his subordinates with great difficulty, but he didn't show up in Arkham until they were locked up again. Fortunately, no one was abducted by the two of them to this broken ship, otherwise they would have been embarrassed together with the two of them. By the way, the Joker, who had been receiving treatment, is back. Joker is not Joker. The Joker, who had just received treatment and returned to the normal prison area, held a Joker card in his hand. The Scarecrow is the Joker. He grinned maliciously, and next to him was a newspaper reporting on the Green Goblin. The photo was a screenshot of the surveillance video of the day he prevented a bank robbery. The Scarecrow, who lost his hood in fear gas, did not want to confront the Joker at all. No, even if he still had the fear gas, he did not want to confront the madman at all. But as a super criminal who was feared everywhere, he did not want to let the Joker ridicule him. I just failed to escape from prison, but I was not almost paralyzed by Batman. Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. The Joker seemed to be entertained when he heard this. He didn't know until he came back here that he was actually injured by Batman. My little bat. Harry Osborn, Batman. New weaknesses. And the weaknesses themselves have weaknesses. Interesting, really interesting. The Joker was not angry about Scarecrow's words, but Harley Quinn did not accept this. Hey, Klein, The funniest thing is that you were knocked down by let me think, a boy and poisoned by his own gas. Klein was silent. At that time, the Joker and Scarecrow escaped from prison together, but Scarecrow was soon caught back. The Joker did not pay much attention to his news, but now that it was mentioned, he suddenly remembered that Scarecrow escaped from prison to find the successor of old Osborn? Harry Osborn? If it weren't for the anesthetic gas he had taken effect too quickly, I would have obtained new fear gas raw materials. Scarecrow tried to explain himself. Even this time, he escaped from prison. He was to find Harry Osborn again. Old Osborn's fear was too useful, and he was looking forward to Harry Osborn's fear. Anesthetic gas? The Joker subconsciously thought that Scarecrow was defeated by Harry Osborn's violence, but he didn't expect it to be anesthesia. The Joker, with a stiff face and a smile on his face, cast his eyes on the newspaper beside him. The Green Goblin was floating on a hang glider next to the blown-up wall. The bat shape of the hang glider was so conspicuous to the Joker. The riot last night was completely suppressed by the Green Goblin's tranquilizer bomb. Coincidentally, Scarecrow had been hit by Harry Osborn's anesthetic gas and was knocked down instantly. If the Joker didn't know that Harry Osborn was not as simple as he seemed, he wouldn't have associated the two people together, but he knew, so, After reviewing the outline, it seems that it is not far from the end. Maybe 260,000 or 70,000 words can be used to complete the main text? Anyway, it should be within 300,000 words, so it won't be long before the two of them are together. Exclamation mark. The next book will be Batboy's Cub. Chapter 73. In order not to miss the night patrol, Harry and Bruce made an appointment to meet earlier. Harry arrived 2 minutes before the appointed time, but when he went in, he found that Bruce was already waiting for him, and the beautiful bartender even had a good chat with him. This was very different from her attitude when she first saw him. Harry now felt the charm of Bruce Wayne very intuitively. Looks like I came too early. Harry loosened the suit that was buttoned tightly at work, unbuttoned the clothes that fit his waistline, and then sat down next to Bruce. Ever since Harry appeared, Bruce's eyes were on him, watching him flexibly unbutton his buttons with his fingers, watching his obvious waistline being hidden under the open suit. Bruce placed his slender fingers on the side of his left eye socket, tilted his head and looked at Harry on his right with his deep blue eyes. His voice was as spicy as the untouched glass of whiskey in front of him. Harry, you came just in time. Mr. Osborn, the bartender had completely recognized Harry. What would you like this time? If I can choose, Harry pointed to the wine in front of Bruce. Let me have a glass of this. Simple, iced wine, not a colorful non-alcoholic drink. Hey, I think you should know that there is only one drink on your menu. The bartender paused. Oh, I mean, there is only one drink to choose from. Harry was silent. Then that drink. Bruce wanted to laugh. The bartender seemed to feel embarrassed, and she immediately turned around and left to mix Harry's non-alcoholic drink. Harry, why did you ask me to come to the bar? Obviously he couldn't drink alcohol. I just think this kind of place is more suitable for chatting. Harry sighed. It's a pity that if your identity and age can be easily recognized, it will be difficult to drink outside. Do you like to drink? Bruce had seen Harry drunk many times as Batman. Although few 20-year-olds strictly abide by the rule that they can only drink at the age of 21, it should be rare for a person to get drunk at home alone. I can't say I like it. Harry leaned back in his chair and looked at Bruce. I'm just used to it. I used to. He didn't like to drink before, but he had this need to numb himself after his father died. It can make people forget their troubles for a short time. Bruce, who originally wanted to persuade Harry not to drink a lot, took back his preaching. 20 years old is still a very young age for him, but being young does not mean that there will be no troubles. Bruce himself knows this very well. And Harry is very different from ordinary young people. The experience of being too lonely is unbearable for anyone. It is not easy for him to grow up to what he is now. Bruce raised the wine in front of him and took a sip. It can really make people forget their troubles. He now looked much quieter than before, as if he was troubled by some problem, so Harry asked Bruce with concern, "What are you troubled about?" It's not that he was troubled. At the moment when Gotham and the Earth were not in crisis, the love of the young man next to him was one of the most important things at the moment, and there was also Jason's matter. Harry's feelings were not so heavy for him. Although he didn't intend to accept it, he would take it seriously. He was just thinking about how to treat it. As for Jason, He still didn't know how to get along with Jason now. It's just some family things. Hearing the word family from Bruce's mouth suddenly was a bit inconsistent for Harry. He didn't know much about the Wayne family. He only knew that Bruce didn't form a family with anyone now, but adopted several children. The family he was talking about should be him and his children. Family conflict? The bartender had brought Harry's dreamy non-alcoholic cocktail over, and then left immediately, as if this was a place of right and wrong. Harry casually put the wine in front of him. If it's a conflict between a father and a child, maybe I can give you some advice. Harry looked at Bruce, who was holding a glass of wine in his hand. There have always been conflicts between my father and me, and we couldn't completely reconcile until he died suddenly. He loved me, but never gave me enough love. In front of Bruce, Harry could say these words honestly. He admired Peter more than his own son, and he was more willing to immerse himself in work than to accompany his own children. It was not until he was tortured by another personality spawned by the strengthening potion and until he was extremely weak that he remembered to give his child a comforting hug. As a father, all his love may be left in the words before he died, don't tell Harry. This was even what Peter told him. Thinking of this, Harry took a deep breath to suppress the rising emotions. He may never be able to calmly recall the scene where Spider-Man appeared holding his father's broken body. And here is Harry. For 10 years, his father has ignored him. Even the birthday gift for his 16th birthday was prepared casually by his assistant. He has been ignored since he was born, and nothing he does is expected. The funny thing is that it's all because of the fatal genetic disease in their blood. The father spent all his energy on researching solutions. Except before his death, his eyes never stayed on Harry. In summary, from the perspective of a son, he can give a lot of advice to his unqualified father. Harry looked particularly serious at this time. Bruce thought that perhaps from the perspective of a peer, he could get a worthy answer, so he spoke carefully, "My son." Bruce found that he couldn't easily say Jason's matter. His precious child who was lost and found again should not be a scar that he couldn't touch in his heart. Realizing this made him extremely depressed. "It's okay, Bruce." Harry could see Bruce's sadness. "I also have a lot of things that are difficult to tell others. Don't force yourself. I believe you will handle these problems anyway." Bruce was not good at revealing his heart to others, so he didn't continue. "What about you? About the person you said last time you like?" Bruce still remembered his plan. It was impossible for him to tell Harry about him and Batman in the identity of Bruce Wayne. The atmosphere now was not suitable for talking about the kiss last night. Harry was not in the mood to find someone to share his joy. It was as if his heart, which had been excited for the whole day, had sunk again. He no longer felt that being rejected for intimacy was worth being happy about. "Batman." Harry's eyes were on the goblet in front of him. "I like him." "Batman." Bruce's tone was a little exaggerated. "The guy who wears a black cape and roams around Gotham at night." "If the guy who roams around you are talking about is powerful, yes, that's right, it's him." Harry emphasized, "Don't make him sound like a fool, even you can't, Bruce." It doesn't matter." Bruce looked at the way Harry was angry for him, and felt that it was not bad, but it's impossible for you to. "Batman, he has no plans in this regard." "I don't know." Harry was a little frustrated. "He doesn't seem to like me." "Cut the loss in time," Bruce advised him. "Maybe you can try. Try to like other boys, so that you will know that your love for Batman is not just between lovers." Bruce wanted to say this, but he was worried that Harry would really listen to him and find some random people. "Try what?" "Like someone else." Harry's tone was somewhat unbelievable. "How can you just try out a relationship?" You're right," Bruce agreed with his statement, although he himself did not strictly follow this principle. "So, you don't plan to give up liking Batman?" Bruce wanted to ask him under what circumstances he would give up this relationship that had no ending. If my liking doesn't cause him trouble, Harry didn't plan to give up this time. Thinking of the tragic situation that he and his best friend liked the same girl at the same time, he still had some lingering fears. But now it's not like he will encounter such a situation again. Harry subconsciously looked in Bruce's direction. Bruce was having a headache because of Harry's words. "Your liking won't cause trouble to anyone, Harry." He should persuade Harry to give up, but he couldn't let Harry despise himself. Anyone who deserves your liking will not have the idea that your liking is troublesome. Under the dim light of the bar, Harry's eyes began to turn red instantly, and he could never keep his emotions under control. "Thank you, Bruce." Bruce picked up the whiskey in front of him again and took a sip. His goal today might not be achieved. You just mentioned those things that are hard to tell others. If you were facing Batman, would you tell him? Although it was not very clear, Harry seemed to have always been open with Batman. Now these things that are hard to tell, maybe Batman already knows them? However, this question still asked Harry. The things that are hard to tell others he referred to were actually about his unstable mental problems, which he had never told Batman. If he wants to know. Harry didn't know how to start. Besides, if Batman was by his side, this problem could almost be ignored. Maybe he can find out by himself. It means that he would not take the initiative to tell Batman. Bruce began to wonder what Harry had to hide from him. Since he had to go on night patrol at night, it would take some time to rush home from here to change equipment, so Harry said goodbye to Bruce before 9 o'clock in the evening. If Bruce had a bit more bad taste, he might take the initiative to invite Harry to do something else together, and then watch Harry fidgeting in order to get rid of him as soon as possible. But he didn't have such low-level thoughts at all, and would never tease anyone like this. Harry said goodbye to Bruce smoothly, because he had been drinking non-alcoholic drinks all night, and he didn't even need to find a designated driver. As for Bruce, his glass of wine seemed to have hardly been touched until he left, and it didn't affect his driving at all. Batman still won't participate in tonight's night patrol. Maybe he needs to recuperate, or maybe there are some other reasons, such as it will be embarrassing to see the person he kissed last night. But Harry thinks it is the former. After all, no matter what happens, Batman will not let himself release his emotions and ignore Gotham's dangerous night. He has reinstalled the communicator on his mask, and always opened the communication channel, waiting for another signal to connect him at any time. Harry, it's terrible to fall in love with the same person as my best friend, glances at Bruce. Chapter 74. The fast food restaurant on 3rd Avenue is robbed. The person on the other end of the communicator was obviously not Batman. Last night, Batman had been on the other side monitoring Gotham and arranging their actions. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be him tonight. But until the voice on the other side came, Harry knew that the person contacting them had changed to Penny One, the old man who had discovered that he liked Batman at the beginning. However, Harry had a feeling that it was as expected. Perhaps he had this premonition when he got off the Batmobile last night and Batman drove away quickly. He seemed to have really embarrassed Batman. But it was too strange to always stay by the side of the person you like an obedient follower, like a pervert. Robin and Red Robin were already on their way to 3rd Avenue. Harry had to fly very high to hide on his hang glider before, and he couldn't tell which side of 3rd Avenue had a fast food restaurant, so he had to lower his altitude and look among the tall buildings. Coincidentally, there happened to be a large newspaper on 3rd Avenue that occasionally reported on superheroes or villains. Harry collected a lot of their newspapers about Batman, although they were full of various speculations and there was not even a high-definition photo. All the reports looked like they were made up by their family. In fact, they were. But considering that most of what they said was good. The editor-in-chief of that newspaper lived next to their newspaper. He just yawned and walked to the window to draw the curtains before going to bed, and was lucky enough to see a person on a hang glider flashing past his window. He didn't even have time to figure out what it was. He subconsciously picked up the camera hanging next to him and rushed out in his pajamas. It was not until he was blown by the cold wind outside that he remembered that this was the Green Goblin reported by the rival newspaper a few days ago. I heard that someone recently spent a lot of money to buy photos or videos of this Green Goblin, but who cares? The report is the most important to him. Harry was still trying to find the fast food restaurant among the many businesses on the ground. Red Robin and Robin had already arrived and dealt with a man who tried to rob all the burgers in the fast food restaurant. Fortunately, the burgers needed to be made on the spot. When Red Robin and Robin arrived, the clerk had only made the 6th one. The man with a gun was standing aside waiting. Robin frowned in disbelief outside the store. In the end, Red Robin rushed in and knocked out the burger robber with a stick before the 6th burger was finished. Oh my God. Red Robin. The clerk was obviously a pure Gotham man. He knew all the active vigilantes in Gotham. Thank you for saving me. The clerk was like seeing an idol. He almost grabbed Red Robin's hand to stop him from leaving. However, he didn't rush over to grab his hand because he was packing the 6th burger. As if he was worried that Red Robin would slip away the moment he lowered his head, the clerk looked up and saw Red Robin bending down to grab the robber's leg, while packing the burgers very quickly. Soon, he rushed out with a bag of 6 hamburgers and stuffed it into the arms of Red Robin, who was about to drag the robber away, to thank you for saving me. In fact, Red Robin felt that he would be fine even if he didn't come to the store, but before he finished speaking, the clerk had already run back. When Harry arrived, Red Robin was tying up the robbers and preparing to find a patrolman to throw them to them. Robin looked unhappy and stood beside him holding a bag of hamburgers. You bought hamburgers, by the way. Harry had never seen Robin buy food during his night patrol, but it was understandable. After all, children of this age are still growing, and it is not good to sleep late if they are hungry again. Red Robin looked at Robin, who was looking unfriendly next to him, and then looked at the Green Goblin, who covered his face and could not see his expression. Are you hungry? What? Before Harry could react why Red Robin asked this, Robin had already thrown the packaged paper bag into Harry's arms. You're welcome. As if getting rid of a heavy burden, Robin said and left. Seeing this, Red Robin quickly picked up the unconscious man and said, the burgers are in your hands. Watching Red Robin and Robin leave one by one, Harry, holding a paper bag filled with burgers in his arms, didn't react for a while. Why didn't they eat them after buying them? At this time, the editor-in-chief, who rushed over with a camera, caught up with the last moment before the Green Goblin left and took a picture of the Green Goblin holding a burger and leaving the burger shop. In fact, Harry was not hungry, and why did the 2 guys wearing eye masks give burgers to him? A masked man? Did they buy a flavor they didn't like? Picky eater? And it's really easy to lose balance when flying with a burger. Harry reduced his speed and altitude, thinking about how to deal with these burgers. It would definitely not work to throw them away directly. It's not advisable to waste food, and Bernard would be angry if he knew. At this time, Harry, who happened to be passing by the East District, was lucky to see a familiar figure, Carol Kevin, the little boy who provided clues to him in Red Hood. He was now squatting on the roof alone. It seemed that he accidentally discovered the clues last time because he was avoiding something. What is he avoiding this time? Harry curiously controlled the hang glider to fly in the direction of Carol and stopped in front of him. Hey, boy, why are you here alone? Carol, who was sitting in the corner hugging his knees and seemed to be about to fall asleep, was awakened by the voice. He looked up vigilantly at the man in front of him, who was floating in the air on a hideous hang glider. It's none of your business. He had seen this man in the newspaper. Although he was not as good as the Red Hood, he didn't seem to be a villain. But it was instinctive to be wary of everyone. He wanted to stand up and leave here, but his legs became numb because of his posture. After finding that he couldn't leave immediately, he finally got a little flustered. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous, boy. Harry showed him the hamburger paper bag tightly in his arms. Do you want to have a midnight snack together? No. There is nothing that can be obtained without paying a price. Those who don't directly state the conditions usually have a bigger plan. Even if it's a hamburger, Carol firmly believes this. Really? A little boy of about 12 years old could refuse a burger, but could Carol refuse Red Hood? What a pity. This is Red Hood's favorite flavor. Although it was night, because the distance between the two of them was very close, Harry could clearly see that after he said this, the boy subconsciously looked at the burger. So he controlled the hang glider to land on the rooftop, jumped off the hang glider, sat next to the boy at a distance of 1 meter, opened the paper bag and took out a burger, which was even warm. There was no light here, and Harry was not worried about Carol discovering his face. He casually lifted the mask and took a bite of the burger first. The warm beef patty with sauce inside tasted unexpectedly good. No wonder Red Robin and Robin bought it on the night patrol. Thinking in the heart is one thing, and saying it out loud is another. It tastes good, no wonder Red Hood likes it. As he said, he pushed the remaining burger in the direction of the boy. No matter how vigilant he was just a 12-year-old boy. Facing this man who stopped a bank robbery in the report, who was suspected to be the latest vigilante, and who kept calling him Red Hood, he couldn't help but relax. Is this really the flavor that Red Hood likes to eat? Of course. Listening to the voice in the communicator and watching the Green Goblin and the little boy sitting in a row eating hamburgers on the satellite surveillance screen, Alfred couldn't help but smile, and looked at Bruce beside him meaningfully. Master Bruce, Mr. Osborn is really hard not to like. Bruce was arranging the work for the Justice League meeting soon, occasionally looking up at the screen, without refutation, but also without speaking in agreement. By the way, you should know that you didn't turn on the anti-peeping device of the Batmobile before driving out of the Batcave last night. Bruce's fingers on the keyboard paused for a second. That was an accident. Well, a 6-second accident. Alfred nodded, indicating that he agreed with Bruce's words. As if it wasn't enough, Alfred added, "It was really unexpected." Bruce stopped his work completely and looked at Alfred helplessly. "He's only 20 years old, Alfred. Even Dick is 25. I'm sure Master Dick doesn't mind this." Bruce also felt that Dick didn't mind, but what did this have to do with Dick? He just can't tell the difference between liking and dependence. Bruce was clearly explaining to Alfred, but it seemed like he was talking to himself. "And I don't like him." "Maybe it's because you don't like him that the 6-second accident happened. Please don't mention 6 seconds again, Alfred. If you insist." "Is it 6 seconds?" Bruce recalled, and it felt like it was over in an instant. What interrupted Bruce's recollection was the alarm issued by the back computer. It has been monitoring Gotham. If anything suspicious happens, it will alarm, and the content of these alarms will be screened and passed to the night patrol. "Someone attacked with a knife on Gaston Street," Bruce said in a calm voice. Harry, who stuffed the last bite of hamburger into his mouth, heard the voice in the communication, from Batman. He happily put the mask back on. "A new mission for the vigilante has arrived, boy. If you have any questions or need help, you can find Harry Osborn. He can contact me. Of course, Red Hood can also." Carol blocked his mouth with a mouthful of hamburger. He wanted to ask why the Green Goblin knew that he had Harry Osborn's contact information, but when he swallowed a hamburger, the man had completely disappeared on the glider. "Thank you." His voice was very low, and only he could hear it, but the boy's body and mind gradually relaxed during the time together were enough to make Harry happy. Harry quickly took off on the glider, and after confirming the direction over Gotham, he began to rush to Gaston Street. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a children's welfare home on that street. The knife attacker might deliberately pick people who were more vulnerable than himself. Harry quickened his pace, not wanting to cause those children to be hurt because of his lateness. Maybe he didn't realize it, but what he once did for Osborn's reputation was now partly out of his own will. "I wrote and revised crazily, so why did I sleep so late last night? There are still some today." Chapter 75. Harry arrived faster than Robin this time. The nearby patrolman was confronting the knife-wielding gangster. The gangster was now holding a brown-haired boy's neck with his elbow, with the tip of the knife against the boy's chest, while the patrolman held a gun in his hand and tried to persuade him to give up the attack and surrender. Harry looked at the situation from the side. Perhaps because the patrolman pointed a gun at him, the gangster was very alert now. If he approached easily, he would probably not be able to prevent the hostage from getting hurt. Only at this time did he regret his single attack method. Red Robin and Robin also came from different directions. Robin happened to be standing in the alley on the side of the gangster, and Red Robin was on the roof of the patrolman's side. Harry was about to fly to Red Robin to discuss the plan, but Red Robin didn't seem to panic at all. He even squatted down. "Isn't this situation worth being nervous about?" Harry looked back at the scene in confusion and happened to see a spinning bat dart thrown out of Robin's hand. The dart knocked the gangster's dagger off before Harry could react, and then the next bat dart pierced the gangster's thigh. "Ah!" he screamed and fell. Anyone who stabbed someone with a knife should be prepared to be hurt in return. Seeing the patrolman taking the opportunity to suppress the criminal and the brown-haired boy being rescued, Harry then took off and quietly left. Robin and Red Robin also left the place in different ways. The night patrol of the day ended successfully. Harry, who heard Batman say something tonight, happily returned home on his skateboard. Recently, Bernard waited for him at night, and he had to do a lot of work during the day. Harry really couldn't bear to torture his butler like this, so he asked Bernard to choose only one of the two. Bernard unexpectedly chose the daytime job. He said, "Even if you have an accident outside at night, it will be difficult for me to find out in time. Besides, it is my responsibility to arrange your life." So no one was waiting for Harry in the attic tonight. He changed his armor and returned to his room. As for Bernard, who had rested a long time ago, he didn't fall asleep until he heard the sound of the hang glider landing from the bug placed in the attic. Harry was very sleepy after the night patrol. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. Now it was the second night. Today he even worked a whole day at the company. In the evening he also made an appointment with Bruce to drink. Then he rushed to the night patrol again. After returning to the room, Harry went directly to the bathroom, took 5 minutes to take a hasty shower, dried his hair a little, and fell on the bed. Before falling asleep, he was still regretting that he didn't see Batman today. Bruce couldn't sleep because his butler said a lot of things like 6 seconds today. He was very rational, but some things would inevitably affect him if he said too much, especially what he said about him not liking Harry Osborn. There is no doubt that Alfred was right. It was hard not to like Harry. Even Damien, who resisted at the beginning, now accepted him well, and Tim was even on guard against him at the beginning. Even Jason got along well with him, not to mention Alfred. It was hard not to like him. Bruce repeated it in his heart. Why could he say so confidently that he didn't like him? As if he didn't need to think, the words "I don't like him" were like engraved on his lips. Bruce didn't want to think about it anymore. He sighed, lying on his side with half of his face buried in the pillow. The next day at noon, Harry walked downstairs, rubbing the back of his head that was sore because he didn't dry his hair before going to bed at night. "Good afternoon, Master Harry." Bernard's tone was smiling, and he looked in good spirits. "Is there anything to be happy about today?" Harry was a little confused, and his action of rubbing his head was very vivid. "Is the burger delicious?" Bernard asked this question without thinking. Hamburger? Harry's mind flashed the scene of sitting on the rooftop and eating burgers last night, but Bernard couldn't know this, so is there any other meaning to the burger? Harry, who couldn't figure it out, chose to ask directly, "What burger?" Knowing that Harry might ask, Bernard opened the newspaper he had prepared long ago and handed it to Harry. He saw a few big words written on the news in the middle: Gotham's new vigilante Green Goblin, his favorite, the real purpose of this man choosing to become a vigilante. The accompanying picture shows Harry wearing the Green Goblin uniform, standing in front of the fast food restaurant on a hang glider, holding a large paper bag of hamburgers in his arms. He stepped on the hideous steel machine and flew over Gotham at high speed in the middle of the night. The real purpose was to buy hamburgers at super fast speed. Is this the truth, or is it just to relax the enemies who are secretly spying on him? Harry's face was about to wrinkle. "I hope Batman doesn't see this newspaper." Bernard took the newspaper from him. "I hope you don't think about Batman all the time." You are right, Bernard. No matter how much you like someone, it can't affect your life, but this is a bit difficult for me today. Harry couldn't help thinking about the object of his love, who he hadn't seen once since the kiss the day before yesterday. "I think it's a bit difficult for you to pray yourself." "What?" Bernard unfolded the newspaper again and let Harry take a look. "I mean, it's a bit difficult to pray that Batman doesn't see this. It's impossible not to see it. Today is the weekend, and the people at the Wayne family's table are still quite complete. Fortunately." He walked fast. Tim drank his coffee and glanced at the photo of the Green Goblin on the newspaper next to him. He could tell that it was taken just after he left, and he was very glad. If he and the Green Goblin were in the photo together, who knows what the title would be. New and old vigilantes say that the best burgers in Gotham. "Drake, you should be glad that it wasn't me who was photographed. Damien looked like he would be dead otherwise. Devil Cub. Maybe little Osborn is also angry." Tim reminded Damien, "You threw those burgers into his arms. That was Red Robin's reward for his bravery." These words from Damien didn't sound like praise at all. Tim was silent. Although they were arguing, Alfred didn't react at all. Instead, he was very happy to hear it, and felt that the relationship between the two young masters was getting better and better. Bruce got up a little later, and when he came down, Tim and Damien had already finished the topic, but the large photo of the Green Goblin published on the front page of the newspaper was really eye-catching, and he saw the conspicuous newspaper at a glance. Bruce frowned and read the headline, then pushed the newspaper away. "Next time, don't take the burger. Did you hear me, Drake?" Tim didn't want to talk. Soon, someone saved him who didn't want to talk about this topic. Dick called Tim. "Dick?" Tim answered the phone decisively, but before he could open his mouth, Dick on the other side spoke first. "What's the matter with the Green Goblin?" Everyone in the restaurant heard the question from Dick on Tim's phone. Tim covered the microphone of his phone and whispered to several people at the scene, "Did no one tell Dick about the Green Goblin?" Alfred and Bruce looked at each other guiltily, and Damien looked at Tim in silence. No one. Tim himself didn't remember it. A lot of things have happened recently. Alfred is immersed in the fact that his master is liked by an excellent child. Tim has to patrol at night and deal with company affairs. Damien doesn't like to chat on the phone, and Bruce himself often thinks of Dick when he compares his age with Harry. As for Jason, he blocked Dick. "Hey, Calm down. Tim had to continue to face Dick, who had been temporarily forgotten for a few days. In fact, we originally planned to wait for you to come back and talk about this in person. Really? Dick was not angry about this, but he also wanted to know what happened in Gotham. You are going to keep it a secret from me that there is a new guy in Gotham with unknown identity, unknown position, unknown ability, and can fly. Don't tell me that you'll let your guard down just because this guy goes to buy hamburgers in the middle of the night. Can you not mention hamburgers? He is now. Tim felt that Dick might really get angry if he said this, but if he continued to hide it, he would be even more angry when he was discovered. Our companion. What? The phone was hung up. Do you think Dick will rush back and punch us in the face right away? Tim asked while looking at the hung-up phone. In order to make his life as rich as possible and not spend all his energy guessing Batman's thoughts, Harry decided to try to go to work on time in the future. Although the work tasks are not heavy, it is at least to find something to do. Maybe Batman is also very busy during the day. If he doesn't work hard, he will soon be left behind by Batman. And Robin has to go to school during the day. Even a child works so hard, he doesn't want to be outdone. It's too late to work a whole day today, but he can go whenever he wants, starting from this afternoon. There are so many hard-working rich people in this world, and Luthor must be one of the hardest working ones. However, the Lex Technology building is under maintenance recently. In order to ensure the personal safety of employees, their group has been on holiday for several days. Although the income of these few days is just a drop in the bucket for Luthor's wealth, it is not his style to not fight back when provoked by others. He will only provoke others and make them unable to fight back. Luthor, whose company was bombed this time, easily locked onto the Green Goblin. There were fragments of pumpkin bombs left at the explosion side of the company, which coincided with a shell of the anesthetic bullet left at the scene of Paradise Pharmaceuticals. There is little information about the Green Goblin. Although he appeared with a Red Hood, Luthor could not be sure that the two of them were in the same group. He recently asked someone to buy the video footage of the Green Goblin at a high price, but the Green Goblin appears in the sky most of the time, so it is difficult for anyone to take pictures of anything valuable. But one thing is certain, the Green Goblin is a real human being. At most he has good physical fitness, all his abilities come from his own equipment, and he poses no threat at all after losing his equipment. But even the Green Goblin wearing a mask has not been found, let alone the identity under the mask. Luthor has recently tried to monitor Gotham, but Batman's defense of Gotham is too tight, and he has not found a suitable opportunity. But it doesn't matter if he can't find it, as long as someone can find it. At the same time, the door of Luthor's base was knocked by a man with a gun barrel tied to his arm. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.